Years old when it happened. A child with nowhere to run, trapped in a storm of sin and hatred. Desperate to escape my gilded cage, I ran as fast as I could into the solace of my bedroom and prayed. Prayed as I counted the shadows under the door. Prayed as I counted the screams. Prayed for the darkness to swallow me whole. Prayed God would send an angel to make it all go away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe that was what drew him out of the shadows. Maybe I wished him into existence. Or maybe he'd always been there, watching, waiting. The boy with the frozen eyes who stood in the doorway and watched me cry. At that moment, I knew he'd be the one to end my life. When he quietly asked me why I counted the same 5 numbers over and over, I spoke with a child's honesty. "Because I'm scared of 6, I whispered, quickly closing my eyes so I wouldn't have to see him laugh at me. Only, he didn't laugh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I counted his footsteps as he made his way across the room, and then knelt before me, his hands covering mine. "Look at me." So I did. Not because he asked me to, but because I had no choice. Not because I was used to doing what I was told, but because even in my young mind, I knew I was meant to. I could have denied him, but why bother? Fate always found a way. And somehow, as he hunched in front of me, his thumb brushing the shadows on my wrist, I heard the door to my cage unlock. "You'll never have to count again," he promised. I believed him. And because I believed him, I nodded, a soft breath escaping my lips as I pressed them against the back of his hand. As innocent as it was, we both stilled, something foreboding crackling in the surrounding air. Looking back, it wasn't that single promise that made me kiss him. It was the mark of salvation. It was the dare shining in those steel Arctic eyes, and the blessed cruelty simmering just below the surface. In that moment, I knew I'd sealed my fate. I'd escaped one cage only to be claimed by another. "Are you God?" I asked quietly. My heart stuttered at his regretful smile. "No, I'm the angel of death." Those 3 words hit me like a hammer to the chest. I rolled them around in my head and tasted them on my tongue, only to have my eyes water at their beautiful bitterness. Like him, he was beautifully bitter. I didn't have any friends. Mama always said it was because they were jealous, but I saw the truth in her eyes. They were afraid of me. I was a cursed poison seeping into the vulnerable crevices of their innocence, and their parents were right to warn them about me. Not that it made it hurt any less. I was still a child, too. I cried, too, but only in private. Always in private. Tears are a tool, not a weakness. Words forever ingrained in me under the harsh glare of the spotlight. I was a little girl who'd never had smiles, or hugs, or pinky swears. All I had were my sisters, and after that day, I didn't even have them anymore. But even as he stood there in the hour of my reckoning, this boy, this angel of death, this beautifully bitter beacon of darkness, I was at peace with all of it. He was all I'd ever need. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Angel of death. I should have been terrified at the darkness of his proclamation, shattered by who'd come for me, why he'd come for me, what was about to happen. Only I wasn't. Instead, my heart pumped faster, beat harder, raced toward a new reality. It made no sense, but of course my 8-year-old mind didn't understand it. It didn't question it. It simply accepted what was. My pain was now his. My heartbeat a rhythm only he would ever hear. The angel of death destroyed me to save me. So, moments before I spread my wings and flew into the sun, I made a child's promise to myself. I'd find him again in another life. This beautifully bitter boy with the messy black hair and sad eyes. And when I did, his pain would be mine. His heart would beat only for me. I'd destroy him and set him free. The first time I kissed an angel, I died. The second time, we both wished I'd stayed that way. Chapter 1. Angel. A quarter. My shoulder dips under the weight of the tray as I stare down at the empty table in disbelief. Not that I'm used to big tips around here, but this is just plain insulting. It's enough to make me chuck the whole tray across the bar and walk out. Instead, I drop it in my apron, because it's 25 cents closer to not being evicted. There's a familiar squeak of sneakers behind me, and Violet's chin appears over my shoulder. Nice. Only 2,399 more cheap asses, and you're there. I groan. Not helping. I know. You'll think of something. She encourages me, her dark painted lips splitting into a forced grin. I appreciate the vote of confidence. I grumble, moving to the next table. It's the same discussion we have every month. We come down to the wire, and Violet ends up compromising whatever morals she has left, so I don't have to. Lather, rinse, repeat. Violet follows me, leaning over the back of a wooden chair. There are other options, she says casually. Reg still wants... No! I wince at how sharp the word sounds. Sighing, I swipe the back of my hand across my forehead. Look, Vi, I know you're trying to help, but I'd rather starve. Violet takes a few jerky steps away from the table and bites her lip. Damn it. I hate Reggie for this. I glare at the bearded man currently sitting in a corner booth across from yet another pretty blonde. I can smell her desperation all the way over here. She can't be a day older than 17. A definite runaway. Still innocent for now. But once she signs on the dotted line, that will change. She thinks she's interviewing to be a bar waitress, but then Reggie will make her an offer. Flashing Violet an apologetic smile, I set the tray down and grab her hand. Hey, look at me. I give her hand a squeeze. Remember, we can't drown in the rain. If we run from the storm. She finishes, glancing up at me. Do you still believe that? I wish I could tell her I did. I wish I could tell her the G-spot isn't just a brothel in a cocktail dress. I wish life didn't keep kicking us in the teeth over and over. I wish I could tell her I didn't consider drowning to be the better option. So I give her the only answer I can. I believe in you, Violet DeLuca. She nods again, this time without biting her lip. That's good enough for me. The last few years have been hard enough. The last thing either of us needs are empty promises and false hopes. 2 days later, I'm pacing behind the bar while staring holes in the neon-rimmed clock hanging on the wall. I've been here 5 hours, and all I have to show for it is a $5 bill, 6 ones, and a cocktail napkin containing a phone number along with an anatomically correct drawing depicting what would happen should I call it. Same shit, different day. Violet shuffles in behind me and nods to a table on the other side of the room. Hey, isn't that the new girl Reggie hired? I follow her gaze to where a young blonde sits nervously watching the door. The same one who sat here interviewing in a threadbare t-shirt is now in designer clothes, chewing her lip. Damn it. Looks like she got a promotion, I note, stifling a yawn. Our conversation is interrupted as Maggie slams her tray down on the bar. 2 Bud drafts and a Long Island. I've got the beers. Grabbing 2 freshly washed mugs, I tip one underneath the tap while Violet leans against the counter, leisurely scrolling through her phone. You plan on making that Long Island today? She waves me off with a flick of her wrist. In a minute. Switching out mugs, I pull the tap and raise an eyebrow. Interesting reading? Turning her phone around, she taps a black painted fingernail on the screen. Have you seen this shit? The Romanov estate is offering $1 million to anyone who finds that missing heiress. I shake my head. They should let that little girl rest in peace. So, you think she's dead? She asks, an impish grin tugging at her mouth. Are you saying you don't buy into all the conspiracy theories? We both turn as Maggie gestures toward the 2 beers sitting on her tray and then glares at Violet. Oh, put your tampon back in, Margaret, she snaps, snatching a bottle of gin off the shelf. I'm on it. Of course I do, I say, handing her the bottle of triple sec, especially the one about her being abducted by aliens to create an alternate Hollywood universe. Topping the cocktail shaker with a strainer, she tosses a wink over her shoulder. That one's my favorite. Rolling my eyes, I turn away just in time to hide another yawn. But Violet digs her nails into my arm and spins me back around. Babe, if those circles under your eyes get any darker, you'll look like a raccoon. Are you still not sleeping? Sleep is overrated. It also keeps you from losing all your marbles and stuffing people in freezers. Pouring the contents of the shaker into a glass, she slams it on Maggie's tray. You know you can't... Her voice trails off as her attention shifts back toward the blonde. Now this just got interesting. Furrowing my brow, I follow her line of sight to where a man lowers himself into the chair opposite her. Immediately, the girl bats her eyelashes, a pinkish hue staining her cheeks. I'd assume it was all part of the act if I didn't feel the same rush of heat across my own face. I watch as the man drags a hand through his inky black hair, forcing the unruly piece in front to fall in line. Another reaction hits my gut, and I step back, desperate to escape it. But his cutting blue gaze draws me in like a magnet. Even from across the room, the man exudes power, the kind of guy that plays God with other people's lives for fun. Guys like that have a short shelf life. No one can keep rolling the dice forever. They might win big for a while, but sooner or later, fate always finds a way to even the score.
Chapter 2. Dominic. Legends aren't made, they're created. I decide this as the girl sitting across from me brushes her brassy blonde hair over one shoulder and slumps back into her chair. Talent is rare in Hollywood, and in most cases, a hindrance. Just like opinions, true artistry encourages unique thought. It questions authority and dares to break the mold. Individuality is a threat to the deep pockets who rule this town. They prefer the moldability of mindless puppets. And that's what this girl is, a puppet. Only she's not one of the chosen to be crafted into a legend. No. She's attempting to scale that wall all by herself. Sad.
So this is like off the record, right?
I'm sorry? Off the record? Who the does she think I am? Oprah fucking Winfrey? She shrugs, twirling a piece of hair around her finger.
I don't want some tabloid paparazzi jumping out and taking my picture or anything.
Beyond the News is not some tabloid, I growl. We're an entertainment news website. She rolls her eyes.
Geez, sorry. Don't get your panties in a twist.
Oh, I won't. Dipping my chin to the side, I give an imperceptible nod. That's all that's needed for Millie to snap to attention behind me and flip from designated patron to private detective. Showtime. Sitting back, I stare at her. And your name again is?
Alexandra Romanoff.
Her sharp tone pulls a hint of a smile to my lips, which only hardens her scowl. Right.
You don't believe me?
I shrug. It doesn't matter if I do or not. Public opinion is the only one that matters. Behind me, I hear muffled laughter mixed with the sounds of a cat coughing up a hairball, and I flip a middle finger while scratching the back of my head. I'm firing Millie's ass when we get back to L.A. That's a lie. Millie's the best in the business and loyal as fuck, even if she is a giant pain in my ass. Plus, she knows what's at stake. We both know this fruitcake is as much an heiress as I am. I knew it the minute we walked into this hole-in-the-wall bar. So, while her act has been entertaining, why am I wasting my time? Oh, right. Because I'm a bigger money whore than she is. But even more than that, I thought she might be worth the effort. A rapidly dwindling hope. Unfortunately for her, destroying people's credibility for a living has given me the skill of smelling bullshit a mile away. Sucking air through my teeth, I force a smile. All right then, Miss Romanoff. Why come forward now? It's been 15 years. She seems to mull this over for a moment, but I know better. I've flicked bigger gnats than her off my shoe. She's stalling because she's nervous. I've knocked her off her game because I'm always on mine.
I've been living in fear for my life,
she says, finally.
However, with all the media attention surrounding the anniversary of my family's murders, I decided it's time to stop hiding.
Fuck my life. Is $1 million really worth this? Okay, if you're who you say you are, I'm sure you won't mind answering a few questions for me. She eyes me curiously, but shrugs again.
I have nothing to hide.
Of course you don't. Her confidence is insulting. If she expects me to regurgitate facts from some bullshit Wikipedia printout, she doesn't know who the hell she's dealing with. So, what's your birth date? She smiles.
June 28th.
I nod. Hardly a challenge. That's a common knowledge question. What were the names of your siblings? She catches herself just as she starts to roll her eyes.
Oksana, Talina, Mariana, and Artem.
I sit back and watch in fascination. Maybe not so much at the lies falling out of her mouth as the entertaining game of identity volleyball we're playing. However, I've never been content to sit on the sidelines and spectate. I'm more of the jump in front and spike the ball type. Pressing my palm against the table, I lean forward and invade every inch of her personal space. Birthplace. She hesitates. It's... She's getting flustered, and I feed on it. Birthplace, Miss Romanoff. It's not that difficult. Surely you remember it. Millie's no longer laughing. Instead, I can feel the tension vibrating off her. She's on guard and ready to pounce like a tiger on already wounded prey. The woman's pulse jumps in her neck, beating in time with her rapid breath.
Moscow.
Close. Kronstadt. I've got her right where I want her, so I lob a soft one right over the net and make her lunge for it. Where did you go to school? She smirks.
I had a tutor on set.
Very good, Naomi. And your pimp's name?
Reggie.
Gotcha, bitch. You don't survive in this business as long as I have without learning patterns and habits. As much as people like to think they're unique, when it all boils down to it, we're all just Xerox copies of the same original. Some of us are more complex, full-color prints, while others remain basic black and whites. But underneath the ink, we're all just paper. We're all predictable. Once you learn that, no one's mask is permanent. No one's truth is hidden. So I wait for it. That brief moment when the disconnect between a liar's mouth and their brain fuses into clarity. When they realize I've backed them into a corner with a proverbial knife at their throat. That's the investigative equivalent of a money shot right between the eyes. And Naomi Greco's face is coated with it, as evidenced by the sudden hand clamped over her mouth. Ah, sweet, sticky victory. I probably should feel guilty about playing her, but I don't. She's the tool of a scam artist out to score an easy payday at my expense. I may not have the most dignified job in the world, but I'm no one's meal ticket. Plus, if anyone's going to get paid around here, it's me. As the seconds tick away, her palm drops from her mouth.
So, you busted me. Good for you. You gonna turn us into the cops now?
It would serve both of them right for dragging my ass all the way to Chula Vista. Lucky for her, law enforcement and I don't exactly see eye to eye. While it pisses me off you've wasted my whole day, I don't think either of you is stupid enough to pull the same con twice. I nod toward the burly lumberjack-looking guy sitting 2 tables away who quickly averts his eyes and tries to look busy. Especially now that I have this conversation on record. I nod behind me where Millie smiles and waves her cell phone at her. Do you understand what I'm saying, Naomi? She doesn't answer, but she doesn't have to. Defeat is etched in the lines creasing her forehead.
How did you know?
I didn't get to where I am in life by falling for a cheap line and a pretty face. I nod back at the asshole trying to look like he hasn't been cataloging this whole shit show. Do you think you're the first one to line up with your hand out? I pulled your employer's financials. This bar is going under, and your boss over there is desperate. Look, I get it. $1 million is a lot of money. But DNA tests are a real thing, and identity theft is a felony. And I'm sure as hell not willing to risk my ass for an amateur who can't be bothered to do basic research. Naomi jumps to her feet, and I slowly push my chair back, taking my eyes off her only long enough to toss Millie a smirk over my shoulder. But it's all the time she needs. Before I see it coming, she reels her hand back and slaps me across my face. I know she wants a reaction, but I just don't have it in me. If taking her shame out on me makes her feel less like a fucking idiot, then whatever. It's not like anyone's watching. This is California. Until she pulls out a gun and shoots me in the face, nobody gives a shit.
You don't play fair,
she hisses. I wiggle my jaw, a smug grin tugging my lips. Never have. If you make a bet, sweetheart, you'd better have a winning hand. Without another word, I storm toward the bar. Time is running out. I have to find a suitable Harris before someone beats me to it. It's a long shot, but I didn't go from digging in dumpsters for my next meal to running the most successful tabloid news site in the industry by giving up at the first sign of defeat. Someone once told me fate always finds a way. Fuck that. I don't believe in fate. I believe in beginnings and endings. What happens in between depends on how far you're willing to go to get it. Chapter 3. Dominic. Draining what's left in my glass, I scrape my palm across my forehead and glare. Don't say it. Millie glances up from examining her nails. After giving me the silent treatment for the last 15 minutes, she's primed and ready for battle. Don't let those red-framed glasses fool you. Behind them lies a pint-sized warrior. But I refuse to apologize for anything. Not for being here. Not for confronting Naomi Greco. especially not for sticking around and drinking her pimp's booze after they both tore out of here like their asses were on fire. Neither has bothered to come back, so I haven't bothered to care. Besides, I have both of them by the balls. They won't say shit to me unless they're into public humiliation. Millie raises an eyebrow.
Don't say what?
My fingers tighten around my empty glass. I told you so. A ghost of a smirk curves around her wine glass.
Wouldn't dream of it, boss.
Taking a sip, she sets it on the bar before returning her focus to her nails.
Besides, saying you're a giant douchebag for making me spend the night in a rent-by-the-hour motel for a story you knew was bogus would be unprofessional.
Glad we're on the same page.
That was something, though,
she says, and I wonder how many cocktail peanuts I'd have to shove in her mouth to shut her up.
Haven't seen you get your clock cleaned like that in a while.
I don't need this. Letting out a low grunt, I signal to the purple-haired bartender for another round. Millie, do me a favor, and don't talk to me again until I see 4 of you. Fucking women. She rolls her eyes.
I just don't get why you're wasting time peddling your ass up and down the California coast, chasing one dead end after another.
Because I'm a bitter man who acts first, thinks second, and never apologizes. Tragedy breeds opportunists. I shake my head at the weight of my statement. People will sell their souls for $1 these days. That's putting it mildly. This business is an endless parade of peacocks and vultures. Some preening their feathers, while others pick at the carcasses of those who get in their way. Welcome to Hollywood, land of cannibals. The Romanov estate should never have publicized that reward. Scrubbing a hand down my face, I add, they won't find what they're looking for. All they're doing is dangling a $1 million carrot in front of a pack of wolves. Wolves like me.
Maybe you're wrong.
I tilt my chin over my shoulder. I'm sorry?
Even the great Dominic McCallum can't always be right,
she says, raking a hand through her short brown hair.
It's not like anything you do lately makes sense.
First of all, I don't have to make sense when I'm trying to save our asses. Secondly, I'm not wrong, and I hate being questioned. But I'm not going to fight over it. She's pissed, and rightfully so. She's one more missed paycheck away from the unemployment line. Millie is loyal to a fault, but loyalty doesn't pay the bills. Jesus, what do you want me to do? Take a blood sample? I yell. She wasn't the one. And not even a suitable candidate.
Maybe you're just looking too hard.
What the hell is that supposed to mean? She meets my gaze head on.
My grandma used to always say, when you stop looking for what you want, you find what you need.
Wonderful. Thanks, Grandma. So, I suppose if I back out now, I'll find $1 million and a get-out-of-jail-free card under my pillow in the morning. I open my mouth to tell her where she can shove her unwanted advice when the purple-haired bartender sets another glass in front of me. Picking it up, I down half of it in one gulp. The burn significantly less jarring this time. I didn't get to be the best in the business by leaving things to chance. I bite out through clenched teeth. I dig where others won't. So I know things others don't. So when I say I know she's not our Alexandra Romanov, there's a reason. She cocks an eyebrow.
Which is?
Some people never learn the meaning of quit while you're ahead. Know why I'm the best? When she shakes her head, I lean forward, my jaw clenching so hard the muscles of my neck strain. Because I know when to keep my fucking mouth shut. I must have won the argument, because she reaches into her purse and tosses a $20 bill onto the bar.
Well, when you decide to confide in the only person left who has your back, give me a call. Until then, you can Uber your ass back to the motel.
Grabbing a handful of cocktail peanuts, I toss one in the air, missing my mouth by a good 6 inches. Drive safe. Blowing out a frustrated sigh, she slides off her stool.
Are you sure you're going to be all right?
Nope. Don't worry about me. I snort, raising my glass of Jack. I can take care of myself. Been doing it all my life. Her hand lingers on my shoulder before she disappears out the front door, leaving me in silence. I pinch the bridge of my nose in a futile attempt at warding off the headache brewing behind my eyes. I'm drowning in lawyer fees, court costs, and settlement decrees, all because the King of Hollywood tried to silence me and save his own ass. Then again, when you bait a shark, you shouldn't be shocked when he bites. And one of the biggest ones in the ocean tried to take a chunk out of my leg. Now that he's gained a taste for my blood, he'll keep coming back for more. I didn't start this war, but now that I'm out of resources, I'm the only one who can end it. Unfortunately, I can't do it without her. Alexandra Romanoff. I'd rather chase down anyone else. Contrary to what people think, I'm not heartless. But that's not the way sensationalism works. The only thing the world loves more than an icon is a fallen icon. And with the 15th anniversary of LA's most infamous massacre approaching, the media is jerking off to this story. Now, every crazy dickbag with an empty wallet and a set of balls is coming forward, and the race is on to find the supposed sole Romanoff survivor. An 8-year-old child who disappeared from a home invasion that claimed the lives of her entire family and silenced the world. Until the lure of a payout caused a ripple effect that flashed dollar signs in even the most pious of eyes. Suddenly everyone traded their morality in favor of cold hard cash. Forget death. Money is the great equalizer. And here I am, lighting a torch and joining the witch hunt. Not in the name of honor, but in the shadow of greed. Because in sifting through 100 lies, there could be one truth. And that truth is a debt I owe the devil. Cursing, I fish my phone from my pocket, pulling up the rideshare app. I schedule a car to pick my ass up now while I can still see. I scroll down, filling in all pertinent information, cringing as I type in the location. The G-Spot. Yes, that's actually the name of this place. I wish I were kidding. Supposedly it's named because gin is the house special. I don't buy it, either. The place is a dank hole in the wall. No, hole in the wall is too generous. It's a barely lit crack that smells like stale beer and faded dreams. You know, if faded dreams had a smell. And trust me, if they did, the G-Spot would be full of it. After the GPS populates the address, I schedule a car for an hour and a half from now and close out the app. Clock's ticking. My gaze lands back on the girl with the purple hair and resting bitch face standing behind the bar. You got any more Jack back there? She doesn't glance up as she swipes a rag across the bar.
Yep.
You plan on pouring it today?
Sure. I'll serve it to you in the same place you keep your manners. The shitter.
Swallowing the instinct to flip this girl off and walk out, I pull out a few bills from my wallet and toss them on the bar. Look, lady, I've had a real bitch of a day, so if you don't mind, put a lid on the comedy show and keep 'em coming. Her heavily lined eyes shift toward the crumbled bills, and then slowly rise until they settle back on me.
You got a little something on your face.
A scowl?
A handprint. Unless you want another one to match, I suggest you kill the attitude.
I suppose that's meant to be a warning. Or, hell, maybe it's a come-on. With this girl, I have a feeling there's not much of a distinction. I smirk and motion toward a table a few feet behind me. You can send my drink over there. I don't wait for a response. Scooping my wallet off the counter, I shove it in my pocket to the sound of a muffled snicker. Muttering to myself, I make my way to the table and claim a seat. Nobody cares I'm here, because nobody knows my face. Unlike most of Hollywood, I'm all right with that. In fact, I've spent the better part of a decade ensuring I stayed out of the spotlight. Until now. God damn it. I pull out a pack of smokes and give it a shake, finding one last cigarette hiding in the corner. The damn thing is between my lips before I remember I promised Millie I'd quit. Fuck it. I'll quit tomorrow. Flicking the lighter, I inhale slowly, making sure every bit of toxic smoke fills my lungs. But I'm so on edge, even nicotine can't settle me. I need to sober the hell up and figure out my next step. Which, if something doesn't change in the next few days, will be bankruptcy. Groaning, I scrub a hand down my face. Days worth of stubble scraping my palm. This whole Romanov scheme I've been running is nothing but a Hail Mary pass to an empty end zone. A last-ditch effort to save my own ass. Naomi Greco was the fifth useless con to try and pass herself off as the missing heiress, and I'm not sure if I can stomach a sixth. It's turned into an obsession, and I don't even know why. Is it still about the money? Hell, I don't know anymore. I've done nothing but eat, sleep, and breathe Alexandra Romanov for weeks now. I've pinned my future on a faceless woman. Well, not entirely faceless, a voice in my head says. And therein lies the problem. Reaching in my pocket, I pull out the worn photo. The ritual is far too familiar. And as I stare at it, I begin to wonder if I should just light the damn thing on fire and be done with it. But I won't. As many times as I've studied it, I still haven't found an answer. How the hell is this girl going to save me when she couldn't even save herself? Letting out a rough sigh, I refold it and shove it in my pocket when a jolt of electricity pings down my spine. The minute I glance up, I see why. The bar is crowded, but it doesn't matter. This woman's presence would render a room full of people invisible. A fact proven by the way my eyes track her every movement as she walks from table to table. Those tight black shorts hugging her lush little body. It's only when she moves closer, and I get a better look at her face, that live wire snakes and twists around my neck. I can't look away. Not from the messy, dark ponytail spilling down her back. Not from her straight-off-the-farm face. And not from... I roll my eyes. Those ugly teal chucks on her feet. About as far removed as you can get from the type that usually captures my attention. But here I am, gawking at a waitress trapped in a shitty uniform and an apron. God, I need sleep. Cursing again, I suck as much life out of my cigarette as I can and rub my forehead. I need to get laid. Preferably before this shit drives me into an early grave. Which is exactly where I'm headed. I accepted it a long time ago. There's never been a chance of redemption for me. I know how the real world works, and it's not pretty. To get ahead in life, you have to play dirty. Sometimes it works out, and sometimes it doesn't, but I'm sure as hell not going to beg anyone for anything. Especially Luciano Ricci. A man who doesn't care if I rot in prison or in the ground. He made that perfectly clear when he turned his back on me. So, once again, I'm on my own. Fuck playing by the rules, I grumble. It takes a minute to register the glass of whiskey sitting in front of me.
Now, why doesn't that surprise me?
Chapter 4. Dominic. Normally I have a one-track mind. If my mind is on business, there's no room for pleasure. However, there's something about this girl's whiskey-soaked molasses voice that hits like a punch straight to my dick.
Mind if I sit?
She asks, slipping into the vacant chair beside me. A question usually asked before a person sits down. Her eyes flicker to my cheek and the corners of her mouth twist up.
How's your face?
Great. Comments from the studio audience. Mind your own business, lady. I'm kind of having a bad day here. She drums her nails on the table.
Aren't we all?
As I narrow a hard stare at her, she extends her hand.
I'm Angel, by the way.
I don't want to know her name. I want her to shut up and leave me alone. She's claimed way too much of my personal space, and it's fucking with my ability to make rational decisions. Still, there's something about her. A presence that radiates off her in waves. Good for you. I drag the drink toward me, thinking she'll leave, but she doesn't budge, keeping her hand shoved in front of my face like I owe her something. I tell myself she doesn't know who I am. She doesn't know just how short my fuse is right now. Because if she did, she sure as hell wouldn't be poking a stick at it.
Usually, this is where you tell me your name,
she prods.
Or, it's cool. I can just make one up for you.
Cocking an eyebrow, she leans back in her chair.
I'm thinking you look like a dick. So, pleased to meet you, Dick.
Dick, huh? Despite my shitty mood, I smirk and take a drag off my cigarette. Keep it up, Cupcake. I like my women bratty. Her answer is to glare at my hand.
You're not supposed to smoke in here.
And she's not supposed to waltz over here and shit all over my night. I ignore her, hoping she'll get the hint to move the fuck along. Instead, 2 fingers pluck my cigarette from between my lips, then drop it in my drink. What the hell is wrong with you, lady? Springing to her feet, she lifts my glass and taps her fingernail against the edge of it while motioning to the purple-haired bartender.
California smoking ordinance states you have to be 20 feet away from a building to light up, champ. Besides, those things can kill you.
Dare to dream, I grumble. Angel's subsequent laughter irritates me even more.
Well, aren't we the angry, brooding con man?
Is that an educated guess, or are you throwing shit out to see what sticks?
Oh, I had your number the minute I laid eyes on you.
Giving a slight roll of her eyes, she tips a hip against the worn table.
If you think you're the first one I've run across, you're mistaken. However, I'll humor you.
Nodding toward the now defiled whiskey, she adds,
Next one's on the house.
Your boss is okay with you handing out free liquor? Her smile widens as she stares at my cheek again.
Let's just say the free show was enough payment.
She turns to leave.
Let me know if I can get you anything else.
Your number would be nice. I have no intention of using it. I'm just a bastard. The smile fades into a scowl.
Wow, I've never heard that one before.
This girl has a bite. A fact that invigorates me way more than it should. I love a good challenge. But it's not just the thrill of the chase egging me on. It's the fiery olive green eyes staring back at me. Deep and rich and familiar. Like the color of earth waking to life after the dead of winter. Have we met before?
You mean, did you take me home, fuck me stupid, and never call me again?
A low chuckle rumbles in her throat.
Oh, Dickie. I have higher standards than that.
More important people have gone down in flames for much less than calling me Dickie. But I'm bending my own rules and letting it slide. I'm not usually one for sass, yet I find myself giving this girl a free pass. A charged silence falls between us. I suppose you think you've got me all figured out. She leans over, the ruined whiskey in her hand.
Maybe.
What are you really after, Cupcake? A big tip? Here's one. Don't try so hard. She lifts her chin.
I'm not after a damn thing you have.
Is that right? I don't think about what I'm doing as I dig in my wallet and slam a handful of bills down. Care to put your money where your mouth is?
Excuse me?
This is a roadside bar in Chula Vista. What's your average tip? $1? $2? Her jaw tightens.
I don't need...
We all need, sweetheart. Some of us more than others, but don't get your apron twisted. I'm not offering anything but a friendly wager. I wait. For what? I don't know. Maybe for her to dump the rest of the 80-proof ash water on my head. I wouldn't blame her if she did.
I'm listening.
I hold out my hand. Give me your order pad and a pen. She does, and I waste no time writing down the first thing that pops into my head. Cosmo. Do I seem like a Cosmo drinking motherfucker? Hell no. That's exactly the point. Ripping off the ticket, I fold it twice and hold it between my index and middle fingers. This is what I would have ordered if you hadn't spent the last 10 minutes insulting me. Since you seem to know so much, bring me what's on this piece of paper, and all that, I nod toward the wad of bills, is yours. Scowling, she snatches her pad and pen off the table.
And if I'm wrong?
I don't hide my smile this time. You have to give me your number. She won't. Even if she loses, there's not a chance in hell this girl will give me anything but the first 7 numbers that pop in her head. That doesn't make it any less entertaining. She pretends to think, which I'd find amusing if I weren't so focused on the pen tapping against her full lips.
You're on,
she says in a sultry, thick tone.
And don't worry. I know exactly what a man like you wants.
Nodding, I slip the folded ticket underneath my wallet. Oh, I'm counting on it. I stare at her ass until it disappears behind the bar, then drop my face into my hands. A pretty face and a nice ass have been a pleasant distraction, but I still have to figure out what the hell I'm going to do. Producing Alexandra Romanov wasn't just my contingency plan, it was my only plan. Now that it's hit a brick wall, it's time to formulate Plan B. Rubbing my chin, I stare back at her as she catches my eye. She's above average looking. A little brash, but anyone can be taught class. After a few more discerning glances, Plan B begins to form. And she's not gonna like it.
Chapter 5. Angel. There are 2 types of people in this world. Those who practice humility as a religion, and those who consider it to be one of the 7 deadly sins. I'll give you 2 guesses which category the guy at table 4 falls into. He may be a pompous ass, but I have to give him points for creativity. Attempting to bribe my number out of me was inventive and slightly entertaining. Besides, it's not like he stands a chance of winning. Taking his bet is easy money and a fast track to making rent, and that's why I didn't shut him down. I wonder if he's still staring. Taking a risk, I glance across the bar to find him in deep concentration, scrolling through his phone. The way he stares at it with his thumb pressed deep against his temple as his fingers fan above his head scratches at something in the back of my mind. It's an itch I can't reach no matter how hard I try. "See something you like?" a voice says behind me. Spinning around, I find Violet standing with her arms crossed and a cocked eyebrow. I roll my eyes and grab a nearby rag. "It's called being friendly," I say, becoming overly invested in wiping down the bar. "You should try it sometime. Maybe you might make better tips." "Sure, that's it." Scooting beside me, she drops onto her elbows, and it absolutely has nothing to do with the way that black t-shirt clings to his chest or those sexy tattoos covering his arms. I glance down at my nails. "Nope. You're a shitty liar." I growl, not because I'm mad at her. I'm mad because she's right. It has everything to do with his tight t-shirt and tattoos, not to mention his hair. That chunky piece of dark hair that keeps dusting over his eyes, refusing to comply no matter how many times he brushes it back. Flap, brush, flop, brush. As if on cue, he lets out a long string of curses and shoves his fingers deep into his dark hair, holding it in place by the roots, a scowl anchored across his face. Something about watching that smooth, unflappable exterior devolve at something so menial makes everything even more ridiculous, so I laugh out loud. And that's the moment he looks up. I grip the bar to steady myself as he flashes a slow, wolfish smile. And there it is again, that scratching in the back of my mind. But like always, the minute I reach for it, it stops. So I let it go. Maybe it matters, maybe it doesn't. I refuse to waste time chasing maybes. I learned early in life that they are a waste of time. Pushing off my elbows, I jerk a tray from under the bar. My blood pressure kicks up a notch, fueling my resolve. It's exactly what I need to refocus, to cut through this thick tension, to remember there are no maybes in life. Do or don't, but maybe is never an option. Icy blue eyes track my every move as I tuck the tray under my arm and make my way across the bar, a smug smile on my lips. I'm used to being underestimated, and something tells me underneath all that caked-on arrogance, this guy is too. But while he flashes his insecurities like a dog in heat, I've learned to play them to my advantage. I jump as Violet appears by my side. "So, about that guy..." "Vi," I sigh, flinging the rag over my shoulder as I walk away. "Let it go." Violet didn't let it go. In fact, she's been on my heels for the past 10 minutes, following me around from table to table. "So, are you going to tell me the story?" "What story?" Smirking, she drapes herself over the edge of the booth. "The story starring you and clickbait over there." I let out a deep sigh and stare down at the sticky wasteland of melted daiquiris and spilled cocktails. "There's no story. He's just another jerk." "Just Another Jerk" could be the title of my autobiography. I hate this. Neither of us should have to resort to what we do. In a perfect world, maybe that would be true, but reality is never perfect. Plus, it's my fault we're in this mess. We lived in Hollywood for 2 years and still managed to keep the rent paid, our legs closed, and our hands clean. Now, because of me, that's changed. She's quiet for a moment. "You know you could always call your old agent." Snorting, I slide the heavy tray off the table and onto my shoulder. He only managed to get me 1 audition in 2 years, and it was for a porno. Before she can say anything else, I add, "And his cousin was the director." She follows me to the next table. "Okay, forget him. At least let me buy you a bus ticket." "To where?" Alabama. Rolling her eyes, she stacks a dirty glass on the already overloaded tray. Where the hell do you think? LA, baby! You got that part in that Optimax film all on your own. You can do it again, Ange. No. But I said no. There's that sharp tone again, but this time it's accompanied by the sound of breaking glass. Glancing down, I see the remains of what used to be a beer mug on the floor and blink away the wetness stinging my eyes. Look, I say, grabbing a rag and bending down with a dry laugh. It just wasn't meant to be. Violet drops down beside me, picking up pieces of jagged glass with her bare hands. Yeah, and you got cheated out of it by a narcissistic shitbag. If I ever get my hands on... Vi, let it go. I need to end the conversation, and fast. Wrapping as much of the glass as I can in the rag, I dump it on the tray and hoist it back onto my shoulder. Luckily, Violet gets the hint and returns to the bar as I manage to lug the tray to the kitchen. But even as I wander back out, I can't get her offer out of my head. It's ridiculous. I could never put myself through that again. Hollywood is built on the almighty dollar. I found that out the hard way. Talent can get your foot in the door, but it only takes greed and an offshore bank account to slam it in your face. Pushing the thought from my mind, I keep busy by serving drunks who will eventually pay their bills and continue traveling to parts unknown. Someplace else. Any place else. Lucky bastards. So, what's that all about? The question catches me by surprise, and I turn to see Violet again, draped over the bar like she doesn't have 3 waiting customers giving her death stares. What's what all about? Smirking, she pushes up on her palms. That, she says, making duck lips at table number 4. I know eye-fucking when I see it, and that, my friend, is a bent-over-the-table, do-me-from-behind kind of eye-fuck. My breath catches. I feel those infuriatingly cocky blue eyes on me before I see them. Violet is right. His stare is vicious. Feral. An Arctic blast that seems to look through me and peel back layers of raw skin. Considering the way he bulldozed in here, swinging his dick around, you'd think he owned half of California. She cocks a hip, a smile dancing under her nails as she drums them across her lip. He may be one to keep around, Ange. Ugh, shit, I almost forgot. Spinning around, I dig in my apron and pull out a folded piece of paper, shoving it in her hand. I need you to make this for me. Violet lifts an eyebrow, slowly unfolding it before wrinkling her nose in disgust. Who the hell ordered that? Stealing a cherry from the garnish tray, I pop it in my mouth and wink. Someone about to get a hard dose of reality.
Chapter 6. Dominic. I didn't grow up with a silver spoon in my mouth like most kids in LA. I did what I had to survive. Unfortunately, Los Angeles' finest didn't quite see it that way, and I found myself a nice little 6x8 foot home away from home. You might think I regret breaking the law, but I don't. The time I spent behind bars taught me things I would have never learned anywhere else. Like, just because a man wears a badge doesn't mean he's the good guy. And sometimes the truth won't set you free, but degrees of distortion will line your pocket. Mostly, I learned if you listen more than talk, problems solve themselves. The key is to blend in with your surroundings enough that people forget you exist. Eventually, they get so caught up in being the center of their own universe, they don't notice you've become a part of it. And that's how I find out Angel the waitress is also Angel the actress. A fucking actress. Maybe somebody up there does like me because this just keeps getting better. Here. My elbows slip off the table as a glass clunks in front of me. Looking up, I see Angel standing at the edge of my table wearing a triumphant smile. I glance down at the tall shot glass full of thick white liquid, topped with whipped cream. What the hell is that? A sloppy seconds shot? And what is it doing in front of me?
You told me to prove I know what kind of man you are.
Dropping her palms against the table, she slides them forward until her breasts are eye level to my face.
Well, taking into consideration your lack of charm and weak conversation skills, I assume sloppy seconds are all you're used to.
Son of a bitch. I don't know whether to report this girl or worship at her feet. Instead, I push the shot away. You're ballsy, you know that?
And you're a sore loser.
Letting out a low laugh, she reaches across me to grab the wad of cash, but I clamp my palm over the top of her hand. Not so fast. Reaching under my wallet, I unroll the folded ticket. The bet was for you to bring me what I wrote on this paper. Her smile peels into a smirk as she closes the space between us, leaning across the table as her finger curls around the money. I can't help that my gaze goes straight to her chest again. I'm a man, and it's involuntary. That's when she lets out a low laugh.
My mistake, Cupcake.
I'm so distracted watching her tongue dart out and drag across her bottom lip. It's only the sight of my money disappearing that shakes some sense back into me. Growling, I grab her wrist. She's practically draped over my lap as she hisses,
"Let go of me."
I release my hold and let her take it and walk away with an extra sway in her hips, because, what the hell? That was the most entertainment I've had in weeks. It also verifies my instinct about her. Reaching into my pocket again, I pull out the creased picture, unfolding it with a calculated hand. What do you know? A slow smile spreads across my face as I glance from one fallen angel across the bar to another. Millie was right after all. Once you stop looking for what you want, you really do find what you need. I found her. I wait for Millie to respond to my text. Just when I'm about to type a few four-letter words, my phone lights up.
I still don't think this is a good idea.
Of course it's not. I never said it was a good idea, but it's the only one we've got. Good thing I don't pay you to think. 3 dots indicating active typing flash. Then stop. Then start again. What the hell? Is she writing a thesis?
Fine. What do you want?
To go back 17 years and not get in that fucking SUV for starters. But I don't type that. Instead, I set something in motion that could very well bite me in the ass. Build a blast with the headline, Alexandra Romanoff, found alive and well, and living in Chula Vista, California. I toss the phone face down on the table before she can respond. It's not the catchiest grab, but then again, it doesn't have to be. It's a guaranteed moneymaker. Regretfully, it's at this girl's expense. But we all can't win in life. It's not my fault I happen to be in the right place at the right time. Besides, it's not like what I'm about to offer isn't the opportunity of a lifetime for someone like her. We all pay a price in life. Show me a kid who dreams of growing up and airing people's dirty laundry for a living, and I'll show you a liar. But I'm not here to complain about labels when my life is on the line. Minutes ago, my ship was sinking. Then, she walked out from behind that piece of shit bar, saving the day. My ship and my ass. The woman who, in moments of taking my last $20, just became the most important person in my life, whether she likes it or not. That cocktail waitress is my golden ticket. She's everything I've been looking for. Perfect eyes, perfect hair, perfect charm, perfect wit, perfect puppet. The world wants an heiress, and I need them off my back. It's a no-brainer. People will sell their souls for $1 these days. My own words come out of nowhere, drilling holes into what little conscience I have left. For half a second, I hesitate. This is a ball that once put in motion can't be stopped. Fuck it. I sold my soul a long time ago. Besides, if I don't step up to the plate, someone else will. Why not me? Why not her? Once Angel hears what's in it for her, I doubt she'll have many objections. If she does, I'll charm my way past them. Just because I'm an asshole 90% of the time, it doesn't mean that 10% isn't lethal when I want it to be. I can lay a little girl to rest as I lay a brand new starlet at the world's feet. It's selfish, it's risky. It's a gamble that could very well land both of us behind bars. But I'm likely headed there anyway. And if she's desperate enough to try and scam me out of $20, she can't be far behind. And that's when I make my decision. I'm not leaving here without her. I slide out of my chair, anxious to get the show on the road. I don't have a tab to pay. The whiskey was on the house, and I already paid $20 for a goddamn drink I didn't even order. Which is a good thing, because thanks to a certain waitress, all I have left in my wallet are credit cards and condoms. Regrouping, I roll around what I'm going to say to Angel in my head as I bend over the table for my wallet. It's not there. I pat down my pockets. It's not there. I check again because surely I missed it. Surely I'm not the idiot who drove to the middle of nowhere, spent all night at Satan's pit stop, only to end up losing his wallet. A red haze blots my mind as I rewind the last hour. I had my wallet when I walked in. I had it with me at the table because I took cash out of it when Angel came over, and I decided to swing my dick around. She served me that fucking shot, shoved her tits in my face, leaned over to grab the money. Ding, ding, ding. I push off the table so hard it rattles. Fuck me. I spin around, pure octane pumping through my veins. Fuck this bar, fuck this waitress, fuck my wallet, and fuck my offer. It just turned into an ultimatum. As I tear through the kitchen, men in white aprons and bewildered faces glance up, unsure of whether to stop me or go back to doing their shit jobs. Most of them make the right choice, except for one exceptionally stupid asshole who steps in front of me. You can't be back here. Move. I surprise myself at how calm my voice sounds when I'm 2 seconds away from punching this guy's lights out. He starts to argue when a familiar pair of olive green eyes steps in front of him. Her fists balled at her side like she's pissed I want to hit this guy. Me. The guy she ripped off. Can I fucking help you, dick? She hisses. I'm on her before she can say a damn word. Wrapping my hand around her arm, I drag her out the back door as she stumbles behind me. It isn't until the metal door slams behind us and she realizes we're alone in a dark alley that she plants her feet and fights back. Are you insane? Let me go! The words come out a little shrill as if her mind is working at twice the speed of her mouth. I can tell she's calculating her best option for escape, and that's why I anticipate her next move before she can make it. Oh, you do like to play dirty, don't you? With a sharp twist, I block her aim and swing her around, driving us both into the side of the building. I just want to talk, Cupcake. But if your knee gets within grazing distance of my dick again, I have no problem doing it with your face down on the ground. I'll scream, she hisses, tugging on her pinned arms. A deep laugh rumbles in my throat. Oh, please do. And when the dishwater cavalry shows up, you can explain to them how you stole my wallet. She jerks against my hold again. I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't take your goddamn wallet. It's the response I expected. No? I arch an eyebrow. What would you call it? Borrowing it? So, I knock you down a few notches and won $20 because you have a god complex. So what?
That just means you're just another idiot with an inflated ego. You know, to make up for... Her eyes lowered to the tight space between us and a smirk tugging at her mouth. Much smaller things. Insults are the lowest form of retaliation. You can do better than that. Fuck you. I smile. See? Now you're not even trying. An infuriating hum rattles low in her throat. If I had your wallet, it'd be in my apron, and you have me pressed against a wall. There's not a lot left to the imagination here, champ. If your wallet is as big as you seem to think it is, don't you think we'd both feel it?
That's the second time she's insulted my dick. Normally, I don't let that kind of thing get to me. But something about this girl crosses all kinds of wires in my head. I grind my teeth. Cupcake, I'm going to tell you this one time, so I suggest you listen. Not only is my wallet really that big, you wouldn't be able to walk after having it shoved in your apron. I can't help but smirk when her lips part, and she lets out the smallest breath. That's why I think you would have hidden it someplace a little less conspicuous. I lower my gaze to where the tops of her breasts peek above her red top. Instead of being offended, she snorts.
Prove it.
Don't tempt me. If you think I'm too much of a gentleman to shove my hand down your shirt, you're wrong.
Go ahead. I dare you.
She growls. And taking it as an invitation, I release one of her wrists to dive into her cleavage when she smacks my hand away, adding,
Of course, that would be assault. So tell me, are you feeling lucky today, champ? You still want to spin that wheel?
A surge of emotions runs through me at once. Anger, frustration, irritation, and hell, maybe even a bit of respect. Not that I'd ever tell her that. Let's just say I'm not exactly LAPD's favorite person. Then again, something tells me this girl isn't exactly a shining star of morality herself. Okay, you win. Her jaw drops, and in that moment of weakened defense, I take a gamble and shove my hand down her shirt. Angel lets out a string of obscenities and comes off the wall swinging, but it's too late. Closing my fingers around the familiar leather, I drag it from between her breasts and dangle it in front of her face. You were saying?
Fine. So you busted me, she growls, crossing her arms over her chest. Good for you. You gonna turn me into the cops now?
They're the same words Naomi Greco said just a short while ago. Only this time, my answer will be very different. I can. You did steal from me, and I have witnesses. However, what do you say we work this out another way? Her eyebrows shoot up.
Excuse me?
I have a proposition for you. One that can make you a very rich woman, and as we both know, money is very important to you. Plus, you don't strike me as someone who walks away from a sure thing. I'm not sure what I expected, but it's not her open hand across my face. The one that connects with my cheek so hard, my head slingshots over my shoulder. By the time my ears stop ringing, she has both hands full of my shirt and fire in her eyes.
Go to hell, she hisses. I'm not a whore.
I'm still processing the fact I just got slapped for the second time tonight, so it takes a minute to realize why she's so pissed. Leaning down, I press our faces so close I can feel her breath on my cheeks. Christ, woman. I said I've got a proposition for you, not that I'm propositioning you.
I don't care. Call the cops. I'd rather go to jail than listen to anything you have to say.
For such a smart girl, you make some stupid assumptions, I say, shifting my position before she can raise her knee for round two. See, from the minute you swung that tight little ass over to my table, I got your number, Cupcake. You and me? We've fought for everything we have, and it's still not enough. It'll never be enough. Especially for you. She glances to the side. You know nothing about me. Oh, that's where you're wrong. Because this is what I do. This is the shit I live for. I've been taught by the best, and now I crave it. The hunt. The reveal. The look in their eyes when I read them like a bargain shelf book. You grew up poor. I press, grabbing her chin and forcing her eyes back on mine. Had a bad home life. And eventually you got sick of it and bounced. I mean, even the streets had to be better, right? Only they weren't. Life doesn't discriminate on who it fucks over, and it fucked you good, didn't it? The tension in her jaw pulses under my fingers, fueling me even more. She wants to pull away, but won't, because doing so would verify I've hit a nerve. I pause for dramatic effect. If 10 years in this business have taught me anything, it's the only thing people hate more than truth is silence. And this girl is no different. You were a kid with no skills, no money, and no choice but to take whatever shit job you could to survive. I take a breath, enjoying the flicker of fear in her eyes. I'm so close to cracking this girl's shell that I don't even care about the damn wallet anymore. That's how you were able to read me in a 2-minute conversation and go in for the kill. That kind of skill is only taught at the School of Hard Knocks. Are you done? Or do you want to read my palm next? Damn it. I'm starting to like this girl. Don't get me wrong. I have 2 eyes and a dick. But I also enjoy a challenge. She's throwing up roadblocks faster than I can knock them down. And that gets me off more than anything. If I hadn't spent the week running interference between a handful of fake heiresses and a tabloid-hungry mob, I might drag this out. But I'm not one to beat a dead horse, and this one is clinging to life by a thread. The moment I go in for the kill, she tilts her head down, and my mind blanks. I don't think to ask. My hand drifts on its own, my thumb brushing along the delicate curve of her neck. A spark of something I can't explain igniting. She inhales slowly. Why are you staring at me like that? I blink, the spark fading away. Instead of chasing it, I grab the brass ring already in reach. You're a little rough around the edges, but with a little coaching, we could actually pull this thing off. She smacks my hand away again. Only this time there's hesitation. Pull what off? I'm talking about a way out of this hellhole. Forget the wallet. Forget the cops. What if I told you I can offer you the acting job of a lifetime? One that can put $500,000 in your pocket in less than 2 weeks. Chapter 7. Dominic. She narrows her eyes, like I've offended her. Unbelievable. Muttering out a curse, I dig in my newly retrieved wallet and pull out a business card. I overheard you and that purple-haired bitch in there, I say, tipping my chin toward the bar. I know you're an actress, and your phone isn't exactly ringing with offers. Before she can spout off any more insults, I give her hand a tug and press the card into the middle of her palm. This isn't something I care to discuss next to a dumpster. Since you refuse to give me your number, mine is on the card. Think you can knock that chip off your shoulder long enough to call it? Her eyes trail down to the card in her hand. I watch as they scan the words embossed in gold. Her lips mouthing the name I've yet to reveal. Then every inch of her stills. Dominic McCallum, she says, spitting out my name as if she can't stand the taste of it. She looks up, disgust burning bright and hot in that murky green glare. Yes? It's all I offer. I've just thrown down the gauntlet. It's up to her whether she accepts the challenge. Holding my stare, she rips the card in two and tosses it to the ground by my feet. Fuck you. Tempting, but I want an answer first. Fuck you, I know. You've said that already. Stepping forward, I cage her against the wall again. But wishes come in threes, Cupcake. So if I were you, I'd be very careful about tossing out a third. Even with your shitty attitude, I might be tempted to grant it. You can go straight to hell. No thanks. Been there, done that. I don't recommend it unless you're into getting fucked in the ass by Satan. She stares at me for a minute, like she doesn't know what to say. Eventually, she just shakes her head and blows out a slow breath. What do you want from me? It's a simple question, which should have a simple answer. But I'm losing focus as our close proximity starts taking up all available space in my head. Everything. I growl. I don't know who leans in first. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's her. Maybe it's both of us. All I know is I'm imagining those lips wrapped around something a hell of a lot more enjoyable than an insult. Everything okay out here? The voice comes out of nowhere, and we spring apart like two overwound jack-in-the-boxes. Angel glances over my shoulder, a nervous smile tipping the corner of her cheek. So I follow her line of sight, straight to a shock of purple hair and black Sharpie-rimmed eyes. Great. Yeah, a customer lost his wallet and thought I might have seen it. But he was mistaken, right? She stares at me with a dare blazing in her eyes. If cocktail waitressing doesn't work out for this woman, she has a solid future in extortion. Right, I say, dragging out the word. Thanks for your time. I glance down at the ripped card strewn across my shoe. If you change your mind, I won't. The bartender stares at me with suspicion in her eyes, so I smile, just to be a dick. I have to get back to work. Angel scurries past me like someone lit her ass on fire. I watch as she swings the back door open, pausing only to glance over her shoulder at her friend. You coming, Violet? I'll catch up in a minute. Angel barely acknowledges her friend before the heavy metal door slams behind her. I'm not a man accustomed to small talk or manners, so I don't offer either as I turn around to leave. I have a ride to catch. Hey! Shoes scuffle behind me as a hand grabs my bicep. Dominic McCallum! I stop mid-stride. Shit. I'm not in the mood to deal with another wannabe actress who thinks my dick rings the doorbell to stardom. So I spin around, my thumb digging into my temple. Look, lady, I'm not your ticket to Hollywood. In fact, most agents prefer to spend their free time jabbing pins in little Dominic McCallum voodoo dolls. Shooting me a hard look, she lets go of my arm. That's not what... Her words trail off as she bends down to pick up my torn business card. Holding it up, she lets out a labored sigh. What you said to Angel, is it true? I mean, can you really? Son of a bitch. How long were you standing there? She shrugs. Long enough. I roll her cryptic admission around in my head as my rideshare app alerts me that my car is here. She clears her throat and I glance up to see her angling her head as if trying to look through me. If you're really offering her that kind of money, what's the catch? I was right. She was eavesdropping. Why do you assume there's a catch? There always is. As if on cue, my app chimes again. This has been fun, but my ride is waiting. Before I can take 2 steps, she blurts out, Is this about your search for Alexander Romanov? Spinning around, I narrow my eyes. Intuition has always saved my ass. And at the moment, warning signs are pinging off this girl like atomic road flares. I'm sorry?
Come on, McCallum. You think I'm stupid? I know that's why Reggie's girl slapped you. I heard everything. Not that it would have been hard to figure out. Every asshole with a telephoto lens and an overdrawn bank account is hunting for that girl.
So, what does that have to do with Angel?
You think I don't see the resemblance? I'm broke, not blind.
I force a blank expression. I don't follow. Only I do. And when she sighs, I know she does too.
You won't hurt her, right?
She stares down at her hands, and despite the sarcastic armor, I know this girl is being sincere. Look, I may be a lot of things, but homicidal isn't one of them. Choosing my words carefully, I offer a half-truth. There's $1 million on the line. People with less morals than me will do anything to get their hands on it, and most of them won't care what happens after the payout. She finally looks me in the eye. I have no idea what's rolling around in that Crayola head of hers, but as I watch her tap the ripped edge of my card against her bottom lip, I'm hoping it's surrender.
And you do?
Frustrated, I rake a hand through my hair. Let's just say I know what it's like to get thrown to the wolves. I wouldn't wish that on anyone. As her rigid posture relaxes, mine coils tighter than a starved python. That's just a little too much truth for me. I know the moment she sees it, too. The exact moment she resigns both of us to whatever she's been wrestling with.
Promise me you'll watch out for her?
What? Promise me! She yells, delivering a surprisingly hard punch to my chest. My palms fly up. Okay, Jesus, I promise. Keeping her eyes firmly on mine, she pauses before reaching in her apron and pulling out a pen. I watch as she scribbles frantically on the back of my torn card before shoving it in my face. The moment I take it, a shadow of regret passes over her face.
This is her address.
No, it can't be this easy. Why would you give me this? She stares at me before dropping her gaze to the destroyed card clenched in my hand.
If you can give her a better life, you need to convince her to listen to you.
Her voice catches as her eyes trail over her shoulder toward the dead-end bar.
No one deserves to die serving cheap booze in a dirty apron. Especially her. She has talent, McCallum, real talent.
How selfless of you. Unfortunately, you fell on the wrong sword. Even after stealing my wallet, she still refuses to listen to anything I have to say.
You're a persuasive guy,
she says, giving my chest a firm pat.
You'll figure it out.
I'm about to tell her I can't figure my way out of half the shit I'm in, when she adds,
You owe it to her.
She can't be serious. I'm sorry, you think I owe her for robbing me blind?
No. You owe her a chance. You ruined her life, McCallum. Then again, that's what you do, isn't it? Destroy people. Exploit weaknesses to make yourself feel like a big shot.
What the hell are you talking about? I've never met that girl before in my life.
No, I guess you wouldn't remember her.
Fire burns in her eyes.
I mean, she was just a faceless, nameless casualty in your quest for justice. Kind of like when you did that expose on Last First Kiss and shut down the whole production. Do you even remember the name of the actress you ruined in your crusade?
I can hear the hatred in her words. She spits them out like poisoned darts. But my skin has grown so thick through the years, I don't even flinch. Contrary to popular belief, I don't run around with a pitchfork ruining people's lives. But if I see an opening, I'll take it. Her name was Jade Saxton, I snap. And that producer is now serving a 10-year sentence for sexual assault. So you're welcome for that. She blanches. Even so, she was innocent. Justice isn't free, sweetheart. We all pay a price. Closing her eyes, she takes a deep breath before opening them. Look, you've already made the offer. I'm just asking you to follow through. I'll beg if that's what you want. Why? It's one word. Simple, to the point, and loaded with suspicion. Look where you are, McCallum. Spreading her arms wide, she gestures around the dark alley. You think if we had a choice, we'd choose this life? Waking up every morning wondering if that's the day we'll end up back on the streets? She sighs, the fury draining out of her. So, selling out your friend is your big selfless act? I don't trust you, McCallum, but between watching Angel barely survive and selling her out to a man who can save her, I'll sell her out every time. I'm still processing what she said when she turns to go back inside. By the way, she says, tilting her chin over her shoulder, Angel used to go by another name. I should walk away right now. Instead, I raise an eyebrow and wait. Back in Hollywood, she adds, before it was dragged through the mud and we ended up here. I almost don't ask. Somehow I know her answer will change everything. But I've never been one for a wait-and-see approach. What was it? The air hangs heavy between us as she utters the two words that start the countdown. Jade Saxton.
Chapter 8. Angel. Dropping my keys and backpack on the floor, I stumble into the tiny apartment Violet and I share. I don't bother turning on the lights. There's nothing in this shithole I care to see. Besides, I'm no stranger to the dark. Where most people fear the unknown, I'm drawn to it. They never understand until it's too late that the light is what they should fear. There's nowhere to hide under a spotlight. It doesn't chase away the monsters. It leads them right to your door. Kind of like Dominic McCallum. Of all the men to walk into the bar, of all the men to choose to steal from, it had to be the one I hate with every fiber of my being. So, why can't I get him out of my mind? Because I'm obviously insane. I grumble. Pulling my shirt over my head, I toss it on the floor and stumble toward the bathroom while simultaneously trying to pop the button on my jeans. Not an easy task, made painfully clear when I slam into the wall like a human pinball. Shit. Have I mentioned how much this day can go fuck itself? Keeping one hand braced against the wall, I bend down and kick off my sneakers. After 10 hours on my feet, the sudden freedom feels so good, I let out a groan that borders on obscene. Well, that was definitely worth the wait. The deep timbre of his voice skates up my spine, and I scream. Spinning around so fast, I slam into the wall again, my spine cracking against the cheap plaster. Who's there? Do you always wander around your apartment in the dark? I have a gun, I warn, which doesn't sound remotely convincing. You have a set of keys and a backpack, both of which you dumped at the door on your way in. My mind whirls as I try to figure out how he knows that, but logistics aren't important when I'm about to be murdered. I'll scream. He snorts. Be my guest. From the looks of the people who live around here, you're more likely to collapse a lung before anyone gives a shit. I hate the condescending tone in his voice, but what I hate even more is that he's right. I won't go down without a fight. His low chuckle floats across the room and crawls up my spine. Oh, Cupcake. I'm counting on it. Cupcake? Before I can say a word, there's a click, and I'm momentarily blinded as the room is bathed in bright light. Then my gaze lands on him. The man sitting on my couch with his hand shoved under the lampshade. "Oh, for fuck's sake, it's you?" "And it's you, Angel Smith." I wince at the sound of my name rolling off his tongue. Familiar icy blue eyes slide up and down my body, a wicked glint hiding behind them. "Quite a bit of you, in fact." I follow his gaze, mortified to realize I'm half naked. "Wipe that smirk off your face," I growl, grabbing my shirt off the floor and tugging it over my head. I was going to take a shower in what I thought was an empty apartment. My eyes narrow as they shift from him to the barred window. "How did you get in here anyway?" "Through the door." I swear, this man... "It was locked," I say through clenched teeth. "I had to use my key to open it, so unless you can walk through walls, I'll need another answer." He points a finger at me like I've just passed some kind of test. "Beautiful and quick-witted. You might just be the perfect woman, Angel Smith." "Do you ever give a straight answer, Mr. McCallum?" In response, he digs in his pocket and pulls out a switchblade. He waits a fraction of a second before pressing a button and causing one hell of a blade to pop up. "It's Dominic, and let's just say I acquired a few skills in my younger days that come in handy from time to time." "You picked my lock?" "In 10 seconds flat." With a click, the blade disappears, and he tucks it back in his pocket. "You should really look into getting a deadbolt." "And you should really look into seeking professional help. Stalking is a crime." Sighing, I rub my palm across my forehead. "I'm too tired for this shit. You already have your wallet, so what do you want? Your $20 back? Are you that hard up?" Digging into my pocket, I fish out his damn $20 and throw it across the room. "There, congratulations. You're now $20 richer and have proven you're not only a gigantic dick, but a huge perv." I fold my arms across my chest. "Do you want a gold star?" "No, but a thank you would be nice." "Excuse me?" "You're not the most punctual person, you know. After sobering up and driving over here, I still waited over 2 hours for you. There were only so many ways to entertain myself, and after refilling all your ice trays and organizing your underwear, I had to get creative." "You did what? To my what?" "Sit down, Angel." He waits, staring at me with those damn condescending eyes until I do exactly what I shouldn't. I sink into my chair. Nodding, he waves a hand in the air. "The point is, eventually, I had to take a piss." "What the hell does that have to do with—" "And happened to see this." He opens his palm, and in the middle sits a tiny black plastic circle, no bigger than a nickel. Red, blue, and yellow wires spider out of the end as if someone had hastily cut them. "What is it?" "That, Cupcake, is a high-tech waterproof camera." I look up at him in shock, and he nods. "Drilled into the ceiling, right above your shower." His free hand pats the knife stashed in his pocket. "My guess is if I let myself into your landlord's apartment, I'd find a whole wet and wild file he's jerked his dick raw to for months now." "That's it. At least if I took Reggie up on his offer, I'd get fucked for money. But this is too much. I can feel it bubbling up inside me like an overfilled pot. Now my hands are shaking, and I can barely see straight as I fly toward the couch and swipe the camera out of his hands. "Motherfucker!" I stomp toward the door. Dominic leaps to his feet and falls in behind me. "Where are you going?" "Where do you think? To kick this guy's ass so hard he chokes on his own balls." He grabs my arm before I can open the door. "Easy, Rocky. Not only is that the wrong thing to do, it's kind of anatomically impossible." I gape at him. "You want me to just sit back and take it?" "No, I want you to hit him where it hurts." "I'm trying," I hiss, grinding my teeth. "But you won't get out of my way." He shakes his head. "I meant his spank bank collection. Pain heals, Cupcake, but tits are forever. Besides, if you think this guy doesn't have 5 extra copies duped on a flash drive somewhere, you're naive as hell." "So what do you suggest I do?" "Let me handle it." A smirk tugs at his lips. It's that smirk that makes me step back. My stomach twists, a warning flashing through the static in my head. Predator. Clearing my throat, I cross my arms over my chest. And I'm supposed to just trust you? The guy who broke into my apartment and color-coded my underwear. You know, I'm all for attitude, but you might want to dial yours back a little. I scowl. Oh, trust me. You haven't heard attitude yet. He lets out a small laugh, his anger gone, just like that. Which is more rattling than if he'd shoved me against the wall again. Oh, trust me, I have. A full 2 minutes and 39 seconds of it. Chapter 9. Angel. I freeze, my gaze dropping to my feet. You remember me? His eyebrows shot up. You mean Jade Saxton? Well, let's just say it's hard to forget someone who can fit that many fuck yous into one voicemail. Now, Angel Smith, on the other hand, no. At least, not at first. However, your friend was pretty quick in jogging my memory. Fucking Violet. How... He scratches the stubble on his chin and shrugs. She ninja'd around the side of the building and overheard us talking. I'm going to kill her when she comes home. I bitched for 2 hours about Dominic McCallum and his fucking alley proposition, and she didn't say shit. She had no right to do that. She cares about you. Yeah, she cares so much she handed me on a silver platter to the man responsible for this. Flinging my arms out, I motion around the apartment. To the ugly vomit-colored couch, to the brown water-stained walls, to the cracked baseboards and hideous peeling linoleum floors. Take a good look, McCallum. I hope it was worth it. Dominic opens his mouth, and for a split second I think he's going to apologize. But then he shuts it. I didn't know you were her. If I had, you would have what? Not run the story? Not used me as a sacrificial lamb to stick it to the man? I'm goading him, but I don't care. The man? He laughs, repeating the word slowly. Do you even know what you signed on for? Yeah, the role of a lifetime. Try a low-budget film where the only action scenes being filmed were in Paolo Bellini's trailer. His words catch me off guard, and all the pain and shame come rushing back in a cloud of raw hurt. Cursing, I pull my hand back and swing, only for it to come to a dead stop. Dominic's fingers are wrapped around my wrist, and when I look up, I'm ensnared with a calculated stare. I don't mince words, Miss Smith. His callous tone mirrors the cold expression on his face. The truth may hurt, but distorted reality does a lot more damage. He nods at the camera, still clenched in my other hand. Believe what you want, but I did you a favor. A favor? Jerking my arm out of his grasp, I turn away, my teeth grinding together as I close my eyes and count slowly in my head. Look, I got that role because I'm a damn good actress, McCallum. I say, cutting him off. But because of you, every producer assumed I was much better at spreading my legs. Opening my eyes, I stare at the wall in a swell of fury. The name Jade Saxton became a joke. No one would return my phone calls or give me an audition, at least one that wasn't on my knees. There, I said it. I unleashed the words I'd held in for so long. So why the hell didn't I feel better? Why is the hollow pit inside my stomach still there? Because he never paid for his sins. A voice whispers. Because you lost everything while he built an empire. Because you sank to the bottom while he floated away. Last First Kiss was supposed to be my big break. It was payment for a lifetime of pain. I knew the producer was a sexist pig. Everyone knew it. Maybe some of those girls blew their way into their roles, but not me. I earned mine. But none of that mattered when Beyond the News decided it was open season on Paolo Bellini. If you had a vagina, you were guilty. No trial, no defense. Dominic McCallum banged his almighty gavel, and that was it. We were all hung in the court of public opinion. So, why Chula Vista? I cut my eyes at his flippant change of subject. Once again, he just rips off the scab and leaves me to bleed. Car broke down. Money ran out. The G-Spot was hiring. I shrug. Take your pick. Trust me, if everything had worked out, I'd be in Phoenix by now. What's in Phoenix? It's a question I'm not prepared to answer, so I don't. Instead, I roll my neck, wincing at the tight muscles. It's been a long day, Mr. McCallum. As much as I've enjoyed being harassed at work, dragged into alleys, pushed against walls, and attacked in my own home, if it's all right with you, I'd like to take my shower and go to sleep now. No. I blink. I'm sorry. Did you say no? Pretty and observant. You're quite the package, Angel Smith. He tosses a smug wink at me, then all I can think about is stealing that knife in his pocket and jabbing it in his eye. Try winking then, asshole. Now that we've resolved past grudges. Resolved? I laugh. You can't be serious. But he is, which is made obvious by the fact he continues to speak. I believe we still have my offer to discuss. Get out! Just give me 5 minutes, and if what I have to say doesn't convince you to give me 5 more, I'll leave. Does this have anything to do with the shit you tried to pull with Reggie's new girl? He doesn't answer, and for the second time today, I hesitate. Probably a huge mistake, but I don't see how this could get any worse. 5 minutes, and you'll leave? You have my word. Great. I mumble. I'll add it to the other worthless shit I own. I motion toward our pathetic excuse for a couch. Have a seat. Thank you. He's all confident and powerful and fucking infuriating. The way he smiles around the words and the way those electric eyes never seem to blink causes me to ache in the worst kind of way. The pain isn't brutal, but more like subtle stabs. Sort of like taking a running leap into a giant pit of thumbtacks. He's the asshole who stole your dream, I remind myself. I can't let a pretty face and a nice body distract me from reality. A sinfully defined, toned body. I swallow hard, running a hand along my throat where my pulse is dancing the tango. 5 minutes. I agreed to this to get him out, not to proposition my stalker. So I clear my throat and sit in a nearby chair. Tossing the camera beside me, I clench my hands together in my lap. Let's hear it, Mr. McCallum. It's Dominic. His broadened smile sends my resolve flying out the window, and a rush of heat between my legs. No, I am not attracted to him. I let out a groan and clench my teeth. Focus, Angel. He leans forward and balances his elbows on his knees. You seem nervous, Miss Smith. He's close. So close I ditch my own rules and breathe him in. God, he smells good. A deep mix of rich coffee and earthy pine, like Christmas morning. Well, what I imagine Christmas morning would smell like. Not that I've ever had one. The thought jerks me out of my lust-filled haze and slams me back into reality. Nervous? I repeat the word, hating the slight wobble in my voice. Not at all, You have 4 minutes left. His rough laugh melts over my skin. What would you say if I told you I could not only fast-track your way back into Hollywood, I could make you the biggest star they've ever seen? I told you before, I'm not a whore. And I told you before I don't mean in exchange for sex. I quirk an eyebrow, which he answers with a wicked grin. I mean, I wouldn't turn it down, but that's not what this is. I'm offering a professional opportunity for mutual gain. So, what do you say? I say there must be something you want pretty bad to make such big promises. I force a polite smile. You have 2 minutes to tell me what it is before I call the cops. He smiles back, but it's nowhere near as polite. How about I show you instead? Keeping his eyes on me, he reaches into his pocket and pulls out a worn picture. Carefully unfolding it, He flips it around between his fingers and holds it up for my inspection. It's a little girl, and the longer I stare, the more my eyes sting. Not because of the obvious expensive dress she's wearing, but because of the vacant, sad look in her eyes. She's looking at the camera as if begging someone to hear her. Cute kid. Look familiar? Long dark hair and green eyes. That's not me. No, it's Alexandra Romanov. This picture was taken 4 days before the murders. I'm still staring at the photo when he pulls out another folded-up picture and holds it up. But this is an FBI aged progress photo of what Alexandra Romanov would look like today. This one is much different. It's a woman. Older, but just as sad. I stare at her long dark hair and haunted green eyes. I swallow hard at the stubborn set of her jaw and pale skin. He's right. The resemblance is uncanny. Look, I'm not interested in whatever... I'm sure I don't have to tell you. It's the 15th anniversary of her disappearance, he says, drawing my attention back to the hard lines on his face. It's all over the news that the estate has offered $1 million reward for information leading to her return. What does that have to do with me? His hold tightens on both pictures as he pushes them even closer. To quote a certain mouthy waitress, it's been a long day. Do I really need to point out the obvious? You could be sisters, or at the very least, cousins. That's when it hits. When his words from earlier make sense, and all his cryptic offerings converge into a moment of stark clarity. Horrified, my jaw drops. Have you lost your fucking mind? You want me to pretend to be Alexandra Romanov? As in the Hollywood royalty Romanovs? He shrugs, as if the idea isn't absurd. As if we're simply trick-or-treating down Rodeo Drive. The estate has hundreds of idiots trying to pass themselves off as Alexandra Romanov every day. They'll never get past the phone screen. I let out a patronizing laugh. And you think I will? You have something they don't have. Common sense? Me. He smirks. Like it or not, when I talk, people listen. If I write that I've found the missing heiress, you'll get more than a phone screen. You'll get the keys to the kingdom. Wait, this is what you were talking to Naomi about? So, what, she failed your little test, so you thought you'd give me a spin? I wouldn't quite put it that way. Even if I were to consider this, which I'm not, your plan has a fatal flaw. He raises an eyebrow, and I let a pause hang in the air before leaning forward. The Romanovs are the first family of Hollywood. Do you honestly think the estate would hand over $1 million over a cartoon printout? They'll demand a DNA test, and once that comes back, I won't have to worry about getting kicked out of my apartment. I'll be behind bars. The DNA test won't be a problem. I snort. Yeah, right. The next thing you'll tell me is you know a guy. A slow smirk creeps across Dominic's face, and my stomach drops. Oh my God. You know a guy. That's a conversation for another day. He glances at his watch. I believe my 5 minutes are up, Miss Smith. Dragging that smoldering stare up to my face, he cocks a dark, slanted eyebrow. So, do I get 5 more, or do I leave? Why do you enjoy digging into people's pasts, Mr. McCallum? It's Dominic, and don't avoid the question. He looks at me again. It's just a simple glance, but it carries the weight of an avalanche behind it. If I'm not careful, it'll bury me. I clear my throat while fighting to regain my senses. I'm not interested. Do you have a deep-seated aversion to success, Angel? Drawing my eyes up, I collide with his icy stare. You tell me, Mr. McCallum. After meticulously folding both photos, he tucks them back in his pocket and leans closer. I told you to call me Dominic. And I told you I wasn't interested in your offer. I guess neither of us listens too well. A low laugh rumbles in his throat, and he shifts backward, draping his arm over the back of the couch. I've already warned you about that attitude, Cupcake. While I can appreciate a ballsy woman, the public likes their starlets demure. I'm not your Cupcake, I huff. Suddenly standing, he clears the distance between us in only a few steps. I have every intention of looking him right in the eye and telling him to get out. But the thing is, well, it's not his eyes I'm staring at. He's just the right height, and my chair is low enough to land my face 2 inches from his groin. And judging from the massive bulge in his pants, that's the only thing that's 2 inches. I want to look away, but I can't. It's like I've been dickmatized, and the more I stare, the warmer my face gets. Angel? I glance up to find an amused smirk on his face. My eyes are up here. Leaping to my feet, I tip my head back and glare at him. At his eyes. Yep, definitely his eyes. Dominic glances down at the non-existent space between us. Don't give me an answer right now. It's late, and we both need some sleep. Believe it or not, there's a decent place to stay nearby that doesn't have bars on the windows. Asshole. Take the night to think it over. My producer has to get back to LA, so I'll have her drop me off at a rental car place in the morning, and then I'll come by. Say, around 10 o'clock. We'll go for coffee. My treat. I pretend to swoon. Such a big spender. Unfortunately, I'll have to decline. I have to be at the bar at 10. Then make it breakfast, and I'll be here at 8. Hooking a finger under my chin, he tips my face up. I suggest you unlock the door for me, Miss Smith. Unless you prefer I do it myself. Do it, and I don't think you'll like what happens next. Oh, Cupcake, you have no idea what I like. He lowers his head, his lips barely brushing against the shell of my ear, but it's enough that I have to press my lips together to trap the moan threatening to slip out. But I know exactly what you like. I don't know why I ask. He's obviously baiting me, but my mouth refuses to cooperate and gobbles it up before my brain can reel it back in. Is that right? And what do I like? I only vaguely register him moving toward the door, but the wolfish grin he gives me as he cocks his chin over his shoulder permanently brands itself into my memory. I guess you'll just have to open the door to find out.
Chapter 10. Dominic. Silence is the gateway to hell. That's why, after the damn radio won't turn on, I drive down a dusty road in Chula Vista at 7:45 in the morning, with the devil on my mind instead of the woman I'm on my way to see. The devil is a tricky fucker. He operates a lot like a credit card. He'll lay the world at your feet and ask for nothing in return. For now. That's the thing about making deals with a man who rules the underworld. He waits until you hit rock bottom, and then he strikes. And to be honest, his business plan is a lot more tempting than his saintly counterpart. But there's an old saying, everything in life comes with a price tag. Eventually the devil will come calling, and just like a credit card, if you fucked around and let the interest pile up, there's no way out. Your soul is his. My mom used to have a saying, too. Wish in one hand, shit in the other. Then see which one fills up the fastest. As a kid, I ignored it, much like I did most of the life tips she imparted during the rare hour or two she found herself coherent. But it wasn't until years later, when I was 15, that it finally clicked. When I hadn't eaten in 3 days. When I was desperate and reckless. The day I met the devil. 17 years ago. Same shit, different day. I'm sitting next to a gutter, my stomach gnawing a hole in itself, when some asshole in a designer suit walks out of the deli behind me. I try to ignore him, but the smell of meat and cheese is driving me crazy. So, yeah, I watch this lucky bastard. I watch him straighten his tie, take one bite of a meatball sub, then throw it in the trash. And I lose it. A damn meatball sub flips a switch in my head. So, I fall in line behind the asshole who tossed it, and just as he rounds the corner onto a side street, I make my move. Within seconds, I have his wallet in my hand without causing the slightest flutter of his suit jacket. Feeling smug, I slow my stride, ready to turn back, when a strong hand grabs my wrist. Run. But I can't. All I can do is stare at the inked hand holding me in place. Colorful tattoos cover his skin, but once my eyes lock on the biggest one, my heart pole vaults into my throat. An ornate cross spans his wrist to his knuckle, a scroll twisting around it bearing the words L'unica Familia. That's when I look at his face. Fuck. Of all the men in L.A., I had to pickpocket Luciano Ricci, a fucking made man in the Vitoli crime family. Time tangles itself in a tight little coil, only to spring apart in a spray of movement, metal, and rapid Italian. 1 minute, I'm facing a gangster on a crowded street. In the next, I'm facing an alley wall with a gun pointed at the back of my head. Luciano nods, and one of his men twists my arm behind me like a pretzel. Locking his fingers behind his back, he paces around me, tilting his head side to side, like a lion assessing his prey. Finally, a cold smile spreads across his face. You're gonna wish you hadn't done that, boy. Wish in one hand, shit in the other. Then see which one fills up faster. It's ironic that it takes standing in a dirty back alley with a gun pressed to the back of my head for that phrase to finally make sense. Wishful thinking is nice, but it's not reality. This is reality. And reality sucks. Just like a handful of shit. Kill me. He blinks. What? Are you deaf? I shout. I said pull the trigger and get it over with. In 2 wide steps, we're face to face. So close I can smell the marinara on his breath. Do you know who the fuck I am? You're Luciano Ricci. You answer to Marco Vitoli, and I'm pretty sure he'd be pissed to hear you got pickpocketed by a 15-year-old street rat. Daggers shoot from his eyes. I guess he's waiting for me to elaborate, but I don't. Finally, he grabs my face. Boy, do you have a death wish? Maybe I do. Luciano smiles. The men behind me laugh. I stare all of them down. I might only be 15, but by God, I'm no pussy. If I'm about to die, I'll die like a man. But there's no gunshot, no pain, no bright light or demons rising from hell, like Mom keeps warning me about. Only Luciano's smirking face as he nods toward the men behind me and lowers his hand. What's your name, boy? Dominic. Well, Dominic, you keep fucking with the wrong people and someday you'll get your wish. That tattooed hand clamps around the back of my neck. But today is not that day. Without another word, he steers me toward the black SUV idling at the far end of the alley. It isn't until we're seated in the back and traveling down Hollywood Boulevard that he pulls out a cigar. We sit in silence as he takes his time unwrapping the cellophane. By the time he lights the end, the short fuse I have left burns to the ground. Look, Death wish, huh? He chuckles in between puffs. Well, let me give you a piece of advice.
Dominic. He jabs the cigar at my chest. If you want something, you make it happen. Wishes and hope are useless weapons, and the fool who stands with his hand out waiting for life to step up to the plate only ends up with two things. What? His lip curls. Empty hands and an empty wallet. Chapter 11. Dominic. Present day. Angel narrows her eyes. What's that look for? We're sitting across from each other at an outdoor cafe, about 10 miles outside Chula Vista. Coming here was a strategic move to force her out of her comfort zone. At the bar and her apartment, she had the upper hand. Now we're on neutral ground, and there's nowhere to run. No Violet to interrupt, no door to throw me out of, and I'm not leaving without the answer I want. Nothing, I mutter, forcing myself not to stare at her like a fucking pervert. She doesn't buy it. Made evident by the exaggerated eye roll as she dumps at least a quarter cup of sugar in her coffee. I watch her lift the cup to her mouth. She catches me staring at her lips. She pauses, the corner of her mouth curling in a knowing smirk. Fuck. This devil kisses my ass vibe she has going on is doing nothing to calm the hard-on I've had for damn near 15 hours. There are only so many times a man can jerk off before his dick needs medical attention. Angel opened the door before I could knock this morning. Dressed to kill in a pair of cut-off jean shorts and a camouflaged shirt with crisscross ties halfway down her chest. On anyone else, it would look basic. But on her, it looks effortlessly sexy. Angel clears her throat again, her hands locked tight around her cup. You were saying? I study her, saying nothing. There's wisdom in silence most people don't take the time to hear. After all, humans have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. A fact that seems to escape most of Los Angeles. While the loudest voice usually gets the most attention, sometimes it's the most subtle things that make the most noise. And Angel's noise is literally a noise. Every time she's uncomfortable, she clears her throat. I don't even think she's aware she's doing it. And I'm sure as hell not going to tell her. I was going to say thank you for hearing me out, I say. You didn't give me much choice. Have you thought about my offer? As usual, she makes me wait for an answer as she takes a thoughtful sip from her cup. The corners of her mouth turn down as she studies the sugary liquid. Haven't thought about much else. And? There's a loud clink as she settles her cup back into its saucer. Turning, she digs through a faded canvas bag and pulls out a newspaper. Those smoky green eyes flashing as she holds it up to my face. Have you read this? Is that a serious question? That's like asking Bill Gates if he follows the stock market. Okay, I'll give you that. My point is, the public is tearing all these girls coming forward to shreds, Dominic. She clears her throat again as she points to the bottom of the page. This poll alone claims 72% of the country think she's dead. This is a bad idea. We're going to crash and burn. We're going to. Her wording doesn't escape me. Does that mean you accept? I'm speaking hypothetically. The words fall flat, her attention settling on something over my shoulder. Whatever it is causes her to lean forward. When she tilts her chin up and peers even closer, I see the moment aggression and petulance give way to curiosity and intrigue. I twist around to find a woman sitting at a table behind us. There's nothing out of the ordinary about that. But it's what she's holding that catches my attention. I watch as she shakes her head at the same paper Angel's holding, muttering to herself. 15 years later and they still haven't found her. Maybe she's the only smart one in the bunch. Excuse me? I flash a smile so bright it belongs in a toothpaste commercial. Are you talking about the Romanov murders? Fact number 1. A polished smile will hide a lot of rust. The woman smiles back. Yes, why? Well, I couldn't help but overhear. And I'm intrigued with your insightful analysis. Fact number 2. Flattery will get you everywhere. She blushes and beams and whatever other shit women do when falling for a cheap line. I'm almost insulted. She could at least make me work for it. Stifling a smile, I cock my head to the side. So, have you heard about the reward? I can't see Angel's face, but there's no mistaking the subtle fury rippling off her in waves. I've caught her off guard, which was what I wanted. She's too rigid, too planned, too wrapped up in that bulletproof vest she wears like a shield. Enthusiasm passes over the woman's face. I don't know her, but I can see dollar signs spinning like a slot machine in her eyes. Well, who hasn't? She taps the paper in her hands, then motions around us. We're in the Mecca where opportunity is king, are we not? Not, considering we're sitting in a cafe outside Chula Vista. But I let that one go. True, and I believe that phrase is crap is king. Much like a reward dependent on producing a body that's been shark bait for a decade and a half. Her lips part in shock, and she wasn't expecting that. Are you telling me you believe she's dead? That the killer took the time to take one body out of the house and dump it in the Pacific? Maybe, maybe not. Well, there were rumors, you know. Folding her arms in front of her, she leans forward. Drugs? Sex? Vendettas? I mean, even royalty can't screw people over without eventually getting screwed themselves. What does that have to do with Alexandra? Both of us turn to see Angel, her lips pressed in a tight line and her eyebrows drawn together in concentration. She's invested. It's not just words on a page anymore. It's real. And it's about to be payday. I have to bite the inside of my cheek to keep from smirking. The girl was 8 years old, the woman blurts out. Some people claim seeing that stuff day in and day out really did a number on her. Messed with her mind. She taps her finger against her temple and shakes her head. Behind me, Angel clears her throat. They think she's crazy? Setting the newspaper down, the woman reaches for her coffee. I think the girl is out there getting a good laugh at the media frenzy she's caused. Mic, fucking, drop. I couldn't have set it up any better if I'd planned it. Tipping my chin to the side, I hold Angel's conflicted stare. And what if she came forward? The woman takes another sip of coffee. I'd say it proves my point. Nodding toward Angel, she lets out a huff. Crazy? More like crazy like a fox. I can't hold back the smirk any longer. Shifting back around in my chair, I soak in the sight of Angel, mouth open, eyes blazing, and fists clenched. I'll pay for this, but it's worth every dime. Angel's mouth snaps shut. Heat radiates off her. It starts at the base of her neck and spreads like an erupting volcano up her throat, painting her face the color of lava. I'm getting ready to get my ass handed to me, and sick son of a bitch that I am, the thought makes me hard as fucking stone. Bring it, baby. She cocks her chin. What the hell is that smirk all about? Nothing. Nothing but me reading you like a book, Cupcake. It's nothing. So, did that answer your question? Glancing down, she runs her thumb along the edge of the newspaper. You think one woman in a cafe is an accurate representation of popular opinion? Jesus Christ, I groan, slumping back into my chair. What more do you want from me? She shrugs, those full, sinful lips curling in an amused smirk. Do you really want me to answer that? Yes, No! Fuck. This meeting has gone so off the rails, it's barreling into oncoming traffic. Damn this woman and her evasive bullshit. So, let's discuss the logistics of how this will play out. Let's not, she growls, her flirtatious tone hitting an acidic note. I'm not surprised. It's the response I expected. She's been more than uncooperative and somewhat hostile all morning. Angel, come on. This is ridiculous. Most people would jump at the opportunity for this kind of fame. And how should I do that, Dominic? She hisses. Telling Alexandra's story in her own words. Your words, I add. My own words. Right, she snorts, throwing the phrase back in my face. So, if I refuse, you'll let this whole thing go? No. I'll eventually find a more cooperative and less argumentative girl to accept my offer. But it'll be a lot more work and take a lot more effort on my part. And why is that? Because you're an impassive time suck, that's why. She won't have your talent. She won't have your natural ability or charm. I play games with people. I stir the pot and watch it boil. And yes, I use words as weapons. But I've never been more honest than when I lock eyes with her and admit, you could sell water to a drowning man. Her cheeks flush. I thought you said I was uncooperative and argumentative. I wink. Only to me. When she scowls, I spread my palms on the table. You heard that woman. The public wants your words. They need your words. Where you've been. What you've been doing. How you ended up in Chula fucking Vista, for God's sake. You. What? You keep saying you instead of Alexandra. That's because, as of right now, you are Alexandra. Forget last first kiss. This is the role of your life, Angel. Play it well enough and you'll leave this world a legend. After a lifetime of lies. Angel's face tightens, and I can't explain it, but she just looks sad, exhausted, as if she's lost in the struggle of her own web. I don't know what makes me do it. Raw instinct, lingering lust, Satan and his sick sense of humor. Whatever the reason, I reach across the table and grasp her hand. Living a lifetime of lies is better than suffering one more day of your truth, says the man who hides his face behind a computer screen. I give her an irritated look. Okay, cut the shit. If you don't plan to cooperate, why agree to meet me today? She stares down at our still joined hands. To ask you to let this go. Are you insane? I yell a bit too loudly, because half the tables turn around and give me a dirty look, which I return. Fuck 'em. If they wanted silence, they should have stayed at home. Jerking my hand away from Angel's, I lean close. There's $1 million on the line. You can't seriously think I'm going to drop a gold mine like this just because you look at me like that. Like what? She asks, arching a brow. Like all you have to do is give me bedroom eyes and I'll fall at your feet. Maybe that tactic works for you most of the time, but I assure you, I'm not like most of the men you date. First, Angel's jaw ticks. Then her teeth grind together as if she's sawing razors. But it's her eyes that warn me of the impending explosion. The muted green darkens as the storm rolls in. An unforgiving, catastrophic bitch of a storm intent on leveling anything in its path. She raises her middle finger, the chair scraping across the concrete slab as she shoves it back. Fuck you. Without another word, she stomps off, finger still in the air, and disappears inside the main part of the cafe. God damn it. Jerking my wallet out of my pants, I grab a handful of bills and throw them on the table before taking off after her. Angel couldn't have had more than a 30-second head start. But I'll give it to her. The girl is fast. After all but running out the front door, I find her standing next to the passenger side of my rental car, with her back toward me. I smile, knowing she has her arms crossed over her chest, cursing my name because she stomped her ass all the way out here only to realize I'm her ride home. "You're wrong," she says quietly. Taking a risk, I move closer until I'm a few inches behind her. "Angel, I don't date." She spins around, her simmering gaze dipping from my eyes to my chest. "You were wrong about me back then, and you're wrong about me now." What do I say to that? That I'm sorry? Because I'm not. I'm sorry she got buried in the avalanche I created, but I'm not sorry I sent a sexual terrorist to jail. A man who preyed on the fresh-faced innocent girls who came to Hollywood with stars in their eyes. He deserved everything he got. But Jade Saxton? She deserved better. Angel, The word sorry's right there on my lips. But instead of saying it, I slam them against hers before either of us can react. Angel's muffled protest is trapped between our mouths, and her palms fly to my chest as if to push me away. Only she doesn't. Her fingers curl into my shirt, those sharp nails digging into my skin. My control breaks. I take, sliding my tongue into her mouth without the slightest restraint. My hand dives into her hair, twisting it around my fingers. We kiss harder, ignoring the fact we're in a public parking lot. And when she moans into my mouth, I fucking lose it and push her against the car. "Stop!" Angel breaks the kiss, her chest rising and falling with labored breaths as she pulls away. Her fingers pressed against her swollen lips, as if they will somehow erase the feel of mine. They won't. Because, like it or not, this town sucks my dick. When I want something, I get it. I wanted out of the shithole of a mess, so I made her an offer that would make history. But now, we're going to rewrite it. But Angel has to be handled carefully, so I played the apologetic asshole role with gusto. Stepping back, I rake a hand through my hair. That was out of line. She crosses her arms over her chest. "You think?" Sighing, I press my thumb against my temple. "Look, I didn't mean to imply you use men to get what you want. What I meant to say was that you have a way about you, Angel. A very alluring way that naturally makes men want to do whatever you want." "Really? Because I want to be left alone, but you can't seem to naturally grasp that." "What do you have to lose?" I ask, throwing out a final Hail Mary. "A shitty apartment and a shitty job?" For some reason, that seems to get to her. She relaxes the grip her arms have on her chest. "What's in it for you? And be straight with me this time. No more of this half-answer crap. I want the truth." "A story." Angel raises her eyebrows and glares at me. I roll my eyes. "And money. Look, I don't care how much a man has. 500K is 500K. It's the truth. Something I didn't mean to throw out there, but my master plan is going down in flames pretty fast." "That's another half-answer," she accuses, and then twists round to walk away. But I catch her arm and spin her back around. "Fine. You want the truth? You don't get to where I am in life and not step on a lot of toes along the way, sweetheart. Some were by accident, and others were very much on purpose. Somebody didn't like what he saw in the mirror I shoved in front of his face and decided to take it out on my ass. I almost tell her about the lawsuit, but pull back at the last minute. BTN is operating in the red, and if I don't get some cash flow soon, I'm going to lose everything." An awkward second of silence quickly turns into 5, then 10. Just as I'm about to do something drastic, like speak the name of a man who should never be used as a bargaining tool, she sighs. Fine. Wait. What? Fine? I know I'll live to regret this, but I can't argue that $500,000 would change my life. Not to mention Violet's. With that kind of money... Stopping mid-sentence, she shakes her head. It's not important. Facts are facts. I'd be saving her too. So, that's a yes? I ask, slowly. You'll do it? Yes. Provided you guarantee the DNA test will prove I'm Alexandra Romanov, you've got a deal. Nodding, she spins around and taps on the car window. Now, let's go. Where? To the G-spot, so I can say goodbye to Violet. I don't have much to pack, so that shouldn't take long. On our way to L.A., you can start teaching me everything I need to know about Alexandra Romanov. One thing you'll learn is I do nothing half-assed, Mr. McCallum.
Chapter 12. Angel. I blink back tears as the seconds of my life tick away. You'll come see me, right? Babe, you know I can't. A tear escapes down my cheek, and Violet grabs my hand. It's better this way. You know I'm a shitty liar. What does that have to do with anything? I ask, swiping the back of my hand across my face. You'll have 1,000,000 reporters following you around 24/7. She says gently, giving my hand a squeeze before dropping it. I don't want to risk blowing your cover. I nod. It's all I can do because words seem so hollow. She's right. I have a story to stick to. I have lies to tell and a whole world of people to fool. If opportunity is the friend who knocks, greed is the jilted ex-lover who kicks the door in. I twist my fingers, glancing around the bar one last time. What am I going to do without you, Vi? You're my glue. She scrunches her face. Your what? My glue. Whenever I break, you always pick up the pieces and put me back together. I'm still cracked, but you're the glue keeping everything intact. Without you... I clear my throat and stare at my feet, letting my words trail off. Violet lands a heavy hand on both my shoulders. You listen to me. Angel Smith may chip, but she does not break. Letting go, she steps back and tips her chin toward the door. Now, go on before I do something stupid like cry. I wish she would. I wish she'd fall down on her knees and beg me not to go. I wish she'd tell me this whole thing is an impending disaster. And I'm a fool for falling for Dominic McCallum's convincing words and intoxicating kisses. If she did, I'd stay. But she doesn't. So I don't. Well, I guess that's it. I'm not good at goodbyes, so I give her a tight smile. See ya. She nods. See ya. I turn to leave when Violet throws her arms around me in a hug so fierce I can barely breathe. Be careful, Ange. She whispers into my hair. Remember, he's made a living out of playing people. I have to blink a few times to absorb her words. Detangling her hold, I grasp her shoulders and choke out a nervous laugh. Whoa, you're the one who set this in motion. Now you're warning me? Just watch your back. A man like that has two faces, and you never see the ugly one until it's too late. Chewing on the inside of her cheek, she manages a half-hearted smile. As long as you don't fall blindly in love with the pretty one and forget that, you'll be okay. So, what do you think? I glance up, my brows knitting together as Dominic stands over me, beads of sweat rolling down his temples. I'm sorry, what? He cocks his head. You seemed kind of off since we left the bar. Are you okay? No, I'm not okay. But I can't tell him that. I can't replay the conversation I had with Violet. The one where she warned me he was a Jekyll and Hyde wrapped up in a Calvin Klein ad. He's already proven he'll railroad anyone who gets in his way. I know that firsthand. I won't let him drag her name through the dirt. I fidget under the weight of his stare, my eyes burning with tears I refuse to let fall. I hate emotion. I hate the person I become when I let it in. Vulnerable, raw, exposed, weak. That's why I love acting. It provides the ideal platform for turning on and off at will. I force a weak smile. It's just a lot to take in. Before he can probe anymore, I change the subject. So, what did you ask me again? I can tell he doesn't buy a damn thing I'm saying, but to my relief, he lets it go. I asked you what you thought about leaving the rest of this stuff here. You weren't kidding when you said you didn't have much to pack. He motions to the beat-up suitcase sitting on my bed. Most of your clothes and shoes fit in this, so unless you have any sentimental, I don't. It's okay if I said I don't, okay? I should have let it drop, but for some reason my mouth keeps moving and words keep spilling out. I learned pretty young not to get attached to stuff. It just gets taken away. I'm not surprised when he doesn't answer. What's he supposed to say to something like that? Oh, poor little orphan, sorry your life was shit. Here's another $20. Fuck that. I don't need a handout. Other than a $500,000 handout, you mean? I cringe as we're plunged into an awkward silence neither of us seems to know how to navigate. Dominic tips his head back and rubs his knuckles up and down his neck. I rock back and forth on the floor, bouncing an anxious gaze from wall to wall, trying not to stare at how the corded muscles in his neck stretch under his fingers. Trying not to stare at how he pushes his tongue against the back of his top teeth on a hard exhale. A man like that has two faces, and you never see the ugly one until it's too late. As long as you don't fall blindly in love with the pretty one and forget that, you'll be okay. Damn it. Why does he have to be so pretty? Dropping his hands, he lets out a frustrated sigh. You're not having second thoughts, are you? Yep. Second, third, fourth. I run my finger over a stain on the carpet, my gaze drifting toward the window. No, I made a promise, and I'm keeping it. Hey. Bending down, he crooks his finger under my chin. Don't be scared. Trust me, I've got this. Don't be scared, little one. Trust me, I've got this. I freeze. Squeezing my eyes shut, I try to chase after the words as they fade back into that locked place that scratches in the back of my head. There's a faint scent of pennies, brightly colored fireworks, and then nothing. Opening my eyes, I blink, my breath feeling trapped in my lungs as I gaze at Dominic. What did you say? I said, I've got this. Did you... I blow out a shaky breath. Did you call me little one? No. His eyebrows draw together in confusion just before a wicked smile peels across his face. Why? Do you want me to? I smack his hand away. I'm serious. Ouch, shit, okay, he says, holding up both hands. No, I didn't. Pausing, he looks down at me like I'm a strange animal. Are you sure you're feeling all right? I shake my head, forcing the whole thing out of my mind. Yeah. Look, can we just go? I don't want to drag this out. Thankfully, Dominic doesn't push back. Leaving me drowning in my own daze, he latches my suitcase and drags it off the bed. I'm going to take this down to the car, if you want to do a once-over before we leave. I nod. I'll be right down. As soon as I hear the front door close, I climb to my feet and wander from room to room, staring at empty space. That's when the realization hits me. Even with my things gone, this place doesn't look any different. Almost as if I was never here in the first place. Maybe living so simplistically was a subconscious attempt to not put down roots in Chula Vista. Maybe I told myself not making this place mine meant there was still hope for me in another place. A place that clearly never wanted me there. But here I am, diving back in head first, trying to tame the beast, armed with nothing but a determination to succeed and a second chance at living somebody else's life. My skin crawls as the words sink in. Truth is an ugly thing. It's a dull, rusty arrow that hits hard and mercilessly at the worst of times. I promised myself I'd leave everything behind, that I'd start fresh, that I'd leave Angel Smith and all her baggage in the past and commit to being Alexandra Romanov. But what happens when the noise dies down? Sometimes noise is the only thing that makes people remember you're there.
Chapter 13. Dominic. Every city has secrets. Some hide them better than others. But peel back enough layers, and you'll find an underworld that feeds on the lust and greed of the very people who condemn it. That's where I've spent most of my life, burrowing through layers and hiding a side of me no one knows. If that makes me a hypocrite, so be it. But in order to end a reign, you have to incite a revolution. No one's infallible. Everyone has scars. Sometimes you just have to scratch below the surface to get them to bleed. So, as I turn into a parking lot in West Hollywood, it's anticipation of that first drop of blood that drives a premature pull of the trigger, ignoring the very instinct that's kept me alive. Angel sits quietly, a deep, vertical line sinking between her eyebrows. I thought we were going to the Romanov estate. Where are we? I gaze across the car, soaking in her confusion as she stares up at the modest 2-story building in front of us. It's not much to look at, but that was by design. I'm a walking target as it is. The last thing I need is to conduct business inside an even bigger one. For now, it's BTN headquarters. She tilts her chin, the line between her eyes sinking even deeper. For now. Chuckling, I nod toward the simple white building. Keep up, rookie. I told you at the cafe. You're not the only one laid on a few bills. She arches an eyebrow. So, I'm a rookie now, huh? Well, I did just bring you from the minors to the big league. However, if you prefer, I can go back to Cupcake. I have a name, you know. Yeah. Alexandra Romanov, I say, the reminder causing my voice to fall heavy. And I'm pretty sure neither of us can be trusted to use it in mixed company. Leaning over the console, I tap the pad of my finger against her forehead. So, until the day I look at you and see it stamped across here, I think it's safer to stick to pet names, don't you? But, Rookie or Cupcake, pick one, or I'll pick it for you. Throwing the driver's side door wide open, I climb out of the car and lean over the hood, waiting until her dark hair pops up on the other side to add, piss me off, and I'll throw in a third option. Rookie's fine, she grumbles, slamming the passenger side door. That's what I thought. Angel keeps any more comments to herself, following me across the parking lot and through the back door. As we climb the stairs to the second level, I hear movement, a fact that makes me question my decision to show up unannounced. I barely make it inside before a tiny tornado charges toward me, knocking Angel to the side and me into the wall. Where the hell have you been? Millie yells, shoving a phone in my face. I was getting ready to call hospitals, you jerk! I told you not to worry. A low growl gurgles in her throat as she punches my arm. Why don't you just cut me and tell me not to? Her voice trails off, and she cocks her head to my right. Who's this? The proverbial and literal $1,000,000 question. Millie, I start, but I might as well talk to the wall. Once she jumps into investigative mode, there's no reasoning with her. In 3 wide steps, she's in Angel's face. "Millie Boone, producer at Beyond News. And you are?" That's not a friendly greeting. It's a pointy-edged challenge dressed in etiquette's clothes. I should intervene, but I'm curious to hear the answer. I didn't plan for a trial by fire introduction, but since the flame is already lit, I might as well watch it burn. I won't always be around to spoon-feed Angel canned responses. I need to know she won't crumble under pressure. Millie has teeth, but the public has fangs. Angel's eyes shift toward me in question. I shouldn't take as much pleasure as I do in the small act of submission. I nod, and she clears her throat before staring Millie in the eye. "Alexandra Romanov." I cringe. Good form, poor execution. And judging by Millie's howling laughter, she agrees. "Right," she wheezes, palming her forehead. "And I'm the Queen of England. Girl, if you're gonna sell that load of crap, you should at least swat the flies off it first." "Millie!" "What?" she snaps. Angel has agreed to come forward as the missing Romanov. She's still trying to process all this, so give the girl the weekend before you nail her to the cross, yeah? Angel rears back, eyes wide with shock as they bounce between us. "Wait. She knows?" "Hey, Angela!" Millie clips, waving a hand in her face. "I'm right here. I don't need an interpreter." Angel's expression darkens. "It's Angel." Millie smirks. "Not for long." Son of a bitch. It's not like I expected them to start wearing best friend necklaces, but this bickering is ridiculous. Not to mention counterproductive. To answer your question, yes, I say, stepping between them. Millie knows about our arrangement. A snort erupts behind me. Gritting my teeth, I glance over my shoulder. "Did you set up the blast with the information I sent?" Millie dips her chin toward my glass-enclosed office. "Yeah, it's choppy. But I figured you'd fill in the blanks when you got back. It's on your laptop, if you want to take a look." Scrubbing a hand down my face, I turn toward Angel. "Will you be all right by yourself for a few minutes?" She rolls her eyes. "It'll be difficult, but I think I'll manage." Great. Just what I wanted. Attitude from both sides. Once Millie and I are safely behind the thick wall of glass separating my office from the BTN bullpen, I lay into her. "What the hell has gotten into you?" "I don't trust her." "Yeah, well, she doesn't think I'm a bottomless well of honesty either." Millie is quiet for a moment, lines creasing across her forehead. "How the hell did you convince her to do this, Dom? You're a smooth talker, and I admit you have a knack for provoking insane leaps of faith, but this?" Exhaling a worried sigh, she shakes her head. "This is next-level leaping." Turning toward my desk, I dig through the top drawer and hold up a tiny plastic black circle no bigger than a nickel. I called for reinforcements. Millie's mouth falls open. "Holy shit. You pulled the camera and the shower trick on her, and she bought it?" Hook, line, and sinker. Smugness creeps into my voice as I picture the shock on Angel's face as I blindsided her. "So, you made her so afraid of what little she had no choice. It was either your way or the highway." I finish for her, tossing the camera in the air and catching it with a smirk. "Under an overpass, to be more specific. This will work, Mill. You'll see." "This is a very dangerous game you're playing, Dominic." Sucking in a sharp breath, she shakes her head. "I hope you know what you're doing." I don't respond. I know the risk. Hell, I'm gambling our lives on the skills of a failed actress who hates me. Vengeance is a fickle game that landed me in front of 2 guns. One more misfire could ruin everything. "Show me what you've got," I say, pushing the thought out of my head and nodding to the laptop sitting open on my desk. After keying in her password, she pulls up a document and turns it toward me. Immediately, the first thing I see is my own headline. Alexandra Romanov, alive and well, and living in Chula Vista. After reading the basic skeleton web blast she prepared, I add a few minor adjustments and flashier words and step back. There. What do you think?
I think you're about to make history.
Damn right I am. Grinning, I hit publish, pulling the pin on a grenade no one sees coming. Now all that's left to do is stand back and wait for the explosion. Aren't you going to answer that? I glance out of the corner of my eye to see Angel pointing an accusing finger at my ringing phone. The one I'm ignoring. The one that's gone off every 15 seconds for the last half hour. Eventually. But, no buts. I didn't want to get into this here, but I guess Angel's crash course in fame has its own timetable. Look, I know every self-absorbed shit in this town thinks the key to creating a buzz is to give more, but it's just a guaranteed way to ignite fast and fizzle faster.
So, we're intentionally playing hard to get.
First rule of Hollywood, I hold up a finger, is to make them wait. Dangle that carrot and then yank it back. Make them salivate so damn hard for just a taste, they're foaming at the mouth. Mystery attracts a lot more flies than confession, Rook. She's quiet for a moment.
But if you're not responding, then I guess we won't be meeting with the estate tonight.
Correct. Letting out a labored sigh, she props her elbow against the window and tucks her chin into her palm.
I don't have money, Dominic.
I fail to see the problem. She groans and stares into traffic.
I couldn't afford a shitty apartment in Chula Vista. How the hell am I supposed to pay for a hotel room in Hollywood?
Who said anything about a hotel?
Then, where do you expect me to?
Angel leaves the rest of the question hanging as she turns to face me, her eyes wide.
No way.
Dominic, absolutely not. Absolutely yes. If she thinks I'm letting her wade through the shit-infested waters I just stirred up alone, she's crazy. Too much is riding on this for me to leave her in a hotel room to fend for herself. Why not? I have the extra room, and you need a good frontline offense. I expect her to protest. Instead, she shuts her mouth and bends over like every other schmuck in this town. The ones who learned quickly you can't stop a train by stepping in front of it. This is Hollywood. It does what it wants, when it wants. If you want to come along for the ride, great. If not, get the fuck out of the way, because it's going with or without you. Neither of us speaks again. Too lost in our new reality to bother with small talk. It isn't until I make the final turn into my neighborhood that I break the silence. Here we are. Home sweet. What the hell? As my house comes into view, I take one look at it and every calculated move I've made goes up in flames. Dozens of paparazzi are parked in front of my house, buzzing around like bees in a hive. Some I recognize, some I don't. It's hard to differentiate when they're all swarmed together. I'm not pissed because they're here. After all, I just alerted the whole damn world I'd found a missing Harris. I'm pissed because they're here, at my house. A place I've gone to great lengths to disassociate from both BTN and the McCallum name. Angel has a white-knuckled grip on the dashboard as she leans forward and peers out the windshield.
Are all those
paparazzi? I finish for her. In the blood-sucking flesh. Although I admit I didn't expect quite this many of them, just goes to show how quickly news travels. Angel stares holes through them without blinking.
How do they know where you live? Don't you pride yourself on your omniscient presence in this town?
The way she says it isn't a compliment. In fact, it's a pretty direct insult. And if we didn't have the tabloid apocalypse closing in, I'd call her on it. Instead, I settle on an irritated smirk as I kill the engine. Well, you can't expect to make history without making a few waves. Her breath catches.
So, what do we do?
No time like the present. Give them what they want, I say, opening my door to a storm of lights and flashes.
Chapter 14. Angel. I grab Dominic's arm as he rounds the car. You can't be serious. Oh, but he is, evidenced by the dark eyebrow he cocks as his gaze drops to where my nails dig into his wrist. I'm sorry, were you unclear about the job description? This is what your life is going to be from now on. I suggest you get used to it. But I'm not prepared. Even better, he says, his eyes shifting over my shoulder. What do you mean, even better? Twisting around, I stare at the chaotic mob rushing across his lawn. As they draw closer, time rewinds, and memories I've fought so hard to lock away resurface, clawing at my chest and hissing in my ear. Jade, what do you have to say about the allegations? Jade, did you really trade sex for stardom? Jade, what do you have to say to Paolo Bellini's victims? I can't do this, I whisper. Angel. Resentment slices through me like a hot blade. Don't angel me. You sat behind your computer screen while they tore my life apart. I pause, swallowing the bile rising in my throat. You don't know what I went through. I expect him to deflect with one of his sarcastic comebacks, but instead, he stands quietly, his jaw locked and his eyes shadowed in thought. You're right, I don't. But they're not in control this time. You are. It doesn't feel that way. Look at them. He tips his chin toward the lawn. I want to defy him, but something holds me back, and I comply, turning toward the herd as he adds, they're not strong. They're starving. For what? For information, Rook. Their Romanov addiction has been unfed for 15 years. All I've done is throw a scrap of bread into a hungry crowd. What they sink their teeth into next is up to you. How is it up to me? You claim to be a good actress, so prove it. A deadly challenge flickers in those glacial blue eyes. You blame me for what could have been? Well, this is your stage, and those are your fans. Take everything you learned in the last 24 hours and create Alexandra Romanov. A second chance. It's all I've wanted and feared tied together and laid at my feet. Losing everything once was hard enough, but I got through it. I salvaged the pieces Hollywood left behind and went on with my life. Because I didn't fail me. Fate failed me. Luck failed me. Dominic McCallum and his unholy crusade failed me. But along with a second chance at success comes a second chance at failure. And this time, fate came for me. Luck sought me out, and Dominic McCallum opened the door. If I blow it this time, I have no one to blame. But I don't know her personality. I push back. Dominic meets my excuses head on. It's whatever you want it to be. You're writing your own lines in this movie, Rook. So, despite the fears still swirling in my chest, I step forward. Because despite what Dominic says, deep down, a part of me knows this is all temporary. All fame is fleeting, and my star will burn out. However, I've wasted a lifetime wishing to be someone else. Now I can be. I don't look at Dominic again, but I know he's behind me as the band of paparazzi close in. I feel his hand brace against my lower back, steadying me, reassuring me. Remember, he whispers in my ear, less is more. You're writing your own lines in this movie. As microphones shove in my face and cameras flash, I lift my chin. May we help you? The faces dotting the front line blank, momentarily stunned by my calm question. However, a buzz quickly hums through the crowd as one particularly pushy man in a dirty t-shirt and a baseball cap steps forward, shoving his microphone past me and straight into Dominic's face. Dominic McCallum, I presume. Dominic shrugs. You presume a lot. Paparazzi are a unique breed. During my brief 15 minutes of fame, I learned they are journalistic vampires hovering in the shadows, just waiting to sink their fangs into whomever they can bleed dry for a buck. Unfortunately, silence only feeds their bloodlust. Which is obvious when the baseball hat guy rolls his eyes and tosses out a succession of rapid-fire questions. What's with the news blast? Did you really find Alexandra Romanov, or is this just some publicity stunt? Is this her? Why come forward now? I stiffen, familiar anxiety seeping through the cracks in my facade. Dominic, on the other hand, remains unbothered. Why don't you ask her yourself? Dozens of paparazzi fall silent as Dominic settles that lethal gaze on me. An irrational part of me wants to dive back inside the car, lock the doors, and bury my head in my hands until they all go away. But that's ridiculous. This is what I agreed to. And fear or no fear, there's no turning back now. Remember, less is more. I clear my throat and force a timid smile. As I'm sure you all can imagine, the last 24 hours have been very confusing and overwhelming. While I appreciate your interest, please understand I can't give you any information until we've met with the estate. The Romanov estate, you mean? The baseball hat guy says, inching closer. So you are claiming to be Alexandra Romanov, the missing heiress, correct? My smile wavers. Again, I can't comment at this time. Thank you. Determined to have the last word, the baseball hat guy mutters something I barely hear and reaches for my arm, only to be met with a hard shove to his chest. Dominic glares at him as he steers me through a second wave of questions and flashes on our way up the cement walkway. How did you just happen to find her, McCallum? Hat guy sneers as he scans my ripped shorts and worn camouflage shirt. Because she doesn't look like an heiress. She looks like a what? I snap, twisting around just as Dominic's fingers dig into my ribcage. Say it. I fucking dare you. He doesn't answer. And why should he? I broke character. He hit a nerve and I went off script. Instead of dangling a carrot and pulling it back, I dumped an entire vegetable garden in their laps. There's a low curse behind me as Dominic shoves a key in the door. That's enough for tonight, he growls. That should have been it. And in a normal world, it would have been. But this is Hollywood. Nothing here is normal. And the only way to win a war of words is to have the last one. Can you tell us where she's been for 15 years? Dominic stills, his jaw clenched. Seconds pass like minutes, until slowly he glances over his shoulder. Isn't it obvious? Somewhere safe. Without another word, he pushes me inside and slams the door. Dominic's phone rang minutes after we walked inside. While I didn't expect him to put it on speaker mode, the few mumbled words he flung before disappearing down the hallway and slamming the door left me a little speechless. Maybe he's mad about the location of his home being discovered by the paparazzi. Maybe he's pissed at the way I handled them. Or maybe he's regretting this whole thing as much as I am. Whatever the reason, I'm not offended by the lack of hospitality. I'm too busy spinning in my own wheelhouse of emotions to care. Isn't it obvious? Somewhere safe. There's a lingering echo entwined around those words. It's as if they exist on two sides of an opaque door. If I squint hard enough, I can see shapes and movement on the opposite side. I can hear murmurs and voices, but I can't distinguish anything. It's too cloudy and muddled. Except for those words. I know they're there. Only the more I listen to them repeat inside my head, the less it's Dominic who's saying them. The voice on the other side of the door is familiar yet foreign, comforting yet frightening. And just like before, there's a scratching at the back of my mind. As always, the minute I reach for it, it stops. Frustrated, I open my eyes, blinking as I take in the overwhelming brightness of the living room. I stare at the white painted walls, the starkness of the white leather couch I'm sitting on, and the unstained white carpet my feet rest on. But white can be deceiving, and light can tell lies. A truth I'm learning every time I close my eyes. Screw this. I climb to my feet, intent on ending this silent standoff. I get that Dominic is pissed, but tough shit. He's not the one about to have his entire life upended and then dissected under a microscope. Fisting my hands, I stomp down the hallway, flipping on lights and making as much noise as possible. I didn't ask to be here. I sure as hell didn't ask to nosedive into notoriety. I deserve answers, and I'm damn well gonna get them. Dominic! I yell, banging on the door. Open up, I want to talk to you. Silence. I pound again. I'm not fucking around. Open the damn door or I'm coming in. Silence. My hand hesitates on the doorknob. Yeah, I threw out the threat, but unfortunately I didn't think much beyond it. It's forward to just barge into a man's room, especially one who made it pretty clear he'd rather stare at four walls than my face. One who had no issue breaking into my apartment. The memory drives whatever hesitation I have into the ground, and I shove the door wide open to find his room empty. Where the hell could he have gone? It's not like he lives in a sprawling estate. In fact, the small two-bedroom ranch is surprisingly tiny, considering the net worth of his gossip-infused empire. Dirty laundry is a lucrative business. I wander back through the house and catch the flicker of an orange glow through a glass door near the kitchen. With a few paparazzi still lingering around, I should be more hesitant, but I'm drawn to it. And before I can stop myself, I step outside. Dominic sits in a lawn chair, his head tipped back and his eyes closed. One hand cradles a half-empty liquor bottle, while the other pulls the lit cigarette from his lips. What took you so long? How did you get out here? Lifting his hand back to his mouth, he takes a long drag off the end of his cigarette. Through a door. I know that, jackass. I meant without me seeing you. There's more than one door in this house, Rook. He blows a ring of smoke into the night air, a small smirk curling his top lip as he lifts the bottle. And more than one stash. A man should always be prepared. I hate myself for staring, but I can't stop. I'm too busy remembering how hard those lips claimed mine, how forbidden they tasted, how quickly I folded to their rough demands. Clearing my throat, I jerk the cigarette out of his hand and stomp it out under the rubber sole of my Chuck. I told you those things are going to kill you one day. Shrugging, he tips his head toward the paparazzi-infested lawn. The line starts back there. I hate how unaffected he is about everything. Sighing, I collapse onto the lounge chair beside him. How long have you been out here? Long enough. Here. He shoves the bottle across a small glass table between us. You need to take it down a few notches. I shake my head. Slugging whiskey out of a bottle isn't my style. Suit yourself. Out of the corner of my eye, I watch him tip the bottle back, his gaze burning into the side of my face. For a moment, I consider going back inside. But to do what? Sit in silence? Answer my own questions? Stew in my own regret and fear? Fuck that. I clear my throat. So, what was the disappearing act all about? He shrugs. I had to make a few phone calls. I'm so tired of his non-answers, I could scream. You care to elaborate? Nope. I shouldn't be surprised. He can have his silence for now. I can play this game too. evade and deflect are tricks right out of the Angel Smith playbook. Dominic can dress it up and call it whatever he wants, but I know an ulterior motive when I see one. It's like Violet always says, putting makeup on a lie doesn't make it the truth. Does that mean I don't believe the future of BTN is on the line? Quite the opposite. What we're doing carries too high of a risk for money, not to be his driving force. But I'd be a fool to think there wasn't an underlying motive as well. Dominic straddles the lounge chair. As if wrestling with what to say, he shifts forward, the bottle clenched between his palms as his forearms rest on his thighs. You did all right out there. Just all right? The thin olive branch snaps along with his mood. What the fuck do you want? He grumbles, slamming the bottle on the table. A medal? You let that asshole get to you and broke character. Whatever else you said won't matter. That's the stuff they'll print. I resist the urge to smack him. What the hell did you expect? I did the best I could. It's not like you gave me any warning. Then something ugly whispers in my ear. Something unfamiliar but dangerously sharp. Is that what you and your girlfriend were doing in that fishbowl you call an office? Making bets on how long it would take for the paparazzi to tear me apart? They're baseless accusations. I have no idea if that woman is his girlfriend, and it's none of my business. He can do whatever the hell he wants. But I saw how close they looked. Dominic turns, a smirk pulling at his lips. Are you jealous? What? I spin around, almost knocking the bottle off the table. Don't be stupid. I don't care who you do. His smirk widens as I catch myself. I mean, what you do. I'm here for the money. Gritting my teeth, I jerk the bottle off the table, ignoring the trail of fire it leaves in my throat. Dominic quirks an eyebrow. I thought slugging whiskey out of a bottle wasn't your style. Yeah, well, neither is hijacking someone else's identity. I scowl, shoving it back toward his chest. Guess there's a first time for everything. Are you seriously pulling the moral card on me right now? You just lied to the entire world. Grabbing the bottle, he slouches back in his chair, pointing the mouth in my direction. Don't pretend we don't walk this same crooked line. His assessment hits home. For as much as I condemn him for what he's done, I'm the one stealing another woman's identity. This is getting my card punched straight to hell kind of shit. I wrap my arms around my chest. You're right. I expect him to gloat, but his voice takes on a brittle edge. Nobody likes having a mirror shoved in their face. That's why it's called the ugly truth. What we've done, where we've been, what we've seen, none of it's a pretty reflection. No matter how hard a person sweeps their past under a rug, it always finds a way out. Swiping the bottle, I swallow another mouthful of liquid fire. And if it doesn't, you'll happily dig it out yourself. Cheap shot, Rook. He chuckles. Clean, but cheap. Forget it. Setting the bottle by his feet, I wave a dismissive hand and stand. I'll leave you to your booze and bullshit. I don't know why I'm so mad. That's a lie. I'm mad because I'm desperate to hold on to the blame I feel slipping through my fingers. I'm mad because I'm the one standing in the middle of a glass house holding a handful of sharp rocks. Mostly, I'm mad because I don't know if I've acquired a conscience or a weakness. After all, guilt and gaslighting are only separated by a fraction of a degree. Wait. Dominic's hand clamps around my arm, and my gaze falls to where his fingers encircle my wrist. Look, I know I'm not your favorite person, but we're stuck together for the foreseeable future in a whole funhouse full of mirrors. I glance up. Meaning? Meaning. Pasts are like assholes. Everybody has one. Some are uglier than others, but they're all full of shit. Pausing, he pins me with a heated stare. But I'll show you mine if you'll show me yours. Chapter 15. Angel. It's a loaded offer. Tempting, but also dangerous. It's not a happy story, I admit, pulling away from his hold. Dominic lets me go without protest and flops back in his chair, leaving one leg dangling over the side. I'm not a happy guy. His rough voice scrapes over my skin like sandpaper. But instead of turning away, I find myself arching toward it. I'm like Icarus flying toward the sun, knowing I'll incinerate, yet still craving the burn. I don't want to open up. I don't want to feel. I don't want this pathetic flutter in my stomach, and I sure as hell don't want this infuriating ache between my legs. But the more I'm near Dominic, the less I can deny either. And that terrifies me. For a man whose entire life is based on exposing secrets, Dominic has kept his own cards close to his chest. And while the last thing I want to do is open up a portal and dive into the abyss, I don't know if I'll get an opportunity like this again. So, against my better judgment, I sit back down. There's not much to tell. I grew up poor, just like you said, left a shitty group home when I was 16. He stares at me, not a flicker of emotion on his face. What about your parents? Don't have any. I stare down at my hands. I mean, obviously they exist, but not in my memory. I can't even picture their faces. From what I was told, they weren't worth knowing. Not that it matters. They didn't want me, so I don't want them. Case closed. Were the people who ran the group home abusive? I shrug. They were indifferent, and I was just there. Invisible. I glance up to where Dominic stares at me in strained silence. All of a sudden I feel bare, raw, like he's reached within and turned me inside out. Do you ever feel like you're trapped in a place you don't belong? I ask quietly. Like no matter how loud you scream, no one can hear you? Like if you could just spread your wings and fly, maybe you'd be okay. But you can't. Because your wings are clipped. My eyes snap to where Dominic stares off into the distance. Yeah, how'd you know? A shadow falls across his face that looks a lot like regret. But that can't be right. Dominic McCallum doesn't have regrets. He's incapable of sorrow or guilt or basic human compassion. Isn't he? Lucky guess. He tips the bottle back again. I contemplate ending this game of show and tell right now. Sure, I want the tit for tat Dominic promised, but I'd rather not spill more truth all over the blood I've already shed. But I should have known when Dominic McCallum smells blood, he doesn't back down. Tipping his head back, he runs his tongue along the back of his teeth. I'm guessing life on the streets wasn't all wine and roses. Shockingly, there's not a lot of opportunity out there for a 16-year-old runaway. Well, none that are legal anyway. I cringe thinking of the dirty alleys I slept in and the garbage I ate just to survive. Always on guard and always on the move, solitude was my only friend until I met Violet, until the seductive siren call of Hollywood drew us in and then spit us out. I shake my head. Eventually, all of us end up at the same place. I quickly avert my eyes. I think that's when I became a true actress. Just to escape from reality, I'd check out and someone else would take over. That's when Jade Saxton was born. So, last first kiss. I glare up at him. Was a small supporting role that I earned standing on my own 2 feet, not lying on my back. My life hasn't been easy, but dreams come with a price. I'm not an idealist. I don't expect comfort from the man responsible for tearing those dreams to shreds and then tossing them in the air like confetti. But I sure as hell don't expect a condescending smack in the face either. Dominic swings his legs off the chair and leans forward, a smirk playing on his lips as he hooks a finger under my chin. And thanks to me, you're still paying it, right? As I suspected, this was nothing but a ploy to chip away at my armor while his remains a thick wall of fortified granite. And like an idiot, I fell for it. I should be furious. I should punch his face until it's not so damn pretty, until I can look at it without this stupid flutter and ache and want. Because the only thing I should desire is to unleash 12 months of pent-up anger. Instead, what am I doing? Leaning into his touch, remembering the feel of his lips on my skin, wishing for more from a man I hate. His grip tightens, and my breath quickens. Kiss me. Angel, he groans, his eyes dropping to where his thumb traces my bottom lip. The distance between us erases until all that remains is a breath. I close my eyes and count the seconds, hating this, wanting this. Dominic's nose dips into my hair, and I take a shuddering breath. You're drunk, I mumble. Yeah, but you're sober. He whispers in my ear before pulling back. So I'm not taking advantage of you. If you want me to stop, just get up and leave. But if you don't... Standing, he swings his leg over my lounger and straddles it, his hand reaching for the button on my shorts. Just enjoy what I probably won't remember in the morning. His twisted logic makes it so easy to justify. If he doesn't remember and I never speak of it, then technically it never happened. While I rationalize a bad decision, Dominic takes my silence as confirmation and has not only undone the button on my shorts, but has also pulled down the zipper and shoved his hand inside. I gasp, throwing my head back as his finger slides in between my folds. Fuck, he groans, soaking wet, just like I imagined. His slow, torturous strokes are going to be the death of me. I know I'll hate myself for this tomorrow, but right now, I don't care. Moaning, I grab the back of the lounge chair, anchoring myself as I shift my hips, trying to force more. Greedy girl, he growls, his hand diving deeper. He dips the tip of his index finger in my opening, then pulls it out. How bad do you want it? I hold my breath, both anxious and fearful of what he's going to do to me. The wild look in his eyes is animalistic and primitive, almost as if his goal is to break me. As his finger sinks into me, I close my eyes, moaning his name as a wave of heat consumes me. Then, a bright light flashes, and both the heat and his finger disappear. I blink, just as Dominic swears and shifts back onto his chair, his fists clenched on his thighs. A wall slams over his face, and whatever moment existed between us is now gone. Sorry, he mumbles, scrubbing a hand across his face. Sorry? That's it? That's all he has to say? My face burns with shame as I button my shorts. Things are so awkward, I don't know what to say or where to look, so I concentrate on the hand covering his mouth. I can't take my eyes off it. What's that? I blurt out, pointing at the tattoo on top of his hand. Nothing. But the sharp catch in his voice says otherwise. Ignoring him, I tug on his wrist. Let me see it. Cradling his palm in mine, I run a finger across faded lines in foreign script. A jolt of electricity sizzles through me as grainy images flash through my mind. I trace the inked cross, swirling the tip of my finger around the words I don't understand. What does this mean? Nothing anymore. He doesn't offer any further explanation, and I don't ask. Maybe Violet was right. Dominic has made a living out of playing people. Why would I be any different? Ever since he blew into my life, my brain feels like a giant puzzle with missing pieces. Angel, you okay? On edge, I drop his hand. I'm fine. We've gone around in circles since I walked out here, so I pulled the trigger and go for a direct hit. Why do you know so much about the Romanov murders? His face hardens. Why do you ask so many questions? Why do you keep deflecting? I'm in the business of uncovering hidden truths, aren't I? He slurs, the whiskey hitting him harder. What's more hidden than an unsolved murder and a missing kid? Besides, detective work is a hobby of mine. I give him a side-eyed glance. You carry around a picture of her. I'd say that's more than a hobby. Angel, Dominic flinches as another quick succession of flashes goes off just over the green wall. His jaw clenches, his anger palpable. Fucking parasites. He grumbles under his breath while rising to his feet. He's still drunk, but the sudden rush of adrenaline pumping through his veins dilutes the alcohol, making him more coherent. Paparazzi. I arch an eyebrow. Aren't you one of those fucking parasites? Grumbling out an unintelligible response, he wraps a hand around my upper arm and drags me to my feet. Inside, now. I want to protest, but his voice takes on that commanding tone that causes me to lose control of my common sense. As soon as we're back inside, Dominic slams the glass door and closes the vertical blinds, the scowl sinking deeper into his chiseled features. I forgot how relentless those assholes can be. For the first time since putting this whole ruse in motion, he looks exhausted. There are dark circles under his eyes, and days' worth of stubble surround the lines around his mouth. And it's not just the alcohol. It's as if he hasn't rested in months. Are you okay? He nods, barely saying 2 words to me as he shows me to the guest room. I risk a quick glance up at him, noticing some of the earlier tension has faded from his face. I shouldn't say anything. I promised myself I wouldn't, but this is eating away at me. Dominic, what happened out there can't happen again. I blink. What? He leans against the doorframe, folding his arms across his chest, a distant look in his eyes. Until that $1 million check is cashed and cleared, we can't give anyone a reason to question you. Besides, this is a temporary business arrangement, nothing more. There. Right there is the man I built Dominic McCallum up to be in my head, the asshole behind the computer, the monster wielding a pen in one hand and a sword in the other. But at the end of the day, they're both the same. Right. I say flatly. Nothing more. He nods, his dark hair falling over his forehead. Get some sleep. Tomorrow is the first day of the rest of your life, Alexandra Romanov. My stomach roils at the way that sounds. Dominic slips away without another word, which is just as well. My mind is already preoccupied with what tomorrow will bring. More paparazzi, more questions, more lies. By the time I finally drift off to sleep, it's anything but restful. Pennies. I smell pennies. Lowering my arm, I blink, staring at the floor and adjusting my blurry eyes to the darkness. I'm not alone. A pair of dark boots shuffle as they move toward me. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, 5 steps. The scent of pennies grows stronger the closer the boots come. When they're right in front of me, they stop, and I stare, knowing my choices will end in consequences. It's time to go, little one. Tomorrow is the first day of the rest of your life. A strangled gasp tears from my throat as I sit straight up in bed.
Chapter 16. Dominic. Slamming the car door, I squint as the sun flips a middle finger and smacks me right in the face. Mornings are not my friend, but this one is extra shitty for multiple reasons. One of them being the raging hangover that's stabbing into my brain with a rusty ice pick. I admit, downing half a bottle of whiskey last night wasn't the brightest idea. With a lawn full of paparazzi foaming at the mouth, I should have kept my wits about me. I should have kept Angel inside and contained. I should have kept an eye on her while keeping my distance. I should have kept my hands to myself. I don't know what I was thinking. Actually, that's just it. I wasn't thinking. At least not with the head that mattered. Thankfully, the paparazzi were still fucking around on the front lawn, or who knows what might have happened. Not true. I know damn well what would have happened. I would have had her bent over that lounge chair screaming my name until she was hoarse. There's something about her that gets under my skin. For some fucked up reason, I have this insane need to protect her as I exploit her. Even though she's determined to hate me almost as much as I'm determined not to care. Newsflash. It's not working. Sometimes determination lands you right back where you started, swimming in a pile of shit. And that's where I am right now. Standing outside a giant pile of shit. A half-green, half-white painted building I swore I'd never step foot in again, much less be summoned to like a goddamn servant. Yet here I am. Dominic McCallum at your service. I glance up, gritting my teeth as Monty's auto body repair shop glares back at me in big block letters. One of LA's finest full-service garages, guaranteed to tune your car in the front and wash your money in the back. Grimacing, I squint again, pressing my thumb against my temple to counteract the incessant drilling in the side of my head. I should have expected this. The minute my phone rang last night, I knew who was calling. Not because he gave a shit, but because the bastard still thinks I owe him. Because he's concerned about his own ass. Or maybe because he read the blast and dollar signs shot out of his ass faster than a $2 taco. Letting out a breath, I open the door, wincing at the obnoxiously loud jingle. Walking into the muted yellow office feels strange and familiar at the same time. It's like visiting your childhood home and seeing a new family playing in the front yard. A part of you belongs to it, but it no longer belongs to you. That's some deep shit I don't care to delve into with a hangover.
Dominic, what a surprise.
Sophia's red lips curve in a forced smile as she stares up at me over her computer. I'd roll my eyes, but it'd aggravate my headache, and this bitch isn't worth the ibuprofen. Where is he? I ask. Forget it. I'm fresh out of fucks to give, so I don't wait for an invitation. I'm around her desk and headed down the long hallway toward the office at the end. The one with the permanently closed door. To enter requires an invitation. And to exit? Well, sometimes that depends on the mood of the man sitting behind the desk. Asshole! Sophia yells at my back. I flip my middle finger over my shoulder and keep walking. By the time I get to his door, my irritation morphs into something darker and it boils over as I walk in without knocking. A cardinal sin in his world. In an instant, the pungent, peppery smell of cigar smoke hits me. For some odd reason, Angel's voice comes barreling back.
California smoking ordinance states you have to be 20 feet away from a building to light up, champ.
True, but ordinances are laws. And laws don't apply to Luciano Ricci. Hearing the unmistakable clicks, I slide my gaze from his left to his right, where I'm staring down the barrels of two guns. I'm not surprised. Annoyed, but not surprised. If you wanted to shoot me, Luciano, you could have at least done it out there and saved me from having to deal with Sophia. Oi! Carlo pipes up, his eyebrows pinched together. That's my daughter you're talking about. Luciano raises his hand, unfazed at Carlo's outburst. Leave us. No one questions him. Both men lower their guns, glaring at me as they walk out the door. Once we're alone, Luciano regards me quietly. I assume he's assessing if I barged into his office armed. Of course I did. You don't run with wolves and then walk into the forest without a flashlight. He leans forward, tucking the cigar in between his teeth as he rests his elbows on the desk. Entering a room without knocking first is disrespectful. Even through the puff of smoke, I see his confident smirk. The man has a forbidding presence that dominates a room. From his swept-back silver hair to his gray double-breasted Italian suit to his silk tie, Luciano Ricci commands attention. Unlike most, he enjoys the spotlight, choosing not to conceal himself from the public eye, but rather embrace his celebrity gangster persona. A choice that the boss of the Vitoli family doesn't necessarily agree with. Not that it matters. Luciano has had as many trials as hair plugs, but the FBI never manages to make anything stick. The media will tell you it's because of insufficient evidence. Bullshit. It's because he pays off the FBI, fucks their sisters, and eats dinner at their mother's houses on Sundays. And once upon a time, I sat next to him at the table. Holding his stare, I crossed the office. His fingers scissor around that damn cigar, but he doesn't say a word until I sink into the leather chair in front of his desk and rap my knuckles on it 3 times. There, I knocked. Happy? He barely blinks. Boy, do you have a death wish? I shrug. Maybe I do. Luciano smiles. It's not pleasant. It's because he gets off on the chase more than the kill. A demented hunter who prefers to play with his food before he devours it. He may have me in his crosshairs, but I'll be damned if I'll dance around while he pulls the trigger. I told you 17 years ago, you keep fucking with the wrong people, and someday you'll get your wish. Let me guess. Today's the day. His smile fades. It's coming sooner than you think if you keep pulling shit like you did last night. What does it matter to you, Luciano? You know damn well why it matters to me, he roars, slamming his fist onto the desk. Don't push me, Dominic. I love you like a son, but if you act like a traitor, I'll treat you like one. For the good of the family, right? Yes, for the good of the family. We have enough to worry about without you creating an international shitstorm. His brow creases. What the hell are you thinking? Passing off some cocktail waitress as a dead heiress? Do you know what kind of unnecessary attention you could cause us? I roll my eyes. And give me a fucking break. You live for attention. If you had your way, you'd strap a mirror to Carlo's back and make him walk in front of you so you can admire yourself. That's the 2nd time you've disrespected me. Don't let there be a 3rd, son. I'm not your fucking son. You made that perfectly clear when Greg Roston sued my ass, and you slammed the door in my face. I told you not to write the damn exposé. You didn't listen. And you didn't give me a good enough reason not to. Because he owns Hollywood doesn't cut it, Luciano, I say, cutting him off. Grabbing the edge of his desk, I jab my finger into the sleek wood. That man is the reason my mother doesn't know who the hell she is half the time. Because of him, I spent my childhood begging strangers for change. And thanks to him, half of Hollywood thinks auditions should come with a complimentary blowjob. I fling myself back into the chair. He's an overrated producer, not God. You want to talk about God, boy? He snaps, spitting the words at me. What about you playing God with your mother's life? Bastard. She's exactly the reason I came crawling to him in the first place. The fact he dares to use her as a pawn makes me twist my fingers around the arms of the chair just to keep from reaching across the desk and strangling him with his own tie. Say what you have to say, Luciano. I have a busy day ahead of me. He narrows his gaze. And what is it you think I have to say? That you want a piece of the action, but no risk means no reward. Which also means if you think you're getting a dime of that money, you can suck my dick. He slams the lit end of the cigar into his ashtray, pulverizing it until it's nothing but a bent mass. Eyes as cold as steel gaze up at me from under his gray eyebrows. I don't want your goddamn money. Call this off, Dominic. We both know that girl is no more Alexandra Romanov than I am. Send the bitch back to Chula Vista and issue a retraction. I won't tell you again. I leap to my feet. Is that a threat? Not to be outdone, the devil rises from his chair and places both palms flat on the desk. That's a promise. Continue with the charade, and you'll wish you'd listened. It's only then I realize how ironic life can be. I begged this man to put a bullet in my head 17 years ago. He refused, taking me under his wing and forcing a life on me I never wanted. Because of it, what I'm about to do will send us both straight to hell. Mimicking his stance, I leaned forward with my palms against the wood, our faces inches apart. Someone once told me, wishes and hopes are useless weapons, and the fool who stands with his hand out waiting for life to step up to the plate only ends up with two things. His eyes flash. Empty hands and an empty wallet. I'm no fool, and my hand's no longer out, Luciano. You do what you have to do, because I'm damn sure going to do what I have to do. Pushing off the desk, I do something few men have ever done and live to talk about it. I turn my back on Luciano Ricci and walk away. Dominic! I'm halfway out the door when his booming voice stops me. I slowly turn my chin over my shoulder and meet his emotionless stare. That was the third time you disrespected me. Then I suppose I'd better make it count. I slam the door behind me. Chapter 17. Dominic. Tension has a smell. It's thick and damp, with an overpowering stench of a strained rubber band being stretched to its breaking point. One more tug, one more push, and I'll snap. I've smelled it for years. It has become as familiar to me as spicy cigar smoke. That's why I immediately recognize it, the moment the elevator doors close. It seeps into every crack and crevice, making everything feel cramped even though Angel and I are the only two people inside. I steal a quick glance at her out of the corner of my eye. The black skirt and white blouse I had Millie drop off this morning fit her like a glove. Paired with her sleek dark hair and classy black heels, she certainly looks like Hollywood royalty. Until you get to her face. Dark circles line her eyes as she stares up at the illuminated numbers, watching the floors slowly tick away as we rise. She has her arms folded tightly across her chest and her lips pressed in a thin line, the same way they've been since I returned late this morning, after visiting Luciano. She said nothing as we fought another swarm of paparazzi waiting on my front lawn, and she gave me the silent treatment the whole drive from West Hollywood to Pasadena. Even when we arrived at the offices of Aero Tate and Wren, I barely parked the car before she hopped out and tore across the parking lot like her ass was on fire. By the time we reached the 10th floor, I can't take it anymore, and the rubber band snaps. Okay, what the hell is wrong with you? Excuse me? This. I motion a hand down the length of her body. Angel, you're so uptight. If I shoved a lump of coal up your ass, I'd get a diamond. I'm sorry. She flashes a brittle smile. I'm not a pathological liar like some people. Forgive me if I don't do cartwheels into the lawyer's office where I'm about to commit a fucking felony. In 2 steps, I have her pinned against the wall with my hand across her mouth. She blinks up at me, her eyes wide with shock. Newsflash. Voices carry, and my ass is on the line just as much as yours. Now either you tell me what's gotten into you, and we solve it right now, or you can wipe that look off your face and walk into that office like you just found the pot of gold at the end of a goddamn rainbow. Which is it going to be? Her eyes narrow as she snatches my hand off her face. You want to know why I'm so pissed? Where did you go this morning? I look away. Out. Her sharp laugh echoes in the tiny metal box. You are such a hypocrite. My eyes snap back to hers. Watch it. But she doesn't. She pushes her palms against the wall and lifts her chin. Arching her back, she brushes her breasts against my chest, sending my head spinning. You command me to speak, and I'm supposed to bark. Is that it? Well, it doesn't work that way. This is a two-way street, Dominic. So either you start barking or... Or what? I press both hands on either side of her. Or I start biting. Whatever self-control held me back last night goes up in flames. Wrapping a hand around her throat, I slam her against the wall so hard she lets out a rattled wheeze. It causes her mouth to fall open, which is exactly what I want. It's at the perfect angle for me to claim it. So I do. My hand tightens, my tongue delves, my body presses. I freefall into sensory overload as I take from this woman, this stranger, this unholy temptation. The floors tick away as I taste her lips, indulging in everything I know is forbidden. Dominic, she breathes, breaking away and gasping for air. Bark or bite? I challenge, pressing my hips against her while tightening my thumb under her jaw. You have one floor to decide. Something feral flashes in her eyes, and another rubber band snaps. Diving both hands into my hair, she drags me toward her, capturing my bottom lip between her teeth. And then she bites down. Hard. Wrong choice, Rook. Crushing her against the wall, I take her mouth again in a bruising kiss. I come undone, grabbing the back of her thigh and shifting it higher while pushing her skirt up. When the tips of my fingers graze the crease where her thigh meets her ass, my cock jerks against my zipper. Forget the meeting and the lawyers. The only thing I care about is getting under that skirt and fucking the attitude out of her. Angel, I groan, dipping my fingers inward. I want... Ding. As the elevator doors open, we spring apart as if we've touched fire. I busy myself running a hand through my hair as Angel becomes preoccupied straightening her skirt. We nod politely at the trio of men in business suits who board the elevator as we exit. But we might as well have porno music playing in the background for as guilty as we look. Angel clears her throat, her hand braced on her stomach as we near the desk. You might want to do something about that. About what? She cuts her eyes back at me, slowly lowering them past my belt. Unless you plan to fly a flag in the next 30 seconds, your friend there might raise a few questions. I follow her gaze to where... Yep, my dick is hard enough to punch through a brick wall. I'm not a modest man. It's impressive. 9 full inches that'll make your eyes roll back in your head and your pussy sing. Ever hear a pussy sing? If not, get a new man. It's biology, sweetheart. My smirk widens as we walk. Unless you want to make a detour into the men's room and take care of it for me, there's not a lot I can do about it. I'm only half serious. Unless, of course, she agrees. Then I'm completely serious. You wish, she snorts. But I catch the blush rushing up her neck before she looks away. Fine. Just stay behind me, then. I toss her a wink. Whatever you say, Rook. True to her word, Angel approaches the receptionist's desk first. Hello, we have an appointment with Harris. And true to my word, I crowd in behind her, shoving my dick right against her ass. Wren, she finishes with a broken stutter. Harris, Wren. Whipping her head around, she glares at me. Your names, please? For all her early confidence, Angel falters. I can see the panic set in as she grips the edge of the receptionist's desk, her knuckles turning as white as her face. We practiced this the whole drive from Chula Vista, but theory and reality are two very different beasts. Stepping in front of her, I take control. Dominic McCallum and Alexandra Romanov. The receptionist's eyes grow wide. I'm not surprised when she peers around me to get a second look at Angel. Having Alexandra Romanov casually show up at a lawyer's office is like having Bigfoot walk into a shoe store. Yes, of course. One moment, please. Her hand fumbles for her desk phone, and to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a cell phone in the other. Which is fine. There's no such thing as bad publicity. Unless the publicity comes from me. Then you're fucked. 10 minutes and a lot of pacing later, Angel and I sit in Harris Wren's office. It's not surprising that the Romanov estate is handled by a partner in the firm instead of being handed off to some junior executive. There are million-dollar accounts, and then there's the Romanovs, an estate with trust funds that could buy and sell dozens of small countries, and still piss on the change. Existing made them famous, but death made them legends. There's a protocol we must follow, Mr. McCallum, Wren says, straightening his red tie. I's that must be dotted, T's that must be crossed. Boxes that must be checked. I'm sure you understand with your... He clears his throat. Reputation. The estate will need irrefutable proof. Beside me, Angel sucks in a sharp breath while I just stare at the damn red tie. Power tie, men like him call it. Bullshit. It tells me he's trying to make up for what he's lacking below the belt. Dazzle them with a bright tie to distract from a limp dick. Here's a tip for you. I've never worn a tie in my life. So, what is the protocol? Angel asks, clearing her throat. What's the next step? Normally, we take things slow, Miss Smith. Angel flinches at hearing her real name. Miss Romanov, I remind him. He smirks. Not yet. As I was saying, normally we keep your identity quiet, not only for your protection, but for the privacy of the estate. However, since Mr. McCallum has already taken matters into his own hands, he turns to me, his mouth clenching so hard I wouldn't be surprised if his face cracks. We're forced to expedite the process. Well, what are we waiting for? I ask, throwing my arms out wide. Expedite away. Wren doesn't say anything as he rolls his chair back, dragging one of his desk drawers along with it. While his attention is diverted, I steal a quick glance at Angel. She still looks like a kid caught with her hand in the cookie jar, yet if she doesn't snap out of it soon, she's gonna blow this all to hell. Keeping my hand low, I tap her leg. Her eyes immediately snap to mine, and I silently mouth the words, Jade Saxton. She furrows her eyebrows. Be Jade Saxton. I mouth again. Play the role. I hope what I'm saying gets through to her, because if she doesn't start acting like a Harris, we're 50 shades of fucked. Wren turns back around and drops what looks to be a giant Ziploc on his desk. I'll need a DNA sample. I knew this was coming. I prepared for it. That test will go to Quest Tech Labs and come back a 100% match for Alexandra Romanov. I turn toward Angel. Her head is lowered, her gaze on the twisted fingers in her lap. I've done all I can. The ball's in her court now. Wren clears his throat. Miss Smith? Angel lifts her chin, and I swear to Christ, it's like someone else takes over. Her shoulders push back and she straightens her spine. Hands that moments ago were clenched in her lap drape flawlessly over the arms of the chair. Even the wide, panicked eyes that silently searched for a quick escape lower to half-lidded disinterest. But what almost knocks me sideways is her mouth. Gone are the tight, pressed lips. Instead, a hint of a smile slightly curves them upward. Secret. Mysterious. Fucking regal. I'll be damned. Placing her hands on the edge of the desk, Angel leans forward. Of course, Mr. Wren. My family's reputation is at stake. It's the least I can do. Wren's jaw drops. Well said, Miss Smith. Actually, Mr. Wren, it's Miss Romanoff. Dragging the Ziploc toward her, she lifts it up, dangling it between her thumb and forefinger. And I can prove it.
Chapter 18. Angel. 2 weeks of waiting. 2 weeks of trusting a man who doesn't deserve it. Not to mention 2 weeks of dodging paparazzi who know where we're going to be before we do. It's gotten so bad, we haven't left Dominic's house in 3 days. Well, until today, that is. Day 14. I count my steps as I pace the perimeter of BTN's empty office, pausing every 5th step to glare at Dominic, hand shoved in his hair and hunched over his desk behind the glass walls of his office. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. My steps falter as my dream invades my thoughts again, just like it's done every day for the past 2 weeks. I smell pennies. The words echo in my ears when I'm awake and haunt me when I sleep. It's time to go, little one. Tomorrow is the first day of the rest of your life. On my 5th time around the office, Millie glances up from filing her nails and swings a jean-clad leg out in front of me. Would you sit down? You're starting to stress me out. Were you with Dominic when he got that tattoo on his hand? She pauses mid-file, her fingers tightening around the plastic handle. What? I shake my head. Never mind. An uncomfortable silence falls around us as Millie goes back to her manicure. My eyes shift back to Dominic, still at his desk, one hand gripping his phone, the other palming the back of his neck. Sighing, I nod toward his office. What's he doing in there? Millie follows my gaze. Hard to say. Normally I'd say running an international news empire. Puffing out her cheeks, she blows a steady breath across her hand, sending a cloud of nail dust into the air. But since you occupy every portion of his brain these days, I assume he's playing the role of your press secretary, Miss Romanoff. The sarcasm in her voice is so thick, I almost choke on it. Look, you don't like me. I get it. It's obvious you two are close. She arches an eyebrow, because she's no idiot. There's a but attached to this ego stroke. But in being close, you also know this whole thing was his idea. He came to me. A smirk curls Millie's lip as she stretches her legs across the top of the desk. And what are the odds he stumbled upon the one girl who has every reason to hold a grudge against him? I bristle at her jab. Let's be honest, lots of people have a grudge against him. Let's be honest, only one has gotten close enough to see it through. Stealing my jaw, I hold her accusatory stare. Hell yeah, I have a grudge. Any half-sane person in my position would. A year of poverty and shame isn't something you just let go of because the villain in your story unties you from the train tracks and slaps a crown on your head. Even if he makes you crave his kiss almost as much as fear it. Tossing the nail file over her shoulder, Millie swings her legs around and straightens her glasses. Look, Dom hasn't had the easiest life. Everything he has, he's fought for with blood and sacrifice. So, am I protective of him? Yeah, you're damn right I am. She punctuates each word with a jab of her finger. And, until I'm satisfied you're not hiding some ulterior motive, I'll question everything that comes out of that pretty little mouth. This is the kind of information I tried to get out of Dominic 2 weeks ago, which obviously never happened. I bared pieces of my soul, and he drowned them in whiskey. Since then, our conversations have been limited to Alexandra Romanov's past, appropriate press answers, and takeout options. It's like living with a robot. Millie isn't my biggest fan, But at this point, I'm willing to try anything. I left the group home because I wanted control over my life. Dominic took that away once when he forced me out of Hollywood. Now, a year later, it's déjà vu all over again. He has all the power while I shoulder all the risk. It's time to even the playing field. Is his so-called sacrifice why this place is so empty? I ask, cocking a hip. To be such an international news source, you'd think BTN would be more than a two-person operation. Are you kidding me right now? What? 6 months ago, Beyond the News employed over 40 people. This place was a perpetual hub of chaos. She waves a hand around the bullpen. Cameramen, reporters, copywriters, technical advisors. Hell, we had our own paparazzi buzzing around. Whoa, back up. Dominic hates paparazzi. They've camped out on his lawn for weeks. Oh, really? She chuckles, that smirk spreading across her face again. And have they shown up every place you've gone? Gotten there before you did? She rolls her eyes. Come on, girl. It's not blind luck. You have to build an army of leeches to battle one. Son of a bitch. He tipped them off. What better way to control the story than to write it yourself? Part of me wants to crash through Dominic's glass fortress and demand answers. But 2 weeks of sharing space with that man taught me you don't confront Dominic McCallum. You combat him. Millie's eyes narrow as I hop up on the desk beside her. She's suspicious, as well she should be. I'm about to go fishing and drop the mother of all hooks. Dominic mentioned he'd pissed off the wrong person, and they'd retaliated. After I refused to go along with this whole scheme, he admitted it was his last resort before he lost everything. I motion around the silent office. BTN, his house, this life, all of it. Her jaw drops. He told you that? I nod. More or less. Mostly less. There's a brief silence as she nibbles on the bait. I can tell she wants to take it, but she's hesitant. Finally, she lets out a resigned sigh. Dominic was never interested in Hollywood gossip. He started BTN for one reason. Hook, line, and sinker. Money? Revenge, she says, rubbing her forehead. When I said Dominic didn't have the easiest life, I wasn't kidding. He grew up on the streets of West Hollywood with holes in his shoes, a newspaper roof, and a vendetta against Hollywood heavyweights with open-leg obligations attached to their open-door policies. It's why he's so damn determined to destroy their lives, even at the risk of his own. Then it hits me. Paolo Bellini. She nods stiffly. For starters, Bellini was just a surrogate for the man he was really after. My brain digs through files of industry gossip, and one name spoken across a front lawn comes barreling back like a freight train. At the time, I didn't think I heard it. All I knew was that Dominic reacted violently and shoved the baseball hat guy in the chest. But now I remember exactly what he said. How do you feel about McCallum's feud with Greg Roston? Greg Roston, I whisper, the words stuck in my throat. The seething hatred in Millie's eyes says everything. Dom drove the nail a little too deep. Roston retaliated and sued him for libel. And he won. It's not a question. At least Roston kept the lawsuit quiet, to save his own ass from more bad press, of course. Dom had to let everyone go and even took out a second mortgage on his house. She shakes her head, swallowing hard. It doesn't matter. It's still not enough. I cock my chin. You're still here. Because he trusts me, she snaps, which is more than I can say for Millie. We both spin around to find Dominic standing in front of us, arms crossed, nostrils flared, and a glare in his eyes I've never seen. Millie shrinks under the weight of his hard stare. Hey, boss. Any updates? He doesn't answer her. Instead, he moves until he's standing right in front of me. How are you feeling? Okay, I answer softly, terrified he overheard us. Why? What's going on? He draws in a slow, steady breath, his pale eyes never leaving mine. I just got off the phone with Ren's secretary. Without thinking, I jumped off the desk, all but propelling myself into his chest. Dominic catches my stumble, his grip tight on my shoulders. He's on his way. My heart does a backflip into my throat, and I lock eyes with him. That familiar electrical current sizzling in the small space between us. Does that mean... He smiles with the leer of a poisonous snake about to strike. Yes, with the DNA results. And unless something unexpected happened, a check for $1 million. Pandemonium. That's the only word that comes close to describing the last 48 hours. Even then, it doesn't come close to painting a picture of the chaos my life has become. Or Alexandra's life, which is now my life. I lean against the glass and close my eyes. God, my head hurts. Get away from the window. Dominic growls, a cell phone attached to each ear. Flinching, I step away, letting the curtain fall, much to the irritation of the disgruntled press on our front lawn. After Ren arrived at BTN 2 days ago with the positive DNA test and a cashier's check for $1 million, our lives exploded. Not only was my claim validated, Arroyo, Tate, and Ren issued a statement on behalf of the Romanov estate confirming the results. I'm officially Alexandra Romanov, a billionaire heiress with more money than God. Wandering across the living room, I lean against the back of the couch, watching as Dominic carries on 2 conversations at once. We have matching dark circles under our eyes, but where I roam around in a daze, he's operating in hyperspeed, thriving on the anarchy. Yes, I've got it, Ren. She'll be there to sign the papers. 10 o'clock. Of course, AM. I'm not fucking stupid. Glancing at me, he rolls his eyes. Gotta go. Time's money. Disconnecting the call, he pockets that phone, turning his attention toward the other before hitting the unmute button. Michaela, talk to me, baby. My fingers dig into the couch leather. Who the hell is Michaela? Dominic's eyebrows shoot up. Well, we didn't expect that to happen so quickly, but yes, of course. Tomorrow, I suppose. He abruptly cuts off, that stone look rolling across his face again. Is that really necessary? Considering all the change she's faced, I really don't think... He breaks off again, his jaw clenching so hard I'm afraid it might snap. Fine, he growls. Take care of it. Disconnecting the call, he tosses the phone onto the couch. I clear my throat. Do I want to know? Good news, he announces. You're moving. Obviously, I heard him wrong. What? The estate has already transferred the Bel Air mansion under your name. You're going home, Alexandra Romanov. This is a joke. It has to be a joke. To a crime scene? Look at it as owning a slice of history. I fly off the couch, pacing in front of him like a wild animal. Then you move there. Enjoy your 38,000 square feet of blood-soaked bullshit. He grabs my arm, swinging me around to face him. Well, you can't live here. The world is watching. Shacking up with the guy who found you doesn't exactly feed the fairy tale, now does it? I have money now. I try to jerk away, but he pulls me even closer. Why can't I buy my own place? Because that's not what they want. Alexandra Romanov has been gone from the public eye for 15 years, along with the keys to California's version of Camelot. The people are hard up for a happy ending, and I'm giving it to them if it kills us. So you'll move into that goddamn house, and you'll do it with a smile on your face. I want to yell. I want to scream. I want to punch him in the face. But I don't. What do? I say the most juvenile thing possible. Who's Michaela? The hard lines in Dominic's face ease into the barest hint of a smile. Green's one hell of a color on you, Rook. Fuck you, I hiss. I'm not jealous. I am so jealous. I'm invested. The conversation was about me, was it not? His smile fades and he releases me to massage his thumbs against his temple. You're throwing a party. I'm what? Michaela is the public relations director for the Romanov estate. he explains, like I give a shit anymore. That train left the station 30 seconds ago. So? His hand stills and he stares up at me through his spread fingers. So apparently a big party celebrating your return to Hollywood was a stipulation attached to the reward. Why do you seem so angry about it? I'm not angry about the party. I'm angry about... He never finishes his thought because, as usual, the doorbell rings. And if it's not the doorbell, it's a telephone call, or a text chime, or a camera flash. It's a never-ending communications shit parade stomping all over our privacy. I sigh. It's probably another reporter. Maybe People Magazine? Time? Spinning around, I toss him an exaggerated smirk. Oh, how about Maxim? That might be fun. Dominic pins me with a fiery glare, growling as he reaches for the doorknob. Over my dead body. I'm too tired to decode what that means, so I tuck it away for later and turn to head down the hallway when I hear an unfamiliar baritone voice filtering through the living room. Mr. McCallum? Who wants to know? Something in Dominic's voice stops me cold, but it's the man's response that paralyzes me. I'm Detective Javier Rubio with the LAPD. Is Ms. Romanov here?
Chapter 19. Dominic. Plan for rain, and you'll get a storm. Isn't that something people say? If not, it should be. Because a storm is exactly what's standing at my front door, flashing a badge in my face like an all-access pass. Detective Rubio is intimidating enough. Tall, lean, well-dressed in a dark blue suit and matching attitude. Hell, I'd have an attitude too if I had a haircut like that. It's like Elvis Presley fucked Bruno Mars and had a bastard kid who got screwed over at Great Clips. You're welcome for that image. Pleasant dreams. I know Angel is behind me, so I step forward, blocking his path and his view. What makes you think she'd be here? Rubio leans a shoulder against the doorframe, so I move with him. He knows I'm full of shit. The smug smile on his face confirms it. Because I saw her standing at the window 5 minutes ago. Now he has my interest. He's not much older than me. I'd put him about 35. Maybe 38, with a double shot of California collagen. Well, except for those frown lines he's got going on. The ones I hate to tell him aren't hidden by that patchy-ass beard. I cock an eyebrow. Then why bother asking? To see if you'd lie. Thanks for confirming what I already suspected, McCallum. He slaps my shoulder like we're best buds. If he didn't have a badge and a gun, I'd punch him in the face and clear that up. I knock his hand off my shoulder. And what's that? He smiles. That I can wipe my ass with 90% of what comes out of your mouth. And the other 10%? Post-jerk-off cleanup. Great. The detective's got jokes. I hear soft footsteps behind me, and I barely have time to react before Angel pushes that peach of an ass in front of me. Detective Rubio, what can I do for you? Rubio looks her up and down. Alexandra Romanov, I presume. You presume correctly? He's still staring at her, and I swear, if he doesn't put his eyes back in his head, I'm going to shove them back in there for him, with a goddamn fork. Forgive me for staring, but in my line of work, missing persons cases are either never solved or end with a dead body. It's not often I come face to face with a happy ending. I snort. I have 10% that begs to differ. Angel whips around and smacks me across the chest. Dominic! It's fine, Miss Romanov, he says with a curt nod. May I come in? Angel and I answer simultaneously. No. Yes. Rubio doesn't flinch. It's for your protection. The hills have eyes and ears. He nods over his shoulder where paparazzi cameras flash, and news anchors grip microphones like samurai warriors. I promise not to take up too much of your time. Fine. Reluctantly, I step aside, opening the door just enough to let him in. I'm happy to make him stand in the middle of the living room with his dick in his hand, but Angel glares at me and gestures to the couch. Instead, he opts for the chair directly across from her. I slump down on the far end of the couch, raising an eyebrow as Angel stands in front of me, rubbing her palms down her jeans. Can I get you something to drink? Yeah, whiskey would be great, I grumble. If I'm about to go to jail, I'm going lit as fuck. She cuts her eyes at me. I was talking to him. Rubio watches our exchange, his index finger tapping his lips. No, thank you. I can't stay long. Would you mind if we spoke privately? This is my house, Rubio. Get to talking or get the Angel holds up a hand, stopping me. I'd like Dominic to stay. I fight a smirk, or is it a smile? Hell, I don't know. Whatever it is, it needs to stop. Angel Smith is just a paycheck, nothing more. This is the end of the line for us. I got what I needed and so did she. After this, she's on her own. I have my own shit to deal with. Rubio's not happy, but he nods and continues because there's not a lot he can do about it. To be honest, Miss Romanov, I came here because the department is rather speechless over what's unfolded over the last couple of weeks. Angel nods, sinking down beside me. Join the club. How is it that you've been right under our noses for 15 years? He asks. It's a leading question. A classic confidence rattler. I should know. I fucking invented them. I've clearly underestimated him. I mean, this is the age of media, he continues, leaning forward. During every milestone, news sources around the world ran countless stories about the murders. Giving a dramatic pause, he gestures towards Angel. And about you. How is it that none of that prompted you to come forward? How is it that only when $1 million reward came into play did you suddenly want to step back into the spotlight? Shit. Sweat starts to bead across my forehead, and I can't even risk a look over at her. Rubio is watching us too carefully. His dark eyes are narrowed, ready to catch any sign of a convoluted conspiracy. Angel lets out a soft breath and swallows hard. That's not good. I clench my jaw, watching as Rubio stares relentlessly at her, almost as if he can glare the truth out of her. Hell, maybe he can. She's an actress by trade, but a cocktail waitress by force. Maybe she's rusty. It's a 50-50 shot she can pull this off. Detective Rubio, she says, slowly, and I brace myself for what's coming. I've been on my own since I was 16 years old. The group home I ran from is the only family I've ever known. Life hasn't been kind to me. He regards her silently for a moment. Interestingly enough, Angel Smith tried her hand at acting. Jade Saxton, was it? So close yet so far, especially when Mr. McCallum ruined your chances at stardom. I'd say he owed you one, wouldn't you? Someone's done their homework. I hope Angel pulls something out of her ass right about now because I have an aversion to steel bars. I don't like what you're implying, Detective, she snaps. Until Dominic walked into my bar to interview another woman, we'd never seen each other before. Our chance meeting was the work of fate, not opportunity. Her gaze remains stoic as she adds, and in case you weren't aware, let me be clear about something. What the fuck? The sheer force of her tone is so passionate. I can't not look at her. And when I do, I find a steely, unwavering confidence. Rubio and I are both so caught up in her spell, I don't think either of us take a breath until she speaks again. I have no idea what is going on or why I have no memory of being the person Dominic suspected me to be. But there is no disputing scientific evidence. DNA testing has proven with 100% accuracy that I am Alexandra Romanov. Do I remember my childhood or the horrific crime that happened to my family? No, Detective Rubio, I don't. And for that, I am extremely thankful. He takes it all in with a smirk. So, you want us to believe you've just conveniently forgotten your life as Alexandra Romanov? Angel calmly folds her hands together and leans forward. Do you have parents, Detective? Yes, but I don't see how. Brothers? Sisters? I have no idea where she's going with this, and apparently neither does Rubio. His confident smirk has long since faded, and now a deep vertical line has settled in between his eyes. A brother and 2 sisters? What if you watched your parents take their last breaths? She asked, tilting her head. Then, what if you watched the same people who killed them put bullets in both your sisters' heads and between your brother's eyes? Rubio's breathing becomes labored, his fists clenching by his side. What if your body was so stained with their blood you couldn't wash it off? Her voice drops an octave, the rhythm of her words becoming almost staccato. Would you want to remember that? Or would you get down on your knees and thank God all that exists in your head is static and silence? Holy shit. I don't know whether to stand up and clap, kiss the shit out of her, or back the fuck away. I take back every snide remark I've ever made about Angel being a hack, or an ingenue, or a wannabe. If I doubted her acting chops before, I don't anymore. That was some Oscar-worthy shit. She sold the hell out of that and saved our asses. And if I'm being honest, it freaked me out. We rehearsed none of that. None. Not a damn word. That last bit about her family's murder? Where did that come from? I never told her that 2 of her sisters were shot in the head, or that her brother took a bullet between the eyes. She definitely has some explaining to do. No, he says, clearing his voice. I wouldn't want to remember it. Angel gives him a curt nod and rises to her feet. If that's all, then. I've had a very long day, and I'm sure you have work to do. Translation? Get the fuck out. Rubio and I stand at the same time, still twisting in whatever web she's spun. All 3 of us migrate to the front door, and as Angel's flat stare bores holes in him, he pats down his suit until he produces a black business card. This is my personal number. Should your memory start to return, please give me a call. Angel takes the card and folds it in her hand. Of course. I open the door, ready to help him along his way with a boot in his ass, when he stops and looks over his shoulder. By the way, my father was Miguel Rubio. I roll my eyes. Yeah, I'll be sure to send you both Christmas cards. You'll have to send his to Valhalla Cemetery. He went to his grave still searching for you, Miss Romanov. I don't like where this is going. She clears her throat. Excuse me? Detective Miguel Rubio, he clarifies. LAPD. My father was the lead detective on your family's murder case. First on the scene, and last to care about finding you. Angel stiffens, her calm demeanor cracking. Detective. Until now, he interrupts, letting the words settle for a moment before tipping his chin. Have a good day, Miss Romanov. Neither of us speak, watching as the salivating swarm of press rush toward him. Halfway down the walkway, he stops and turns around, a brittle smile on his face. Oh, and welcome home. Chapter 20. Dominic. The term overnight success has been tossed around so much in this town, it has lost its true meaning. Now it's just a label slapped on actors who have paid their dues for years. A narrative created by people like me to sensationalize and capitalize on people like them. That's why the movie industry is full of addicts and untimely deaths. Eventually, the smokescreen clears, and reality pushes them aside to make room for newer headlines. A brand new overnight success. That's what I woke up to this morning. A global obsession. Every media outlet has labeled Angel Hollywood's newest it girl. Offers are pouring in every 15 minutes from big-name production companies and indie startups. Every eye in the world is watching her. And while I knew the eventual path this scam would take, I didn't anticipate the guilt that would come with it. I'm walking away with $500,000 in my pocket, but leaving Angel trapped in a fishbowl. Now Detective Rubio is lurking around every corner trying to drown her in it. So, I woke up in a bad mood. I've said before, I don't do guilt, and I'm pissed at her for forcing it out of me. For swinging around balls of steel last night in front of that detective and then deflating into complete silence like someone let the air out of her balloon. For giving me whiplash by waking up this morning, acting like a skittish pony, barely saying 2 words the whole drive to Bel Air. Now, a house full of people stand staring at her, waiting for some grand speech. So, I do the first thing that comes to mind. I pinch her ass. Hard. Angel lets out a yelp, jumping forward and covering her mouth. Probably not the best idea I could have come up with, but at least she doesn't look catatonic anymore. Clearing her throat, she turned a shy gaze towards Michaela. I don't know what to say. It's very white. Her eyes snap to me as a rumble of laughter ripples through the crowd of people gathered in the front parlor of the Romanov estate. Blushing at the attention, she lowers her eyes to her feet. High heels, to be exact. 6-inch fuck-me ones. Along with a tight black dress and smart gray jacket. Another delivery, courtesy of Millie. The woman I might skewer like a damn stiletto kebab next time I see her. It's bad enough I've spent the last 2 weeks jerking my dick raw to the memory of Angel's wet pussy. And now this? I'm not sure how to deal with this transformation. You don't have to say anything, Miss Romanov. Michaela flashes her a professional smile. That's the point. Your staff is here to take care of any need you may have before it arises. Your privacy is of their utmost concern, so they'll remain in the shadows until that time comes. Angel slowly turns her gaze toward the small gathering of uniformed staff still staring at her. Do they live here too? Of course, Michaela nods, ducking a strand of her short blonde hair behind her ear. Hilda is your housekeeper, Franz is your chef, Isaac is your groundskeeper, and Lars... She points toward a guy I swear is the lab-created clone of Arnold Schwarzenegger. Is your personal driver. With the exception of Muscle Boy, each one is in their late 40s or early 50s. Although I've only known Angel a little over 3 weeks, that bizarre electric connection we have starts to sizzle, and as she takes them in one by one, I know the question that's coming before she asks it. Did they work here when...
When... Only me, ma'am.
Every eye turns as Hilda steps forward. A grandmotherly-looking woman with gray hair tucked in a tight bun.
I was asleep in the staff quarters when...
Her voice trails off, and she forces a smile.
Well, it's my honor to serve this family again.
Angel returns her smile.
Thank you.
Looking toward Michaela, she adds,
This is a little overwhelming.
Michaela pats her arm.
I'm sure you have plenty of time to relax. Staff, you are dismissed.
As the staff disperse like ants, Michaela heads toward an elevator leading to an underground garage.
I'll leave you to get reacquainted.
As the doors open, she smiles over her shoulder.
Welcome home, Alexandra.
As soon as she's gone, Angel lets out a labored breath.
Why does everyone keep saying that?
Because it's true, I whisper behind her ear.
Right.
Tipping her head back, she leans into me. And who am I to complain? We're like a magnetic force field. It doesn't matter whether we want it or not. Our bodies do. And they're in control. My hands slip under her jacket, molding around her hips. Alexandra? She stiffens, and right away I know that was the wrong thing to say. She's still getting used to her new name. And hearing it used as a come-on is bad enough. Hearing it used as a come-on while being trapped inside the walls of a mass homicide? Not my finest moment. Shrugging out of my hold, she walks the perimeter of the massive foyer, running her fingers over things. Furniture, piano, paintings, sculptures, portraits. Fuck. She stops at the oil painting hanging on the wall, her finger tracing the outline of 8-year-old Alexandra Romanov's face. Beside her sit her 3 sisters and her brother, and behind them stand her parents, rich, regal, and riddled with sin.
Is this where it happened?
Sort of, I admit. And knowing anyone could be listening, I continue playing our roles. Your father, brother, and 2 of your sisters were shot by the rear west stairs. The other not far from there.
And
She clears her throat.
And my mother?
I palm the back of my neck, the turning conversation setting me on edge. Rook, this is your home. Do you really want those images in your head? This is your chance at a fresh start. Don't fuck it up by filling it with ghosts from the past. As soon as the words are out of my mouth, my tongue feels dry. My head pounds. It feels like I took a sledgehammer straight to the chest. Too bad I didn't take my own advice. Angel stills and then spins around, the meaning of my words hitting her.
My chance? What about you?
Damn. I wanted to avoid a big confrontation. But this is Angel. I should have known better. With her, there'll be no fading away quietly into the background. As much of a pain in my ass as she's become, I've gotten used to having her around. Which is dangerous for both of us. She's a liability. In my world, attachments are seen as weaknesses, and weaknesses are used as pawns. My mother has already been turned into a chess piece. I'll be damned if I let them get to Angel. I've never lied to you. I told you I was only in this for the money. Angel rears back as if I slapped her.
So, that's it? You're just going to leave? I thought...
You thought what? I force a smirk as tears well up in her eyes. That because you let me touch your pussy, we were going to live happily ever after in this fucked up house of horrors? The words burn like acid on my tongue, but I don't stop. This was a business deal, Cupcake, and now it's done. We both got what we wanted. I got my money, and you got the career you kept bitching I stole. Everyone wins.
Everyone wins, huh?
I'll give her credit. As quickly as the tears form, she blinks them back.
So, what happens when Rubio comes calling again?
Balling her fists, she stomps toward me, her voice lowering to a whispered hiss.
What happens when he finds out the test was faked?
Will you lower your fucking voice?
What happens if the real Alexandra shows up?
She continues, shoving a finger in my chest.
Because if you think I'm taking the fall for this, you're insane.
Gritting my teeth, I back her up until she stumbles into the wall, and with a low growl, I cage her in. As long as you keep your mouth shut, Rubio doesn't have shit. My contacts at Quest Tech can't be traced.
And the real Alexandra Romanov?
I glance to the left, where the damn portrait stares back at me. Trust me, if she hasn't come forward by now, she won't.
How can you be so sure?
She doesn't want to be found for a reason, Rook. Shaking my head, I push away from the wall, putting distance between us before I do something stupid. I glance around at the house, drenched in blood and secrecy one last time. Would you want to come back to this? As soon as the words are out of my mouth, I'm across the foyer, headed toward the elevator. All I hear is the frantic click-clack of Angel's heels, and then she's behind me, grabbing a fistful of my t-shirt.
You're really leaving, just like that?
Yeah, just like that.
But what about the party?
She yells, her nails digging into my skin through the fine fabric.
You agreed to that, not me. Michaela said the press will be there. They're expecting to see you, Dominic. What am I supposed to tell them if you don't...
Fuck it. Turning around, I crush my mouth onto hers, swallowing the rest of her tirade. As pissed as she is, she doesn't pull away. Instead, transferring her anger into the kiss. Our tongues twist in frantic need and lust and hate, and whatever the hell this is blotting out common sense. Her nails scrape down my back as my hands dig into the uptight hairdo. The more she moans, the more my brain wars with my dick, and I have to admit, right now, I'm Team Dick. Until my phone rings and knocks some sense back into me. Pulling away, I lick my lips, watching as her pupils dilate. I am the press, Rook. I give her an arrogant wink as my phone rings again. See you Friday, Miss Romanov. I don't answer until the fourth time he calls. I'm driving down Stone Canyon Road when I hit the button on the hands-free device. I was wondering how long it would take you to call. His low chuckle grates on my nerves, and my grip tightens on the steering wheel. I have to hand it to you, McCallum. I expected you to do a lot of crazy shit to save your own ass. But faking a heiress? That was brilliant. I didn't pull anything, Roston. Alexandra's the real deal. The estate confirmed it. Besides, you're hardly one to talk. Not after the shit you pulled at Moss Valley. I was simply downsizing. I slammed my foot on the gas, blowing through a red light. This is between you and me, asshole, not my mother. Damn it. I need to pull it together. Fate smiled down on me for once, I say, forcing an even tone. I was at the right place, at the right time. Fate always finds a way. Speaking of your mother, meet me at my office in an hour, he says, dragging me out of the muddled memory. We have business to discuss. I laugh. We have nothing to discuss. I have the money to pay your bullshit settlement and get my lawyers off my back now. Our business is finished. There's dead silence. Is that right? Why don't you check the email I just sent you and then see how finished we are? A sadistic laugh echoes through the line. See you in an hour, McCallum. The line goes dead. Grabbing my phone from the passenger seat, I scroll through my email and click the one from an unrecognizable address. There's no text, only an attachment. Once it downloads, my blood pressure hits stroke level. Motherfucker. It was taken 2 weeks ago, outside my house. A clear shot of Angel splayed out on a lounge chair, with my fingers buried inside her. Chapter 21. Dominic. Gaining access into Silverline Studios requires a photo ID, birth certificate, passport, fingerprint, background check, blood sample, and full body cavity search. And that's just at the front security booth checkpoint. After I'm granted access, I drive up to the main studio building. Slamming the car door, I stand there, stewing in my own anger, fueled by the bright green lawn surrounding me like a grassy moat. It's immaculate, flashy, and glaringly out of place. Almost as if someone dug up a tropical island and airdropped it over LA's scorched brown earth. Typical excess. Just like Roston himself. And since I'm in no mood for horticultural dick swinging, I pick up the pace, grinding my teeth as I pass through the metal detector and enter the fancy glass-enclosed reception area. Greg Roston is expecting me, I say to the receptionist. There's no need for pleasantries. I'm not a pleasant guy. Plus, she's on his payroll, which automatically puts her on my shit list. Name? She knows damn well who I am, but I'll give her 2 points for attitude. At least this one has some fire in her, unlike the mannequins wandering around here fighting over who's next in line to shove their tongue up Roston's asshole. Are we really going to play this game? I've got places to be and people to do, a few of whom are going to be put out if they miss getting dicked down because I was dicking with you. Glaring at me, she punches a few numbers into her desk phone, scowling as she speaks into the wireless headset strapped to her face. Dominic McCallum's here to see you, Mr. Roston. Told ya. She gives me a barbed wire smile. Down the hall, exit, and go to the main studio building, then take the elevator to the penthouse. She slides a square piece of plastic across the top of her desk. Use this keycard once you're in the elevator. It'll provide you access to the penthouse where Susan will collect it. Perfect. I give her a wink and head toward the lion's den. The damn place is like a maze. Doors leading to more doors and studios that look like construction warehouses. By the time I make it to the main building and board the elevator with a magical keycard, my fists are clenched, and I'm out of patience. Mr. McCallum? Roston's secretary stares up at me from behind her expensive desk. It's not a question, and why should it be? Breaking into the White House would be easier than gaining access to the president of Silverline Studios. Sue? She holds out her hand. Your keycard? I hand it over without arguing, and she stands without speaking, motioning me to follow her. She knocks on a door, opening it barely a crack. He's here. My mind is still swirling with images of that picture. Not only with fear over what damage it could do, but with rage over knowing Roston saw Angel like that. Half naked and vulnerable. That sick, twisted fuck. Probably jerked off to it already. Just the thought makes me force my way through Sue's little cracked open doorway. Hey, you can't... Fuck off, Sue. Once I lock eyes with Roston, we might as well be the only two in the room anyway. I haven't seen him since the arbitration, but he hasn't changed. He's still the same over-processed cocksucker he's always been. Rostin's lips quirk up in a devious smile as he waves a hand at her. Leave us.
Yes, sir,
she concedes. And just before closing the door, I hear her mutter,
My name is Susan, asshole.
Greg Rostin's office is just as pretentious as the sprayed lawn. All marble and mirrors with walls lined with multiple television screens and big glass windows overlooking the movie studios. I assume that's by design, so he can feel like king of the castle, the master of his domain, looking out over his loyal subjects and eeny, meeny, miny, mowing, the next in line to pluck out of obscurity and bend over his desk. He smiles, showing off his obscenely white veneers. Dominic, so glad you could make it. Have a seat. No wonder this fucker has to drug women to get laid. Everything about him screams douchebag, from his Dumbo ears, to his patchy gray beard, to his beady little rat eyes, to his fuzzy balding head. If I were a chick, I'd rather suck off a horse. I prefer to stand, thanks. He shrugs. Suit yourself. I assume you got my present? You mean your blackmail? That's such an ugly word. I prefer incentive. Folding my arms across my chest, I tilt my chin. Is this about me outing your audition with benefits bullshit? Is your pride still hurt? Well, get the fuck over it. You've already sued me, Rostin. You won. What can you possibly have left to gain by doing this? You're damn right I won. I always win. Just the fact that you thought someone like you could take down someone like me is pathetic. You tried to ruin me. He lets out a theatrical laugh, his lips curling into a smug smile. Well, I annihilated you. Maybe I have nothing, but I don't owe you a goddamn thing. You're $400,000 richer and my debt is paid. You think I give a flying fuck about your pathetic $400,000? I made twice that in the time it took for you to fumble your ass from reception to my office. I didn't even deposit your check. I cashed it and jerked off with a fistful of $100 bills. As if the words weren't enough, he follows it up with a hand gesture. I'm flattered, Rostin, but I'm strictly Clitley. His hardened gaze fills with irritation. That wasn't an offer, you shithead. His attention diverts as he picks up the discarded photo. I don't like the way he's staring at it. If I didn't know half of Burbank worked here, I'd shove the damn thing down his throat. But maybe I should call up America's resurrected sweetheart, he says, licking his lips. A picture really does say 1,000 words, and it looks like she's screaming them all. All I see is red. Stay away from her, or I'll... He cocks a gray eyebrow. Or you'll what? Publish another blast? Out me again? You can't, McCallum. It's part of the settlement, remember? Letting out a dark chuckle, he tosses the photo on his desk. You can't say shit about me without invalidating our agreement and being held in contempt. He's right. It's the only reason he didn't take BTN in the settlement as well. A compromise my lawyers negotiated despite my repeated objections. I keep my business, but the names Greg Rostin and Silverline Studio can't be mentioned in any capacity. Otherwise, the arbitration is considered broken, and I'm fucked, broke, and incarcerated. Running a hand through my hair, I tug at the roots and turn toward the window. I don't have a damn thing to hold over him. Then my gaze wanders back to the photo, the one snapped by a photographer who had the balls to climb a 12-foot partition. Then my mind reverts back to the front lawn, and a question mumbled by a paparazzo in a baseball hat.
How do you feel about McCallum's feud with Greg Roston?
Son of a bitch. That paparazzo wasn't working for a tabloid. He was on your payroll. And the minute he climbed over a fence and into my backyard, he was trespassing on private property. I don't wait for him to answer before I turn back around, adding with a smirk, "And that's illegal." "Prove it." "I've got it right here," I shout, jerking my phone out of my pocket. "You've got a picture emailed to you from a ghost account. Prove it was me." "I know you're not wearing a wire. The metal detectors would have taken care of that." Damn it. He's right again. "What do you want?" A beat passes, then he leans forward. "I want her." My blood turns to ice. "What?" "You heard me. I still think you're full of shit, McCallum. But the Romanov estate wouldn't bend over solely on the word of some third-rate gossip blog. If this girl really is Alexandra Romanov, she's guaranteed box office gold." "Did you accidentally roofie yourself?" "I know what you do to your box office golden girls. There's no way in hell I'm letting you anywhere near her." Technically, the Romanov family is contractually obligated to Silverline. Nicholas Romanov was on the board of directors." "Nicholas Romanov is dead," I growl, my temper blazing. "Along with his wife and 4 children. Alexandra's contract voided the minute they were buried." "Well, there's still the matter of this crown jewel." Picking up the picture, he dangles it between his thumb and index finger. "I bet the tabloids would sell their mothers to buy this." He pauses, glancing up at me through narrowed eyes. "How about you, Dominic? Would you sell your mother to buy it?" Choose your next words very carefully, Roston. "How is dear Brenda doing? I hear Moss Valley is overcrowded these days." I swear to fuck if I had my gun, I'd put every damn bullet in his chest, and then pistol whip him just for fun. Greg Roston has no idea what I'm capable of or what sins I've committed. I may have left the life that built me, but every brick of BTN is bathed in blood and then washed in the back of a dirty garage. That kind of violence never leaves you. It's always there, simmering just under the surface, waiting to erupt. And the volcano is about to blow. "You're the reason she's there. And you're the reason she's leaving." Rushing toward him, I slam my fist on his desk. "Fuck you!" "No, fuck you!" he seethes, narrowing his eyes. "Haven't you heard? I'm God in this town. I own everybody. And I own you, you little shit." He shoves his finger in my face, and I smack it away. It doesn't faze him. "You may have paid off your debt, but you're still broke as shit. You can't afford the toilet paper to wipe your ass, much less decent long-term psychiatric care." Leaning back in his oversized chair, he folds his hands behind his head and kicks his feet up on his desk. "Here's your reality, newsboy. I can have her 86 from that piece of shit clinic and thrown out on her batshit crazy ass before you even make it to the parking lot." My voice shakes with rage. "You can't do that." "You bet your ass I can, and I will, along with sending this." He points to the photo still lying on his desk. "To every media outlet, from here to Antarctica." A wide smile spreads across his face. "Unless you convince that pretty little thing to sign on the dotted line." I'm not a good man, but that's sending a lamb to slaughter. What choice do I have?
I want my mother reinstated to a deluxe suite at Moss Valley. I taste every bitter lick of betrayal in each word. A year's stay paid up front, and I want it all in writing. He nods, victory peeling across his smug face. Consider it done. I'll need some time. You have until Friday. What the hell? That's in 3 days. There's no way. Besides, it'll be too chaotic on Friday. Alexandra has the... The word trails off as the pieces start clicking together. Then I grit out. Party. Roston's smile widens, the gleam in his eye turning my stomach. Can't wait. It's been a long time since I've indulged in a Romanov party. Russian vodka is the best, you know. Should be a good time. I want to grab his tongue and rip it out. Instead, I grab the picture off his desk. You keep that. He nods toward my clenched hand. I have 100 more where that came from. Now get out of my sight. I have work to do. I don't take orders, but I'm afraid if I'm in this man's presence another minute, I might throw him out the window. Just as I get to the elevator, he calls my name. Dominic! I don't know why I stop. Call it morbid curiosity, or maybe subconsciously I'm looking for a reason to bloody my hands. Whatever the motivation, I look over my shoulder. He runs his index finger along his bottom lip and winks. Tell that special girl to save a dance for me. I don't breathe until I'm back in my car and alone. Only then do I lose it. Balling up the picture, I slam my fist into the steering wheel over and over. When I run out of steam, I slump back in the seat and close my eyes. The picture is bad enough, but the worst has yet to come. I started this war, but I won't be the only one who pays the price. I've led an unsuspecting, unarmed, and unaware army into battle. The fucked up part is, even knowing this, I'll still march. I'll still charge, I'll still drive an innocent woman straight into the arms of the enemy. To the same casting couch that drove my mother off the cliff of reality. Because I have no choice. War isn't pretty. It isn't fair. Sometimes you have to play dirty. And sometimes, the only way to win is to sacrifice one of your own.
Chapter 22. Angel. Tipping my head back, I blink at the massive crystal chandeliers hanging from the vaulted ceilings. They've been dimmed, which bathes most of the room in a shimmering shadow I assume is meant to provide ambiance, or an opportunity to hide behind darkness. Plucking a third glass of champagne from the tray of a passing waiter, I down half of it before Michaela can chastise me again. According to crusty Bel Air elite protocol, it's not socially acceptable for the hostess to drink at her own party. Good thing I subscribe to the underprivileged Chula Vista orphan handbook. My hand tightens around the glass as my gaze wanders around the decorated room. He's still not here. I don't know why I'm surprised. As he said, he got his money. I knew better than to count on Dominic McCallum for anything, but a part of me hoped tonight would be different, that he would be different. Slamming the rest of the champagne, I pick myself up and straighten my crown, because I have one now. Fuck him very much. Dominic scrambles my thoughts every time he's within 10 feet of my vagina, making me forget I'm the one in control. I'm the heiress. I'm the one sitting on a family fortune the size of a small continent. I'm Alexandra Romanov. Fascinating. Startled, I spin around, almost dropping my glass at the man standing in front of me. He stares at me with cold, celestial blue eyes as unnerving as they are startling. Excuse me? His fingers curl around a short glass of brown liquid. Your event, Alexandra. It's a fascinating affair. I roll the word around in my head while assessing him. He seems familiar. I can't place it, but I know I've seen him before. That's an odd choice of wording, Mr. I pause, giving him a chance to fill in the blank. When he just stands there, sipping his drink, I clear my throat. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name? He glances up, still holding his drink to his lips. I tend not to adhere to society's rules, Ms. Romanoff. Or rules in general. Forcing a plastic smile, I allow those pale eyes to swallow me whole. So, how is my event fascinating? Does something not conform to the Romanov standards? Because I assure you, my public relations director has gone to great lengths to ensure no expense has been spared in recreating. It's fascinating because of you, Alexandra. His lips peel back to reveal a smile that never quite meets his eyes. Your presence is fascinating. Your beauty is fascinating. That dress is fascinating. His eyes scan my gown, and as if pulled by force, mine follow. Michaela insisted I make a statement that Alexandra Romanov is all grown up. Sleek and straight, the gown is a blue and gold showstopper with a daring slit on the side and a train flowing so far behind me I need a 12-foot radius. But mostly, Ms. Romanov, he continues, your existence is fascinating. I lift my chin, stunned by his bold statement. If this is about my memory, the estate has already put out a statement about that. I have no interest in your memory. I'm more intrigued by your allure. My allure? Yes, my dear. 6 people were brutally murdered on the very ground beneath our feet, yet here you stand, unharmed. He casually motions toward the floor, his voice eerily calm. Thriving, dare I say. Why is that? Why would a team of vicious killers spare a young girl and risk having her identify them to the police? He doesn't know we're lying. He can't know. From what I've read, the assailant was killed as well. He takes a step forward. We're so close we could be dancing, but somehow I know it wouldn't just be a dance. It would be an oath. Then one might beg the question, how did an 8-year-old girl escape a crime scene unseen and then make it from Bel Air to Chula Vista with just the clothes on her back? I don't know. I stumble backward, my high heel catching on my train. I feel my balance shift and the world tilt. I'm going to fall, and I can't stop it. I close my eyes and wait, but I don't fall. My eyelashes flutter open as I stare down at the man's hand, wrapped firmly around my bicep as he steadies me. Like I said, a fascinating event. Releasing me, he holds up his drink. Until we meet again, Ms. Romanov. As he tips his glass, the sleeve of his tuxedo jacket slides up his arm, and my eye catches something familiar. Something kept covered by expensive material and pretenses. Something that makes my throat close up and my heart slam against my chest so hard I can't breathe. Half an hour and 3 drinks later, my nerves still haven't settled. In fact, I'm 3 times as on edge and wound tighter than a mattress coil. I'm overreacting. I tell myself, pacing the length of the kitchen. Dozens of waitstaff dodge my repeated path, clearly annoyed, but smart enough not to say a word. Tipping back the fresh glass in my hand, I drink and pace until my lungs beg for air. There's no way that's possible. Dominic is ruthless, but he's not a... Alexandra, just the person I was... Michaela's wine-stained lips pinch as she plucks the flute out of my hand. Looking for. Lucky me. I sigh, my shoulders sagging. Placing my half-empty flute on a passing food tray, she hardens a stare at me. Alexandra, I feel as your PR director, it's my job to remind you how paramount this party is in restoring the Romanov name. Your parents came to this country to make that name mean something. Not only did they do that, they made it a household name. Why do I feel a but coming? She doesn't acknowledge me, instead taking a firm hold of my elbow and leading me toward the main parlor. But I also feel it's also important to remind you the very people you keep rolling your eyes at can make or break your career, not to mention your reputation. The tabloids don't have to dig very far to come up with a handful of dirt on you and Dominic McCallum. Shit. I don't know what you mean. God, that sounds weak. Don't play dumb. Michaela bites out through a practiced smile. I'm not in the mood. I scrape my palm across my forehead. What did you need, Michaela? She casts a quick glance at the boisterous party. There are a lot of producers here vying for your attention. And when I say a lot, I mean every single president of every single studio that matters. You can't keep ignoring them, Alexandra. If you hope to have a film career, this is your chance. Don't screw it up. You're right. Just give me a few minutes, and then I'm on it. She lifts a sharp eyebrow and I groan. I promise. Good. Nodding, she starts to walk away, then stops, her gaze snapping back as a waiter strolls by. And no more champagne. True to my word, I play my part. I put on the perfect show, seeking out and networking with producers and studio execs from Raven Gate, Millennium Works, hell, even the assholes at Optimax who were involved in Paolo Bellini's fiasco. By the time I finish stroking everyone's egos, I need more than a glass of champagne. I need a good shot of whiskey. Whiskey. Another reminder Dominic still hasn't shown his face. Of course, I've spent the last hour under the lecherous watch of the men who all but own this industry, so he very well could have snuck in when my back was turned. Maybe he's in one of the other rooms. Maintaining an artificial smile, I cross the main ballroom at a speed unwise for a woman in 6-inch stilettos. I'm racing around, determined to search every inch of this godforsaken house when once again I crash into another guest in another tuxedo. Jesus, have I not met a quota tonight or something? Shit! I blurt out as his hand steadies my arm. Then Michaela's warning rings in my ear about being elegant and refined, so I rush a hurried, my apologies, I didn't see you there. There's a low chuckle as he moves his hand from my arm to my chin, holding it between his fingers. No need for apologies, my sweet. I make it my life's work to rescue damsels in distress. As if pulled by a string, my chin lifts and I meet his stare. Greg Roston. Ah, my reputation precedes me. I jerk my chin away, Millie's confession causing me to fling out hostility like a dart. Yes, just not the one you're proud of. I expect outrage, or at the very least a returned insult. Instead, he laughs as if my pain has somehow amused him. You're a firecracker, Alexandra. I like that. I can appreciate a woman with bite. He leans in close, his voice dropping to barely a whisper. It's so much more satisfying when you bring them to heel. What a disgusting pig. I have an agenda, but I'm not sure it's worth spending another minute in his presence. I'm about to make my exit when he holds out a hand. I believe I'm the only executive here who hasn't had the pleasure of a dance. Fuck. Channeling Michaela, I grit my teeth and take his hand. You have to forgive me. I'm a little rusty at ballroom dancing. And by a little rusty, I mean clueless. That's not a problem, he says. Placing my other hand on his shoulder, he slips his around my back. Just follow my lead. I bite my tongue as he leads me in a classic Viennese waltz, constantly turning with confusing change of steps that cause my feet to tangle more than once. Enjoying yourself tonight, Mr. Roston? It's Greg, and, of course, I've always been partial to the Romanovs. I have fond memories of them. Silverline gave your mother her big break, and Nicholas was our most profitable leading man until he took a more directorial role. Swallowing, I give myself a mental pep talk. What the hell are you waiting for? Accept the offer. Just say yes. Unfortunately, that's not what comes out. It was a pleasure, Greg, but He spins me around once more, then comes to a dead stop.
I'm going to be frank with you, Alexandra. I want you to sign with Silverline.
I'm flattered, but I have other offers to consider. His grip tightens.
But we fit so well together. You know I cast you in your first role. You were only 5.
He murmurs, tucking a wisp of hair behind my ear before resuming our dance.
So young and innocent, but such raw talent. You were always special.
I stumble, missing steps in the waltz as the static from my dream blinds me, clouding my vision. The zigzag lines flash as the scratching in the back of my mind gets louder and louder. In between the zigzags, I can see slivers of faces, but not enough to recognize anyone. I see lips moving, then they disappear as static turns them into dust. But then there's a voice, broken words sifting through the scratches. Here, sweet, good, now. I listen, but there's nothing until... special. A gurgle rattles in my throat, and then they're gone. The flashes, static, scratching, and voices all vanish as quickly as they came, almost as if they were never there at all. I know something important just happened, but it's like someone marked over my memory with black chalk. I have to go. I can taste the bile rising up in my throat as I try to wrench out of his hold, but he only tightens his grasp.
Alexandra, you don't look well. Maybe I should take you somewhere to lie down.
No. He's caging me. I'm flapping my wings as hard as I can, but it doesn't matter. It'll never matter.
Sorry I'm late.
A familiar voice rumbles behind me.
Traffic was a bitch.
Rostin and I both turn in relief, rushes over me like warm water. I was told wishes and hope don't exist, but if they do, they're standing in front of me wrapped in all black and accented with a pair of piercing, pale blue eyes. Chapter 23. Angel. Dominic, I breathe, and I don't know if it's his name or a prayer. Maybe it's both, because he looks like an angel sent down to rescue me, although looking as ominous as he does with that solid black tux, heavy stubble, and slicked back dark hair, maybe he climbed up more than floated down.
Hi, Rook.
A deadly smile creeps along his sinful lips, and I don't know if it's for me or Rostin. However, I don't have time to decide. In a flurry of motion, he clamps a firm hand around my wrist, and I fall into him, my knees unlocking as I burrow my face into his chest.
McCallum, aren't you here on a limited media pass? Rostin growls. I believe you've crossed out of your designated area. You can't just barge into the VIP sector and interrupt.
No, I think I just did. The room suddenly becomes an endless swirl of lights as Dominic spins me around, dropping his hold on my waist and grabbing my hand. I don't have time to ask what the hell he's doing before he's dragging me across the ballroom and down a long hallway leading away from the party. Dominic, I pant, my breath coming in labored gasps. Slow down, I can't keep up. 2 twists and turns later, we're in a darkened hallway I hardly recognize. By the time he stops, I'm bent over, out of breath, half-pissed, and confused as hell. When I can finally form words, I glance up, barely making his face out in the darkness. You mind telling me what this is all about? Instead of answering, he paces in front of me like a caged tiger, his hand shoved in his hair, tugging at the roots. Gone is the calm and flippant Dominic from the ballroom. This Dominic is on edge and unstable.
What the hell did I walk into?
Nothing. He just wants me to sign with Silverline. The more he paces, the more my anxiety magnifies.
I was so relieved to see him, I momentarily forgot I'm pissed at him. "Where have you been?" I hiss, rising to my feet, my heart racing. "Fashionably late doesn't mean 2.5 hours, asshole." "I was busy." "You were busy?" I snap, forcing an attitude I'm honestly too exhausted to put this much effort into. But I let him touch me. I lowered a lifetime of walls for a moment of weakness he just threw in my face. I'll be damned if he gets to just manhandle me like nothing happened. Can we not do this? I've had to deal with strange men who want to have weird conversations, and there's all this fucking static in my head that won't go away, but that's nothing compared to the scratching. It's like nails on a chalkboard, Dominic. Closing my eyes, I palm my forehead as my mind starts to blot with that damn black chalk again. I can't think with all these zigzags and rules, and I think you should take Roston's offer. Like an eraser swipe across my mind, the chalk disappears. Opening my eyes, I gape at him. Are you insane? Greg Roston? The same Greg Roston you blasted for sexual assault. I issued a retraction. We both know you were forced into that. Dominic sighs, and even in the shadows, I see his shoulders sag. The Romanovs have a history with Silverline, Rook. It would look suspicious to go with anyone else. I want to believe him, and that's the problem. I never know if he's working an angle to ensure our success or his own. But surviving on my own taught me always to question people's motives. And this feels too rushed, too planned, too wrapped up in a shiny gold box tied with invisible strings. What's in it for you? Dominic steps closer, and as the distance between us disappears, so do the shadows obscuring his face. Nothing. Maybe I just missed you. Oh, no, you don't. Not today, Satan. What happened to, we both got what we wanted, I got my money, and you got the career you kept bitching I stole from you. Everyone wins. He groans. Look, I'm used to working alone, Alexandra. This whole looking out for someone else thing is new for me, so how about cutting me some slack? Squaring my jaw, I stare him dead in the eye. And I'm supposed to forgive you just like that? He fists his hands by his side as if it's taking every ounce of control to rein in his temper. Look, let's just get back to the party. You need to talk to Roston. I can't believe him. After that elaborate tap dance he pulled, he's ready to send me right back into the arms of a predator. Rage boils hot and furious inside me, and I snap. Fuck you, fuck this party, and fuck Greg Roston. Resisting the urge to punch him, I turn to stomp back down the hall when I'm spun back around and slammed against the wall. The impact knocks the breath out of me. I open my mouth to gasp for air, but Dominic doesn't give me a chance. His mouth comes crashing onto mine with such force, I'm thrown into the wall a second time as he devours me, consumes me, incinerates me with every demanding delve past my lips. I moan as his nails dig into my hips, his cock hardening with every press against my stomach. I'm powerless against him when he's like this, and he knows just how to play my body to get what he... Oh, God. Images flash in my head over the past couple of weeks, intimate memories of us together, outside the cafe when he kissed me after I refused his offer, on his patio when I let him touch me after evading my questions about his past. And now, kissing me like this after I refused to play nice with Greg Roston? I'm such an idiot. No! Rearing back, I slam both palms against his chest and shove him away. I'm not your fuck toy, McCallum. I shout, not giving a damn who hears me. You don't get to be an asshole and then shut me up with a few kisses. A shiver rolls down my spine as he stalks toward me, his eyes dark and lethal. Grabbing my wrists, he swings them above my head and pins me against the wall. I don't want to shut you up with a few kisses, Alexandra Romanov. He growls, and hearing him say her name while grinding his hard cock against me makes it seem even more forbidden. Do you want me to tell you what I want to do? Say no. Yes. I shudder on a breathy exhale. He releases my hands, but with one look from him, I don't dare move them. Then, with no hesitation or slow seduction, his fingers bunch around the opening at my thigh, widening the slit so fast it rips. A sadistic smile teases his lips. This dress gives me perfect access without tearing the whole thing off. And, make no mistake, Ms. Romanoff, I wouldn't care if we were alone or the whole goddamn party watched. I'd shred every fucking inch and show everyone your pretty little pussy. My breath comes rough and ragged as he reaches between my legs, lazily dragging a finger across the drenched scrap of lace. Because then they'd know how wet it gets for me. Oh, God. What would you do, Ms. Romanoff? Would you push me away? His finger stalls, then barely dips under the edge. Or would you beg me to show them how hard I can make you come? Beyond decorum, I push forward, desperate to drive his finger the rest of the way, but Dominic's smirk only widens as he continues rubbing back and forth with light strokes. I'm hopelessly falling, my body slipping into submission. Dominic. Words, sweet heiress. I need the words. Come, I gasp. I want them to watch you make me come. I'm glad it's dark because my face burns at my own wantonness. Biting my lip, I turn to the side only to shriek as a brutal bite stings against my hips. Shocked, I glance down to see Dominic holding my thong in his hand. That's a fantasy you can just tuck the fuck away, Your Highness, he growls, his entire demeanor shifting as he lifts the shredded lace between us. Because this pussy is mine, and nobody watches it come but me. The corded muscles in his neck strain as he shoves my panties in his pocket. Dom. I never get the rest of his name out. After only one syllable, he returns his hand between my legs and drives 2 fingers inside me so hard it takes my breath away. Oh, fuck! His thrusts border on cruel, and when his fingers curl toward my front wall, seeking out the one spot he knows will send me over the edge, my nails dig into the wall over my head, preparing for the orgasm I know is going to wreck me. Yes! And then, nothing. I open my eyes, realizing his hand is no longer inside me, and he's staring at me. Something in his eyes I've never seen before. Something primal. Not this time. Lifting his hands, he rubs his thumb and index finger together, already slick with my arousal. I'm going back out there and shake hands with the most powerful people in this town with the scent of you on my fingers, the taste of you on my tongue. Now spread your legs. What? I won't ask twice, Ms. Romanoff. Spread your legs, or I'll spread them for you. Shaking, I widen my knees as far as my dress will allow, my stiletto scraping along the pristine floor. Dominic holds my eye as he sinks to one knee, lifting my leg and draping it over his shoulder. Show me how hard an heiress comes, he growls, and maybe I'll show you how hard a criminal fucks. That's the last I see of him before he dips forward, and I feel his mouth against me. I want it more than I want my next breath, and at the same time, I know it's just another mind game. It's another piece of control he's taking. But everything fades away the minute his tongue invades me. All semblance of reason evaporates, and all I can do is feel. My entire body bursts into flames as his mouth douses it with more and more gasoline. Dominic, I scream, not giving a shit about the echo when he flattens his tongue, licking me from opening to clit, then sucking hard on the bundle of nerves until I'm out of my mind, thrashing as his heavy stubble scrapes against my skin. He doubles his efforts with veracity just as a burst of light explodes behind my eyes, and my world flips upside down. As if he can sense my impending orgasm, Dominic thrusts his fingers back inside me, pumping with the speed of a man possessed, while wrapping his lips around my clit
and circling his tongue like a goddamn tornado. And just like a tornado, I'm swept away. Leveled. Destroyed. Fuck, fuck, fuck! Cries pour out of me as I come hard, and Dominic grabs me around the waist to keep me upright. Slowly, he stands, and I slump against him as wave after wave of aftershocks ripple through me. This man is going to be the death of me. Dominic is a manipulator, used to getting what he wants. But with me, he's force with limits. He's control with trust. He's coercion with consent. And God help me, I want to succumb to all of it. After a few moments, he steadies me on my feet, and I watch both mesmerized and mortified as he wipes his glistening chin with the back of his hand and licks his lips. Now, Ms. Romanov, I believe it's rude for the hostess to abandon her own party. Turning, he offers his arm like we didn't just defile a multi-million-dollar mansion. Shall we? I wish I had a snappy comeback, but I don't. I'm too exhausted, too confused, and too satisfied. So instead, I take his arm, and we make our way back toward the main ballroom. Take short steps, Rook. He muses as we turn the corner. Confused, I turn to find a smug smile plastered across his face. Your panties are in my pocket. Chapter 24. Angel. There's something to be said for self-reliance. Even as a teenager wandering from shelter to shelter and street to street, I preferred being alone. With solitude came comfort, and with no expectation came no disappointment. I missed the security of isolation, when everything made sense, and I didn't have all these conflicting emotions waging war inside my head, when every moment didn't revolve around Dominic McCallum, who I haven't seen in 3 days, by the way. It's just as well. After the party, Michaela put me on display like a show pony. Since Saturday morning, I've flown from LA to New York and back again, doing interviews, press junkets, daytime talk shows, late-night talk shows, really late-night talk shows. Hell, at this point, I have no idea what I've said and what I haven't. It's all one big blur. One thing's for sure. America loves me. Even when a few arrogant TV hosts tried to boost ratings by stirring up the Angel Smith-Jade Saxton controversy, the public stood by me. Some going so far as to picket outside Rockefeller Plaza. Of course, Michaela prepped me with pre-canned answers. Our story is that I saw the picture of the little girl Dominic carried around and, dramatic gasp, demanded to know why he had a picture of me. Brilliant, right? We thought so. And everyone bought it. So much that nobody cared about Jade Saxton's history with Dominic McCallum or Angel Smith's supposedly diabolical plan to get even. Nope. In 72 hours, Alexandra Romanov became a national treasure. Sweet, infectious, and absolutely full of shit. Which is exactly how I feel this early on Monday morning. Full of shit and a host of other disgusting things as I leave the glass-enclosed reception area of Silverline Studios and head toward the main executive building. The plastic keycard bites into my hand as I clench my fist, hesitating before opening the door. This is what you wanted, I whisper, so just suck it up and do it. Taking a deep breath, I open yet another glass door and step inside the building, making my way over to the elevator. As I wait for it to arrive, I can't help but replay Dominic's words from the party moments before we re-entered the ballroom. Everything in Hollywood is a smokescreen, Rook. That's not enough to just play the game. You have to own the board. Own it. Right. The elevator dings and I step inside, inserting the keycard and counting the floors as they tick away toward the penthouse. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8. Ding! My stomach somersaults as the doors open, and I pull out the keycard, dropping it in my purse as I make my way toward the hard-faced secretary with the resting bitch face. Hi, Alexandra Romanov, she says, standing quickly. Mr. Roston is expecting you. Please come with me. I follow her to another door where she knocks, opening it a few inches before announcing, Ms. Romanov is here. I don't hear his reply, just a low murmur as she nods her head and swings the door open. Go right in. Just as I start to move past her, she stops me, her palm slicing out just under my chin. I'll need... For fuck's sake, Susan, let her in. Susan, or whatever her name is, slowly lowers her arm, her tight smile widening into something resembling the Cheshire Cat, if it had a baseball bat shoved up its ass. It's an honor to make your acquaintance, Ms. Romanov. Silverline is lucky to have you. Alexandra, please have a seat. My attention is momentarily diverted as my gaze shifts to Greg Roston, perched behind his desk like the lord of the manor. It sets me on edge, and when I hear the door close behind me, my nerves start to snap. Own the board. Forcing a smile, I make my way across the office and sink into the oversized chair on the other side of his desk. I apologize for the delay. My schedule has been a bit hectic lately. I saw the interviews. You handled yourself well, Alexandra. Just like a true Romanov. Your mother would be proud. I tilt my head. Just my mother? She was always the media darling, he answers with a wink. A people pleaser, if you will. Your father was more traditional, set in his ways, never liked the give and take of the business side of this industry. Yes, well, be that as it may, I'm my own woman, Mr. Roston. I may bear the Romanov name, but I'm not here to bask in my mother's shadow. I plan to make my own mark. Yes, you definitely are a woman. His eyes slowly scan down my tailored jacket and past my sheer blouse and skirt to my legs. I shift in my chair. That's not what Alexandra. He rises from his throne and strolls past the wall of windows, his hands locked behind his back. I assume all contracts have been signed and made official. I nod. This morning. Excellent, because projects under the Silverline name are of the utmost secrecy. It only takes one slip of the tongue for word to get out, and then some hack studio turns out a third-rate copy 6 months before release and we're left with our dicks in our hands. Of course. So you understand, per the terms of your contract, what happens in this office is never to be discussed outside of it. You mean what's said in this office? Of course. My mistake. Sure it is. However, now is my chance. I need to test the waters and find out what his plans are for Dominic. He may have screwed me over once, but that doesn't mean I want to see him ruined. Mr. Roston. Greg. Right. Greg. I've been meaning to talk to you about Dominic McCallum. He peers out over the movie studios, his jaw sawing from side to side. What about him? Well, there seemed to be animosity between you at the party on Friday. Chuckling, he glances back over his shoulder. Animosity? Alexandra, the boy can't spell animosity, much less go head-to-head with a man such as myself. He waves a dismissive hand. He's insignificant. But, however, there seems to be quite the opposite between you two. Roston takes a few measured steps toward me. Are you fucking him? Excuse me? It's a simple question, he says, his eyes darkening. Are you fucking McCallum? No! At least not yet. Good, then we can proceed. I have no idea what to say. I'm speechless. Which doesn't matter because Roston doesn't seem to notice. Silverline is producing a new film. Returning to his desk, he pulls a bound folder from a desk drawer and drops it in my lap. It's already well past the casting stage and into the table reads. However, the female lead isn't working out, so I've decided to recast. Bound Fate. Top secret my ass. I've heard of these books. Violet was obsessed with them. She nearly lost her mind when rumors circulated a Hollywood studio had bought the movie rights for the entire trilogy. However, nothing was ever confirmed. Well, until now. I have no idea what else to say, so I flip to the first page, shocked at the name I see. Holy shit, you're replacing Greta Amherst? The woman is a legend, only 26 and already 2 Oscars and 3 Golden Globes under her belt. Who's replacing her? You are. My head jerks up, the script almost tumbling off my lap. I'm sorry? Alexandra, Greta is beautiful and talented. And a guaranteed box office draw. He flashes that brutally white smile. True, but so are you, my sweet. You're the topic at every water cooler. I wouldn't be the businessman I am without capitalizing on that. So you're putting me in a movie because of my name? No, I'm putting you in the movie because you were born to play the role. Rostin leans over my shoulder, flipping the pages of the script until he finds the one he wants. See there? Isabella is an innocent young girl, just coming into her sexual awakening. Sebastian is the much older CEO who breaks her inhibitions and drags her into a world of darkness and carnal sin. He's right. The lines he's referring to are explicit, and from what I can tell, the role calls for pretty much full nudity on my part. I don't know if this is the right fit for me. Rostin leans back, his hands rubbing my shoulders. Do you want a sweet romantic comedy that paints you as the cute little Romanov girl they remember? Or do you want a gritty leading role that shows the world Alexandra Romanov is all grown up? Please stop. I have to think. His hands pause. No thinking, Alexandra. Either you take the role, or I give it to Kaya Perron. Yes or no? Shit. The tabloids love a good rivalry, whether it's real or not. And Kaya versus Alexandra is the cat fight du jour. Even though we've never spoken 2 words to each other, the media has us at each other's throats, fighting for roles and trash-talking behind each other's backs. Michaela says it may be fabricated bullshit, but the more my name stays on people's tongues, the better. I'm not so sure. Because if Kaya gets this role and it explodes, where does that leave me? I'll tell you, as the dumb bitch who handed it to her on a silver platter. Fine. I bite out through clenched teeth. I'll do it. Excellent. On one condition. I say the words before I change my mind. Leave Dominic McCallum alone. Very well, he says, returning to his ministrations. Welcome back, Alexandra. Things might not have ended the way we planned before. I wince as his fingers dig into my skin. This time will be different.
Chapter 25. Dominic. A wave of dread builds like a slowly rising tide as I drive my Harley up Stone Canyon Drive. However, it's only when I pull into the bowels of the mansion that it comes crashing down and swallows me whole. Scrubbing a hand down my face, I catch my reflection in the side view mirror. God, I look like shit. Lines crease down from the corners of my bloodshot eyes, and I haven't cared to shave in 4 days. At least Rostin kept his end of the bargain, and my mother is back upstairs in the main level of Moss Valley Hospital. That's one less thing keeping me up at night. But I've done nothing but obsess about everything else. Especially what happened in that hallway with Angel. I tried to push her away, but Rostin backed me into a corner. The fucked up part is he didn't have to push very hard. I half walked there myself just to get close to her again. I lose control around her, which is a very catastrophic and dangerous thing for both of us. Less pussy, more sleep, McCallum. I tell my reflection before swinging my leg off the side. Starting tomorrow. Walking across the darkened garage, I pull a pack of smokes and my lighter from the pocket of my leather jacket. I don't think, I spark the end, taking such a deep drag I'm pretty sure my chest is more smoke than air. Just as I reach the elevator, I exhale, glancing down at the orange ember while shaking my head. I promised her I'd quit. What was I thinking? I'm Dominic McCallum. I don't change who I am for any woman. Cursing, I toss the half-smoked cigarette on the concrete, stomping it out with the heel of my boot. Definitely less pussy, I mutter. Kinda late to be making house calls to a business partner, don't you think? I chuckle. Why wouldn't he be here? The man's like a cockroach, ugly as shit and impossible to get rid of. Turning around, I shove my hands in my pockets. Detective Rubio, I'd say I'm surprised to see you here, but I'm not. We both know you have a blatant disregard for private property. Rubio just stands there, stone-faced in his three-piece suit. You didn't answer my question. You're right. You can't ignore me forever, McCallum. Really? I thought I was doing a pretty good job up until now. I make a sweeping motion across the empty garage, and then it hits me. How did you get the access code to get in here, anyway? Oh, wait. Don't tell me. Stepping forward, I lean in and whisper, It's classified. He doesn't react to my taunt, offering only a calm smile. You've got an answer for everything, don't you? Depends on the question. Well, how about this one? He says, crossing his arms over his chest. Where were you between the hours of 7 and 10:30 p.m. on Friday? My danger gauge slams all the way to the right. I've known men like Rubio all my life. They like to play the hero role, but they're just like the rest of us. Predatory bastards who look out for number one. And if this asshole thinks he's going to spin me in verbal circles until I say something stupid, he didn't do his homework. It's mid-September, Hav. There have been a lot of Fridays. A flash of irritation in his eyes breaks his calm facade. This past Friday, the night of Miss Romanov's party. Danger gauge was dead on. This whole routine was just the warm-up for the real show. The one where he goes in with a shovel to see what he can dig up. Well, game on, motherfucker. I have one too. Let's see who can move the most dirt. At home, getting ready? I answer, crossing my arms and mimicking his stance. He rolls his eyes. For 3.5 hours? As they say in Hollywood, magic doesn't just happen. Can anyone verify your whereabouts? Oh, let me guess. You were alone. He air quotes the last word. As a matter of fact, I wasn't. I clarify, air quoting my own word. Talk to my producer, Millie Boone. He raises a curious eyebrow. Now, isn't that interesting? Does Miss Romanov know your producer works? He clears his throat. Overtime? There are those damn air quotes. I swear if he does it again, I'm gonna punch him, badge or no badge. Still, I can feel his confidence starting to waver. He's grasping at straws, and the one he's pulling on is the shortest one in the bunch. Do you have a point you'd like to make, detective? I say, air quoting once more. Or do you plan to stand here tossing out baseless bullshit all night? His patience is wearing thin. I can tell by the involuntary twitch in his eye. This time, there are no air quotes, smirks, or eye rolls. He's back to being stone-faced and stock still. You don't happen to know anything about a missing man named Freddie Wiseman, do you? Shit. Nope, never heard of him. I clamp my teeth together. Interesting. because witnesses verify seeing him taking pictures on your lawn 2 weeks ago. And I'm supposed to know the name of every idiot who stalks me? Locking his hands behind his back, he flicks his gaze toward me. Just find it interesting, that's all. Get a hobby, Rubio. I'm done with this conversation. I don't offer a goodbye as I turn around and push the elevator call button. Why are you here? He asks slowly. You've been spending quite a lot of time with Miss Romanov. Losing my patience, I cock my chin over my shoulder and glare. Why are you here? I'm sure she's not expecting you, so yet again, that means you're trespassing. Watch yourself, McCallum, he warns, backing away while never taking his eyes off me. You're not as invincible as you think you are. They say Hollywood changes people, and they're right. Because Alexandra Romanov swallowed Angel Smith, and I'm not sure if she's ever coming back. Not that I'm complaining. I scan my eyes down the bright green dress she's wearing straight to those damn stiletto heels. Add in the made-up face, framed by dripping diamonds and styled hair, and I'm having a hard time keeping my dick in check. Rook. She glances up, a stack of papers curled in her hand. You came. I told you I would. Yeah, but you're late again, and after... A rush of pink splashes across her cheeks. Well, it's been 4 days, and I thought maybe... That maybe I haven't been hard for 4 damn days? That one time with you could ever be enough? I push the thoughts away. You called and said you needed help, so here I am. She doesn't say anything. The only acknowledgement I get is a nod. By the way, did you give Rubio the access code to the front gate? I ask casually. Lines crease her forehead. The detective? No, why? He was waiting for me in your garage. What? Why? And how? That answers my questions. Cops like Rubio love the divide and conquer tactic. One I worried he'd already put in play before cornering me in the garage. Just some baseless questions you don't need to worry about. He was fishing because he's desperate. As for how, I don't know. But you can bet your ass I'm going to find out. Angel nods again, and I can tell there's something else on her mind. Something big enough to rank above Rubio's gate hopping. You sounded stressed on the phone. What's up? She hesitates for a moment, then shoves the papers she's been holding under my nose. This is the script Roston gave me. I'm supposed to be at a table read on Thursday, and I'm having trouble with the lines. I was hoping... She trails off, shaking her head. Never mind. It was a stupid idea. Something's off, but I don't push it. I've learned with Angel, you have to stroke the kitten before she'll meow. I'm already here. You might as well tell me. She bites her bottom lip. I was hoping you'd run some lines with me. The movie is, well, it's hard to get into character by myself. I'm no actor, but as long as you don't mind a shitty delivery, I'm game. Taking the offered script, I flip through it. What's the movie? You have to promise not to say a word. I signed an NDA. If word gets out Silverline is producing this, I'll get... I stop flipping long enough to cast a glance up at her. Rook, I'm in the industry, remember? I know all about producers and their NDAs. I won't say shit. She nods again for the third time. It's bound fate. What the fuck? The mommy porn books? A few years back, Millie had that shit on blast. Those BTN bitches traded those damn books like Pokemon cards. Covering her face, Angel walks toward the grand piano, her heels clicking against the marble. God, please don't call it that. This is hard enough knowing I'm replacing Greta Amherst.
What? The vaulted ceilings echo my voice like a bad sports replay. They canned Greta Amherst to cast you?
Swiping a second script off the piano, she spins around, a new look on her face. Try saying it with a little less shock next time.
No, I just meant... I pause because I don't know what the hell I meant. Shit. This is big, Rook.
I know. That's why I called you. Her face falls, and I can see the toll this has taken on her. I can't stand seeing her like this. I hate it. Letting out a resigned breath, I flip through a few more pages. Okay, so obviously you're Isabella. Who's playing this Sebastian guy? Noah Braddock. It feels like someone shoved a needle in my veins and injected me with lava. I can't breathe. My lungs burn and my heart is pounding like a coked-up racehorse. Either I'm having a heart attack at 32 or... No fucking way. Am I jealous? I've never been jealous over a woman in my life. But the thought of Noah Braddock, America's click-clicking poster boy, doing a sex scene with my angel? Back the fuck up. When did she become my angel? About 10 seconds ago, asshole. Be careful around him. Why? From everything I've read, he's a really nice guy. Holding her stare, I force a tight smile. You, of all people, should know not to believe everything you read. We stand there in awkward silence, scripts in hand and tension pinging back and forth between us like a tennis ball. Finally, I can't stand it anymore. What's the scene? Thankful for the distraction, Angel flips through her script while beckoning me over. With no other choice, I stand by her side, still seething. Sebastian is the CEO of a tech empire, and Isabella is his new personal assistant. She's been called to work late hours at his penthouse. I snort. Because that happens in real life. Are you going to make jokes the whole time? Sorry. Continue. Forget it. Just turn to page 87 and read the line. The sooner we do this, the sooner I can go home and sort out whatever the hell has gotten into me. Clearing my throat, I assume my best boss voice.
What do you want, Isabella?
Angel turns into somebody else right in front of me. Those fiery green eyes suddenly look innocent and doe-like. Her body seems skittish and her voice even sounds different. Mr. Fox, it's almost midnight. I thought...
You thought what? That this job adheres to a clock? You're done when I say you're done, Miss Prescott.
Yes, sir, she whispers.
Come here.
Angel shuffles toward me, somehow making her knees wobble.
Do I scare you, Isabella?
Yes. I catch her chin between my thumb and index finger.
Yes, what?
Yes, sir. You frighten me more than anyone I've ever known. Her fingers tremble as they ghost along my wrist.
Fear is only another level of desire, Miss Prescott. Some thrive under its guidance, even crave it.
Her chest heaves as the tip of her tongue presses against her top lip. You didn't hire me to be your assistant, did you?
Of course I did. I just didn't list every...
Closing the distance, I kissed the corner of her mouth.
Single.
Then the other corner.
Requirement.
Growling the last syllable, I hover my lips over hers in a silent dare. Because I'm not acting anymore. I'm not Sebastian Fox. I'm Dominic McCallum, and I'm fucking tired of waiting. I don't know who breaks first. All I know is where a frantic tangle of hands, lips, tongues, and teeth. I pour all my frustrations, all my guilt, and all this damn jealousy into kissing her. Her hands are in my hair, digging and pulling, which is fine, because mine are clawing at the bottom of her dress like it's the wrapping on a Christmas present. I'm not stopping this time. I need to be inside her. Gripping her hips, I lift her up and set her on top of the piano. She moans, pulling me closer as I fight that damn dress. Finally, I get it over her hips and she breaks the kiss. "Wait, stop!" I groan, squeezing her thigh so hard I know it'll leave bruises. "You want me, Rook. I know you do. And I've never wanted a woman more than you." She shakes her head. "I'm not denying it. But there's something I need to talk to you about." "Fine," I growl into her neck. "You can talk while I fuck you." I don't wait for approval before grabbing the thin string on either side of her hips. "Lift up, or I'll rip these off too." Angel shudders but doesn't move. "It's your hand, Dominic. Your tattoo." Fuck it, I warned her. A sharp jerk of my wrist and her panties magically fall off. With no further obstruction, I lick my way up the inside of her thigh. "What about it?" "There was a man." "Oh, God." She throws her head back as my tongue hits its target. "At the party, who had the same one." I stand, her words extinguishing every bit of fire in me. "Did he touch you?" "No. I mean, yeah, but only because I tripped on my skirt. He saved me from falling." "What did he say?" I'm barely holding it together. I need the exact words. "Not much. He kept calling everything fascinating, especially my existence. I asked him why, and he started rambling about the murders and how 6 people were killed here, but I was thriving. Then he asked me why a team of killers would spare a young girl only to risk having her rat them out to the cops." I want to hit something. "Is that all?" "No. Before he left, he said something about questioning how a little girl could escape a crime scene without being seen, then go from Bel Air to Chula Vista with nothing but the clothes on her back." Jealousy turns into something far, far darker. "But what I don't understand is why you have the same tattoo." Her jaw clenches as she looks me in the eye. "Because the whole time, I kept thinking, this guy is familiar. I know him from somewhere." Her eyes lower to my hand. "And it wasn't until I saw that tattoo and asked Michaela about it that I figured out where that was. I've seen him on the news. He's part of the Vitoli crime family. He's Luciano Ricci, isn't he?" I don't answer. "Dominic," she pleads, her voice growing frantic as she fists my shirt. "What aren't you telling me? What are you involved in?" I have to go. Prying her hands off me, I stalk toward the elevator, blocking out her protests until the doors close. I should have known. Although even I didn't think he had the balls to dangle a live wire in a pool of water just to test the sizzle. Most people know the shock can kill you. But not Luciano. He thinks he's a conduit with the power to direct the spark. Which, if true, damns us all. Chapter 26. Dominic. I don't bother with knocking or the doorknob. I kick the motherfucker open, sending it flying off the hinges. Just like before, 2 guns immediately aim at my head. But unlike before, I join the party, pulling my Glock and taking my own aim, straight between Luciano's eyes. "Tell your bitches to get the fuck out." "Aye!" Carlo yells, jabbing his gun at me. "Watch your mouth!" Dominic? Luciano nods, leaning back in his chair like I'm not about to blow his head off. Your manners have gotten worse. My apologies. Tell your bitches to get the fuck out. Please. He chuckles to himself and waves a hand, his eyes never leaving me. Go. But boss. Only then does Luciano turn around, fixing Carlo with a cold stare. What part of go did you not understand, Stronzo? Carlo grits his teeth. Whatever you say. This time, on his way out, he doesn't brush my shoulder. He slinks out without another word. Now, Luciano says, and I direct my attention back to where he still hasn't bothered to pull one of the 4 guns I know he has stashed in his desk. What can I do for you? Somehow, that pisses me off more. It's like he thinks I'm not a threat. Like he thinks I wouldn't have the balls to pull the trigger and watch him bleed out in his own office. You can answer 2 questions. Gluttonous, but I'm listening. I don't bother mincing words. Are you pulling some backdoor shit with the cops? He raises a curious eyebrow. What kind of a question is that? A point-blank one. Just like the shot I'm about to fire, if you don't explain why Detective Javier Rubio is following me around asking questions about Freddie Wiseman. Possibly because the man was found looking like a pile of warm jello at the bottom of a suicide bridge? The sound of glass clinking fills the room as he tips a bottle of Sinatra Select over a glass sitting on his desk. After stalking you and your heiress, of course. Not to mention taking a very compromising picture. Just the mention of that damn picture sets off another firestorm of hatred, and I rush toward him. If you think I'm going to take the fall for this... Luciano smirks as he hovers the glass at his lips. Oh, relax, Dominic. Your friend, Rubio, is pulling shit out of his ass and throwing it against the wall just to see what sticks. Taking an indulgent drink, he sets it down and hooks me with a critical stare. If he has anything, it's because you've forgotten how this game is played and fucked up. I haven't forgotten shit, and I don't fuck up. Then there's nothing to worry about, is there? He says, the words laced with challenge. Now, I believe you had 2 burning questions? If I wasn't so pissed, I might enjoy watching Luciano twist the truth into balloon animals. But we're not on the same side anymore, and I don't trust him. I want to know what the hell you thought you were doing showing up at the Romanov mansion. He presses his lips in a thin line, watching me carefully, as if every twitch and blink is a piece of an invisible puzzle. Finally, that thin line spreads into a smirk. To verify what I already suspected. And what is that? His eyes narrow as he reaches for his precious cigar box. You're panicked, Dominic, and not for the reason you should be. Opening the top, he pulls out a Cuban and points it at me. You're falling in love with this girl. I almost wince. Not because it's true, but because the idea is too deplorable to even consider. I can't love anyone. You have to have a heart to love someone. No, I don't love Angel. I like her. I want to fuck her. I prefer her alive rather than dead. But love? Hell no. Don't be stupid, I growl. You know I don't believe in that shit. Love is weakness. You taught me that. He dips his chin before clipping the end off the cigar. So I did. Besides, she'd be the last person I'd risk going down that twisted road for. And why is that, precisely? You know damn well why. I'm not playing games with him tonight. He has the audacity to laugh.
Ah, yes, because you're in it for the money. Poor, clueless Angel Smith assumes all the risk while Mastermind Dominic walks away with his pockets full and his secrets intact.
My grip tightens on my gun. He doesn't get to sit on his throne and pass out judgment like some kind of god when it's his commandment that created the storm. Don't act like I nailed her to a cross. I grit through my teeth.
I took her from a starving cocktail waitress to a billion-dollar heiress overnight.
She's hardly suffering. Ignoring the gun still pointed at him, he pins me with that unflappable underboss glare.
Mark my words. That woman will get inside your head and fuck around until she brings you to your knees.
You don't know what you're...
Not just to your knees, boy. Our knees. If you want to put a gun to your own head, be my guest. But I'll be damned if you'll take the rest of us down with you.
I bark out a laugh. And by the rest of us, you mean you. Holding his lighter at the end of a cigar, he puffs in silence.
Us is me, boy.
Maybe. But the reverse is far from true. Me hasn't been us since I was a 17-year-old boy worshipping the ground Luciano Ricci walked on, hanging on his every word,
accepting it as gospel, blindly following without question.
What a fool. Don't worry, Luciano. I know how this family works. Leave Angel alone, and I'll make sure your saintly name stays out of it. His mood switches, the American gangster persona fading away as the cold-blooded killer settles in his place.
It's not me you have to worry about, boy.
What's that supposed to mean?
Once the real Alexandra Romanov comes forward, we're both fucked.
I size him up, trying to determine his angle. What the hell are you talking about? Alexandra Romanov is dead. Taking one last puff, he pulls the cigar from his lips.
And where is her final resting place, Dominic? Los Angeles?
His lip curls, a razor-thin edge to his voice.
Or Phoenix?
Chapter 27. Angel. We're done, Rostin says, throwing his script at the director. I suggest our two stars spend the next 2 days running lines, because if you two come on set with whatever the hell that was, I'll replace you both. I don't dare say a word. Glancing up, I catch Noah's strained eye across the table. Shaking his head, he clenches his fist around his script and scowls. People file out of the conference room one by one until the only ones left are Rostin, Noah, and me. With an exhausted sigh, Noah heads toward the door only to find Rostin blocking his path. Braddock, I need a word with you. I gather my belongings, catching a glimpse of them out of the corner of my eye as they stand in the doorway, Rostin speaking in a hushed voice as Noah stares blankly at him. Eventually, Noah just blinks, the corners of his mouth turning down as he walks away. No conversation, no words, just flat resignation. I stall, waiting for Rostin to leave, but of course he doesn't. He's waiting for me. So, tucking my script, water bottle, and phone in my bag, I sling it over my shoulder and make my way toward the door. As expected, he steps in front of me. I expect more from you, Alexandra. You're a Romanov. Act like it. I'm a Smith, you jackass. Yes, sir, I say, biting my tongue. Now, as you know, talent only takes a movie so far. Publicity is 50% of the game. Okay. I drag out the word, still unsure what he's getting at. As of tonight, you and Noah are an off-screen couple. I'm sure he didn't just say what I think he said. because that would be peddling the exact kind of shit Reggie did back in Chula Vista. Excuse me? He steps forward, his eyes blazing.
Don't pull that innocent crap with me. You know how this industry works. These books already have a rabid fan base. The public will lose their minds when it's leaked that the on-screen chemistry turned into an off-screen affair.
He says it as if it's a business transaction. Another dotted line to sign and soul to sell. But we're not,
Not important. He snaps. Sex sells and perception is everything. Fuck him or don't fuck him. I don't care. Just make sure the world thinks you are.
With a slam of the rolled-up script against his palm, he turns to start down the hall. Wait! I have to run to catch up with him, and the minute I grab his arm, he stops, his gaze locking onto my hand. I'm sort of seeing someone. He cocks an eyebrow.
Dominic McCallum?
I don't answer, and he lets out a clipped laugh.
I suppose I should thank the asshole for bringing you back to Silverline, but that's where my gratitude ends. I'm sure you're aware of his unsuccessful attempt at ruining my reputation.
He pauses, waiting for a confirmation. Yes, I'm aware.
Not only am I president of this studio, I'm responsible for its brand. As the face of Silverline, you are a part of that brand. Therefore, what you do and who you do reflects on me. Do we understand each other?
What I understand is that once I signed that contract, I signed away my life. Yeah, I mumble. A second later, my shoulders slam against the wall, and Roston's bitter, coffee-stained breath fans over my cheek.
Yes, what?
The determined look in his eyes now gleams with something far darker. Yes, sir. His hold loosens and he steps back, straightening his suit jacket.
You have a reservation tonight at Amalia under the name Ross Gregory.
Who?
Do you think I put my real name under reservations, Alexandra?
There's a sharp irritation in his voice.
I like to enjoy a meal, not sit through endless pitches by mediocre screenwriters.
As he walks away, I'm hit with a thick wall of resignation. None of this is what I want, but it's what I have to do. Especially now. Roston has already proven he's untouchable. Even a public scandal couldn't shake his foundation. But me? Cracks run so deep in mine, it'll only take one rumble for it all to come crashing down. Refusing Roston risks losing a somewhat tepid alliance with him. It risks him going after Dominic and ruining what little he has left, and it risks me losing everything I've ever wanted. Digging my phone out of my bag, I open my messenger and reread Dominic's text from this morning. Don't like the way we left things on Tuesday. Dinner? I'll pick you up at 8. Sighing, I briefly close my eyes before glancing back down and doing what has to be done as static fills my head. I can't do dinner tonight, or any night. I have a date. The moment Noah and I step out of the limo, paparazzi attack like a swarm of killer bees. There's no doubt in my mind someone at Silverline tipped them off, making sure they were lying in wait to immortalize the hot new couple's first outing. And no one knows about the movie yet. The whole thing turns my stomach. Noah plays his role with startling authenticity, and if I were any other female on the face of the earth, I'd swoon. The man is classically gorgeous, with a sculpted jawline, thick, dirty blonde hair, and a smile able to disintegrate panties. And here I am, the lucky girl on his arm, pining away for another man.
Ross Gregory,
he says, nodding at the maitre d'. Roston's gonna be mad we didn't talk to the press. I whisper as we're ushered to a private table near the back. At least he picked an upscale restaurant where, other than the occasional whisper, the clientele is unimpressed by our presence.
Fuck Roston,
Noah growls, pulling out my chair before taking his own seat. Amalia is swanky, dark and mysterious with crystal as far as the eye can see. Access is by reservation only, and if you're not an A-lister, good luck. You're more likely to acquire a day trip to the moon. Everything is beautiful, from the ambiance to the view. And I'm miserable. Noah orders, waiting until the waiter disappears before letting a soft chuckle. What's his name? I'm sorry? The guy who's got you so twisted up. I blush and stare into my wine glass. That obvious, huh? Grinning, he tips his wine glass toward me. Doll, if you pined over him any harder, his name would be etched across your forehead. So much for being subtle. Groaning, I slump forward. I'm sorry, I'm being a horrible date. Can we start over? I promise. His wine glass clinks onto the table. Can we be completely honest with each other? Noah's voice takes on a serious note, and I immediately sit up. He's no longer smiling. I promise, you can trust me. Sure. You're a really nice person, but I don't think either of us are here because we want to be. Rostin yanked our strings, and we danced like marionettes. He punctuates the image by moving his arms up and down like they're bound by wire. Am I right? I nod, letting out a sigh of relief. We both have someone else on our minds, so how about we call this what it is? 2 friends sharing a meal on a jackass's dime. God, I could kiss him right now. I'm good with that. With the tension gone, he lifts his wine glass again, his eyes crinkling as he takes a sip. So, are you going to tell me his name? Dominic. Lucky guy. What about you? I ask, raising my own glass to my lips. What's her name? Brent. Chardonnay shoots out of my mouth like a fortified geyser. Noah calmly dabs his suit with his linen napkin as if he didn't just drop a nuclear bomb on me. You're gay? I whisper, mouthing the word. Yes. He mouths back. There's a secret club of us. I'd show you the handshake, but I'd have to kill you. Okay, I deserved that. But you're Noah Braddock. And America's heartthrob, every woman's fantasy. The oceans would rise with the salt of their tears if they knew. He rolls his eyes. That's a little dramatic. Do you write greeting cards? I'm serious, I hiss, smacking him with my napkin. He laughs, dodging my second swat. I am too. And what you just said, that's exactly why I keep it quiet. His smile fades. You think I'd get a quarter of the roles I'd do if they knew I wasn't straight? I'd be saddled with the gay best friend gig for the rest of my life. Just because I'm gay doesn't mean I don't have range. And just because I'm not Alexandra Romanoff doesn't mean I don't have talent. We all have crosses to bear. Noah Braddock is more than a pretty face, and I'm an asshole. You're right. I cover his hand with mine. I'm sorry. You shouldn't have to hide who you are. I can't imagine how difficult it must be for you and Brent. He watches me silently for a moment. Somehow, I think you do. More than you know. Smiling, I raise my glass. To hiding. Meeting my glass, he clinks them together. Touché. For a brief moment, everything is calm, but then it all goes to hell. Shit. Noah says, glancing over my shoulder. What? His eyes narrow. Don't look now, but I think a photog snuck in. Of course I look, and when I do, my heart somersaults in my chest, then free falls straight out my vagina. Oh my God. Dominic. How the hell did he find me? Not only that, how the hell did he get in here? I shove my chair away from the table, knocking over crystal and rattling silverware. I have to go to the bathroom. I don't wait for a response before tearing across the restaurant in a blind panic. I realize on my second wrong turn, I have no idea where I'm going. By the time I stop, it's only because I come to a dead end in a hallway that leads to nowhere. Great, now what? Trapped in a corner isn't ideal, especially when distant footsteps start getting closer and closer. Frantic, I start turning doorknobs to what I assume are supply closets, praying one of them works. Come on. Finally, one turns, and just as I get it open, I'm pushed inside and shoved against the wall. Even in the dark, I don't have to ask who it is. "What are you doing here, Dominic?" His strong hand slides up my neck, pausing as his thumb strokes under my chin and along my jaw. "I came to offer my congratulations to the happy couple." His words become clipped as his grip tightens. "After all, you're the talk of the town." I can't breathe with him this close. "You don't understand." "You're damn right I don't." He growls, backing us both against the wall. 8 hours, Rook. What happened in 8 hours to change things? I know I walked out on you the other night, but I have my reasons, all of which I plan to tell you before you decided to hop on Pretty Boy's dick. A surge of anger rushes through me, and I struggle against him, but it's useless. His hold is too strong. "I haven't hopped on his dick, thank you." "Good." His voice is low and rough, like the rumble of a summer storm. "Because the thought of it makes me crazy. It makes me want to go out there and break every bone in that fucker's face." "Dominic." "You're mine, Angel." He heaves, grinding his hips against mine. "Angel Smith, not Alexandra Romanov. My Angel. Every damn inch of you." It's wrong. So wrong, but I can't help it. I want him, and he knows it. Before I can stop myself, I wrap my arms around him, and he claims my mouth in a violent, hungry kiss. Dominic's possession has always been rough, but there's something in his touch tonight that's different, frantic, almost as if there's a ticking clock for both of us. Bright light spills into the closet as the door cracks open. "Alexandra, is everything okay in here?" "Noah, shit." I try to pull away, but Dominic tightens his hold, only breaking the kiss long enough to turn his head. "Walk away, Braddock." The door opens wider, and Noah's blonde head pops into view. "Alexandra?" "Hey," Dominic growls. "I'm talking to you. Don't look at her." Noah grins. "You must be Dominic." Finally, blood rushes back up to my brain, and I regain common sense enough to bend down and slip under Dominic's arm. Before he can argue, I spread my arms between them like an alpha male crossing guard. "Enough!" Turning toward Noah, I add, "Thank you, but I'm fine. Yes, this is Dominic. He's... You're Brent," he says with a smile. "Who the hell is Brent?" Dominic roars, barreling into my palm. "Rook, so help me God." Noah just grins. "Listen, I know a back way out of here. Why don't you two enjoy dinner on Silverline's tab, and I'll catch a cab." My jaw drops. "Are you sure? People will see us." "I think we've done enough dancing, Pinocchio." He gives me a pointed wink. Time to cut the strings. Slipping through the crack in the door, he disappears back down the hallway. Dominic crowds in from behind. "What the hell was that?" I can't help but smile. That was the first drop of many salty tears. Chapter 28. Angel. "So let's hear it, Alexandra," Dominic says, placing both palms on the table. "Hear what?" "The story with Pretty Boy back there." His hand tightens around the now empty glass. "Must have been hard slumming with me for so long. At least you traded up." I have on 4-inch heels. If I extend my leg, I can bury one in his dick. This bad boy routine is getting old. If you have something to say, then say it. His smirk fades. "Damn, it ain't Alexandra. Fuck! We're not doing this again." He pinches the bridge of his nose. I sigh and close my eyes. Noah is just a friend. Opening them slowly, I expect to see retaliation, but surprisingly meet with a serious stare. Besides, I'm not exactly his type. Screw it, he's coming out anyway. Dominic is silent for a moment, then a wolfish grin spreads across his face. "He's gay." I don't have to confirm it. My shocked expression does it for me, but I also know what he does for a living, how he has built an empire on uncovering secrets and destroying reputations. And because I know the reach he still has, I lean forward. So help me, McCallum, if you breathe a word of this before he does, I'll expose our little arrangement and drag you down with me.
You'd sacrifice yourself to hurt me. For him?
If you force me to, yes. The scowl on Dominic's face turns from irritated to deadly, and my pulse races. What the hell is wrong with me? As pissed as I am at him, I still have the insatiable urge to bury my face in his neck and lose myself in his arms.
So, Roston's got you doing softcore porn with a co-star who bats for the other team?
Until he opens his mouth. Reaching behind me, I grab my purse and push my chair back. At least Noah knows how to treat a woman. I'm a 23-year-old heiress of the wealthiest family in Hollywood. I don't have to sit here and justify myself to a drunken shithead like you. With fire swirling in my chest, I stand to leave until an inked hand grabs mine, holding it against the table. When I try to pull away, his grip tightens. Get your hand off me before I kick you in the balls, I order in between clenched teeth. Dominic's fingers tighten. No. I'm going to... You aren't going to do anything but sit your ass back down and listen. He jerks me forward, and you won't kick me in the balls. Know why, Rook? My eyes drill into him as he lowers his voice to a raspy growl. Because you want what they're attached to. I hate you. So you keep saying. Releasing my hand, Dominic sits back, motioning with a flick of his wrist for me to do the same. Muttering under my breath, I quietly slip back into my seat, folding my arms across my chest. As the waiter deposits another drink onto the table, he raises it into the air. To fucked up situations all around. I watch as the liquid disappears down his throat. Placing the glass on the table, he shifts those piercing blue eyes back onto my face. I need you to stay away from Luciano Ricci. Finally, I get the truth. What's going on, Dominic? I have a complicated past, Rook. It's not pretty and it's not safe, especially for you. He shakes his head. I shouldn't even be here. I should walk away and never talk to you again. But you won't. I know this as sure as I know my own name, which, admittedly, isn't the best analogy. No, I've told you before, I'm not a good man. I'm selfish, too selfish to put your safety above my needs. I've never turned a blind eye to who or what Dominic McCallum is, yet here I sit, reaching for every shredded piece of attention he deems me worthy of. So, who's the real selfish one? Breathy words tumble past my lips. Who are you, Dominic McCallum? He rubs his hand across his stubbled chin like he's appraising me. I'll tell you just as soon as you tell me what's in Phoenix. My spine stiffens, every defense I have ready to man the line. I'm sorry?